very like long-term gradual process, but there's lots of things that are like ice age fossils or like, oh, this was frozen, right? But it's like things caught in mid-action, almost as if they
Yeah,
were
woolly
flash
mammoths with
frozen.
grass in their mouth and stuff. Yeah, I've seen it. They're
or or
frozen whilst they were eating.
or one other example is like perfectly petrified like jellyfish in mid swim, like in mid pulse, and like these sorts of things like don't happen gradually. They have like the only way that could happen is like in an instant of being frozen in place.
Yeah. So, okay. So what's like in the word cataclysm? What's to say that historically something didn't happen, which did mean that the Earth's temperature dropped like enormously in a period of a week. Like why is that not possible to have happened to create this alleged ice age?
Because the woolly mammoths are frozen
Just
with grass in their mouth. They must have
Yeah,
frozen in seconds.
that's what.
just because there's an official
You
story.
could, if
Yeah,
they
yeah,
froze in a week,
I'm answering your
they'd still
question.
have grass in there. They'd still have grass in their mouth after a week. Like if they died in a flood or whatever, and then or whatever, and then it froze within 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, they'd still have the grass in their mouth. It wouldn't rot away in a few days.
Okay, so say the world's getting colder, you're gonna find some sort of fossil of some human stabbing a spear into a pig, and that's how like they were like frozen, like in mid swing. Like no, like they're gonna like if the
I'm
world's
not.
getting colder and colder, they're gonna die curled up in fetal position somewhere inside of a cave trying to stay warm, not like literally freezing in place in the middle of hunting. You know what I mean?
Well, that depends what killed them. Did
Yeah,
they
yeah.
die
And
gradually or
honestly,
instantly?
I mean, you can call me out, and I'll admit, like, I'm not the right guy to defend this. I've heard some convincing things, but I'm not ready to like defend them, or even recall them from memory. I'm just trying to bring up the one point that there's like Disney animations of Ice Age, and maybe that speaks enough to you guys to maybe tip you off that this Ice Age narrative is something that you're being encouraged by the wrong people to believe in
Yeah.
as far as
See,
a
I'm probably
historical period.
what I say to you, bro. I'm probably I'm on exactly the same page as you, but on the other side of that same page. I'm arguing from the point of view not that it is my position, but for it to just be hand waved away as mainstream archaeology would like to do, I think it merits investigation and consideration. So I'm like you. I wouldn't die on this hill, but
Fair
I
enough.
wouldn't just miss it simply because some guy with a PhD in front of his name told me to.
Sure. I mean, it was a conspiracy theorist that I got this from, but I just wanted to introduce the idea and say that I heard some interesting points made, but I'm not prepared to like defend it. I don't, I'm willing to admit that for all of my life, I've been believing in this Ice Age narrative, right? And someone recently introduced the idea that was a hoax, and I just want others to maybe have the same little spark of curiosity about it as I do, which it sounds like you have. But I just want it just a minute ago or whatever, a couple minutes ago, it sounded like we are taking the ice ages as a given, and I was just trying to step in to say like we probably shouldn't do that since like I don't think there's anyone
Yeah, no,
here that could actually defend its like existence as like an era,
and
and there's some.
ultimately, nobody knows, bro. Nobody has a clue. All they do is put together, what they consider best evidence for their argument, and then, none of us were there. None of us know. Was the Earth snap frozen in 10 minutes? Maybe. Who knows? Did it take 50 years? Maybe. Who knows? Did it never happen? Maybe. Who knows?
There is one valuable thing I can share with you guys. I know most of what I've said is just like, but what if, sort of things. But there is one thing I actually can say of value to you guys right now about this, and that there is like a literal known person in recent history that is the person who coined the idea Ice Age. It wasn't an idea until the late 1800s, and like no one thought there was an Ice Age until recently, and it's all stemming from one person's insistence on the idea, and mainstream said, "Oh, we buy that. Yeah, let's go with that." In a matter of 1 year, it became like an accepted idea, and not for good reasons, just because like he insisted it, made his case, and everyone said, well, all right, let's go with that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, if we go back 10 minutes in the conversation, that's or 15 minutes when I came in, hearing SE and those pictures he's putting up of the Sumerian cylinder and these glyphs that seem to be literally all over the world, and architecture that is literally all over the world. These pyramid structures that are in Mesoamerica and South America. There's a pyramid in Scotland. They're in the Middle East. They're literally. There's one here in Australia. The Aborigines. There's a pyramid in Australia that most of us never have heard about. We only hear about the pyramids at Giza. So there seems to be a common written language or glyph system that was used all over the world. There's common architecture all over the world, and then when you look at that architecture, and it's a cosmological alignment, it's mind-boggling for the period of time in which it was built. There are alignments to star systems and true north and all of these things, and then you look at places like Gigantir and Göbekli Tepe and whatever, the Machu Picchu. Like, there's clearly, to me, there's way more shit has gone on in the past than what archaeology would tell us with their 6,000 year timeline and gradual, ascension of civilization. It just in light of the physical evidence that exists, it's just horseshit. That's my opinion.
So what I'm not well versed on this, but maybe I can say something pretty accurate here from memory. What I've heard is that when it comes to history, there's two different approaches in a sort of context where there's something called catastrophism, and this applies to the study of geology as like observations are made about the world and like how they came to be, and others and other historical sort of intrigues. And then the opposite would be uniformitarianism. So like catastrophism and uniformitarianism are at odds with each other. Whether the things that we see were made in a quick succession, and there's some sort of big event that made these carvings or shapings of geography in the world and stuff, or if it was like they claim about the Grand Canyon, that there was a little trickle of water that over hundreds of thousands of years slowly eroded this land. So it's like, did things happen slowly, evenly, or all at once in a big manner? And you can see how those would be at odds with each other. And I don't know. It's when it comes to uniformitarianism, it's like, well, I mean, who's to say some big catastrophe didn't happen? Why should I believe the environment, in this area was so steady and even for so long? I mean, shit happens, Shit definitely happens, and maybe shit has happened beyond our wildest explanation or wildest imagination. Not in a slow manner, but maybe all at once.
Like that to dispel that theory of the slow, gradual, linear ascension, or advancement of society or geology or whatever. You've only got to look at the last 100 years. Look at the explosion of technology, like since the Industrial Revolution, in our own situation. Like 500 years from now, or 1,000 years from now, that theory of, is that the unit whatever it is, the linear timeline, that's just blown out of the water at that point. because we've clearly had an exponential growth in technology and advancement. So, why is that assumed not to have been the case in the past? If somebody holds that position, I don't know how you actually can hold that position.
I mean, that's different but similar. I see what you're saying, especially in the sense of like human levels, technology, right? If it only takes 200 years to go from horse and buggy to Hydron Collider, and I'm stealing that expression from someone, but it's a good expression. If it only takes 200 years to go from horse and buggy to Hydron Collider, then how many units of 200 years have happened?
Also,
in the past,
also, just to add to that, the idea of some of that technology being withheld, so it was known for longer than we actually know.
Yeah, that's it, and that's only what we currently know about. What else is there that we still don't know about?
Right, that currently exists.
Yeah, it's tough because at this point, all we can do is scour the internet and the world for clues that technology at our level, or what do you call it? Like laterally, similarly, like maybe not the same way we did it, but at a similar degree of capability or something. Like it's
and that's
tough.
the other interesting thing that Hancock puts up. Where maybe they didn't have plasma TVs 8,000 years ago, but what technology, in inverted commas, technology did they have that is equally as advanced but different, and doesn't exist today, or perhaps doesn't exist today, that they had that we don't, that's just as amazing.
I really like it's such a romantic idea, and like it has me not convinced, but it has me hooked in the sense of like wishing it to be true. But just the utilization and the harnessing and the application of like different minerals, like sapphire has this power, topaz has this ability, you know what I mean? Or, like oh goddamn! Like there's nothing I would think would be more amazing and fun and wonderful and mystical than if crystals literally had fucking electromagnetic properties we could harness to do incredible works.
Yeah,
like,
and etheric
so much
energy
fun.
where they could literally pull energy out of our surroundings, and it's utilizable by us at no cost for everybody. I mean,
I want that so bad. I don't see. I mean, I only see fucking crazy people writing books and talking about it, right? Like, oh, this can heal that, and this can open your third eye, or whatever. It's like, well, as much as I hear people talking about it, I don't see a lot, as evidence or whatever. Maybe some people know about it. It's on the table. So I'm not taking it off the table, but goddamn, if crystals have magic powers, will someone please make a good case for it, like right in my face with really potent demonstrations? Because there's nothing I'd love to believe more in than that. So be like, oh my god, that'd be a dream come true. But there does. I mean, I guess that introduces the conversation of like when you evaluate the materials ancient structures are built out of, the ones that still exist today. It's like, why is the king's chamber like, the whole pyramid is made out of limestone or something like that, right? But the king's chamber, the innards of the Great Pyramid are made out of granite, and the obelisks are all made out of granite. It's like, well, why a different choice of stone?
And not just any granite,
And
red
see-
granite, which is one of the hardest stones in the world, and the closest mine to like a quarry to get red granite for the king's chamber is like 500 miles away when they could have got any other stone from like 50 miles away. So it's a good question. I agree.
Yeah.
SE,
that's
what's
what I'm
that
saying.
physics number that keeps coming up? SE, what's that physics number that keeps coming up in physics? It's a big thing, 130 something.
Is it 137 or I forget now?
Whatever that number is, it just so happens
137.5.
that.
Yo, if
What's
you
up?
say 138, I'm gonna flip my shit.
What's up?
You
I'll be up
The
there.
golden ratio, 1.61.
137.5 golden angle.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
oh, the golden angle.
That's what it's called. Yeah, there's something about it. Like if you take like the height of the pyramid divided by like the surface area, or some shit like that, you get like pi. If you divide something else, you get a golden number. I don't remember exactly. There was a very good documentary about this. You can actually find pyramid code. It's called the pyramid code.
Can I introduce you guys to something as long as you acknowledge that I'm not fanboying about it? Because I really don't want to come across the wrong way here. But I don't know. I wish other people knew about this guy besides me, because I want you guys' take on it. Okay, so you just got to let me give a disclaimer right off the bat, okay? I'm skeptical. I'm the highest degree of skeptical about this guy's overall message, right? That all his information builds up and like points towards. I'm extremely skeptical towards it. I don't like the guy personally, okay? I think he seems like some sort of con artist, okay? But you know, how much does that take away from the individual units of information he delivers? Not a lot, really. It just takes away from his overall message. And I feel a little guilty about even like presenting him. But the thing is, I really want your guys' take on it. And so in order to get you guys' take on it, I have to introduce you to him and then hope that you guys look into him and also at the same time not fall for his trick. Right?
Go
And
on.
so
Who is it? Show me.
So you can find it. I'll spell it for you. It's a short word.
I have a
The
similar
cha-
feeling about someone that, yeah, I've been watching. But yeah, go on.
So the channel name is Archaics. Can I take a little like show
I've
of
heard of
hands real quick?
I've heard of that.
Okay, it's ARCHAIX. All right. And so that's the name. He's kind of like the hot new thing on the block when it comes to the chooser community. He's been growing crazy quick, almost at like shill level quickness. Very suspicious. Getting in touch with so many channels, appearing on their appearing on their podcasts and episodes and whatever. And he's blowing up. And you already heard my disclaimers. But the thing is, he's got shit no one else is talking about, but he's also got this overall sort of overarching narrative about just some wild shit that I hope none of you get sucked into about a 138-year doomsday cycle. And he's a simulation theorist guy, and he thinks that there's like algorithms that destroy particular parts of the world every 138 years and rewrite history because it's all a simulation and they can change the code or whatever. But I mean, a lot of the things he talks about are fascinating. It's just his overall thing that's a scam. And I wish there was, I don't know, you guys, right? You guys are respect to your minds and your value, like your ability to evaluate things and like comment on it. I don't know why
Well,
I'm the
I
only
can
one
admit
around who knows about it.
I can admit to you now that I was subscribed to him. Like now, looking at the channel, I remember now, but I can only remember like liking one sort of like video of his, like some of the subjects he was talking about, and then I think I can remember, I don't know, hearing something, and I just never watched him again. I don't know what it was, but I just knew
Yeah,
it was
it's
bullshit. I
off-putting.
didn't need to listen to him anymore.
It's probably his fucking stupid face and his dumb voice.
But yeah,
I've
no,
seen a video
I've been
before,
sharing videos about someone that I've been wanting you guys to vet. But I don't think
Yeah,
anyone,
bet.
no one's even like spoken about the videos or anything. So I don't know why, like whether people just aren't interested, but because I feel like he could possibly be like on the verge of finding out, I don't know, crazy things that we
Yeah,
didn't
some
really
deeper
know.
shit. For real.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's like obviously he comes at it obviously with Glober mentality because he's a Glober, right? But it's
He's
kind of easy.
not. He's
It's
not.
kind of easy to like forgive them for that, especially if they are doing.
He's not a Glover.
Sorry.
He's not a Glover. I can tell you his opinion. Not that I'm even proud of knowing his particular opinion, but I keep an eye on him, but he's not a Glover. So he thinks that he's a simulation theorist, and he's a flat earther in the sense that it's like a video game, but the sky is like a holograph. He calls it a holosphere sky, right? And that the universe is literally like an artificial construct meant to fuck with you and mislead you. So the sky doesn't match the ground because it's designed by some sort of system to create an illusion. So he's not a glober. He's not a flat earther. He's a simulation theorist that he thinks the simulation is literally like messing with your senses, and there is no direct like measurement of truth because you're living inside of a fucking like fuck you construct that you're not going to get to the bottom of by investigation.
Yeah, well, see, the guy that I'm on about, I think he's like into cold fusion.
Not
but
that guy.
he does actually do physical experiments like or tests, and
Okay, different guy.
That's the thing. I some of the things that he's finding out, like transmutation, like I just think some of it's groundbreaking. Like I don't understand why we don't bring forth topics that are completely neutral.
You can.
That
it takes
just
you, man.
So amazing for both sides, like
it literally just takes you to bring it up.
Better. Hold on, let me post a vid.
Hey, I mean, there's no topic. There's no topic that isn't allowed here. Am I right?
Excuse me. Is SC Montreal here? Can I just hop in for a quick second and see if SC Montreal's here?
I'm here, bro. What you got?
Hey, can you do me a favor and just hop into voice chat too for a second, please?
What? I guess. Okay.
It's Rob. It's Rob.
Oh, Rob. Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah, just do me a favor. I just need you to go to the voice chat too for a second. Thanks.
You got it, bro.
So the guy you're mentioning, who's into what did he say he's interested in? That doesn't sound like
fusion, ball lightning.
Yeah, different guy.
All sorts of like weird electromagnetic phenomena. The Hutchison effect.
Oh, yeah, that's a different guy.
No, but these are all still topics that this guy is interested in.
What guy? Archaics? Jason from Archaics?
No, not Archaics. The guy that I'm on about. That I like you were saying, you had this feeling about this guy that you would want some
similarly
honest opinion on, right? But yeah. I have been feeding this room some of these videos, and no one's really spoken about it. But yeah, I'll chuck something in there. Hold on.
So I just want to say this real quick. Fortunately, this guy, Archaics, his channel, his name is Jason Brashear, and I've already I don't want to repeat myself. I've given you all the disclaimers about the potential con artistry and the misleading and the cultish sort of nature of what he's got going on. But still, I'd like you guys, like the other gentleman said, your vetting of him, just because it's of interest and your opinions I value. what is something I just want to end with and just say real quick is that his main point has been summarized in a series of videos he just uploaded. So one of his fans took the time to make like a 10-hour compilation of all of his message in his videos and just compiled them into a 5-part series or like 7-part series of like an hour to 2 hours each. And this is why I kind of say like even bring him up that you can get a feel for what he's talking about because one of his fans and he downloaded it from his fan who made the compilation and uploaded it. It's called like the Phoenix Phenomena Part 1 through 7. And so now that his point has been condensed, maybe some of you guys might want to view his most recent uploads there and get back to me on it, even though I feel a little bad about even like giving him views. 'Cause I don't know, it just feels kind of wrong. But still, I'd like you guys' I don't know, take on it.
Well, like I
There's
say,
enough.
something I must have heard him say instinctively. Just let me know that I don't care for any words that come out of his mouth anymore. I don't know what it was that triggered that, but I do
I mean,
remember watching one and thinking, oh, he's talking about some good topics.
you know the thing about a good liar is that the message that the liar is spreading can't be 100% lie. In fact, like the best lies are like 85% true, 15% false, right? And the shit he's saying, it's so convincing to so many people, so impactful and potent that yeah, a lot of it is fucking factual, but it's where he puts his twist on it that I, want you guys' help in discerning. Because I think there's a lot of value in what he's saying, but as long as you're being careful about approaching it. Because I don't know, the guys, if there was an operative, I mean, that I could detect, I mean, he'd probably be one of them. I just don't trust the guy, but it's a lie packed with many truths, I think. So I don't know what we can draw from it, as a collective, maybe we can draw something from it.
So yeah, I would like you guys to vet this guy for me.
Let's hear it.
Just have a look at some of the videos on his channel. I posted one in the chat.
Let's see. Livestream 2. Which one? Chill
Livestream one.
Lounge text. Livestream 1. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Like a lot of it is just way over my head as well. So that's also why I bring it here.
Okay, let's see. Oh wow, this dude looks like he's like fucking 70 years old. Okay. Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. The guy's not 70 years old. He often chats to Russian scientists. About all these strange phenomena.
Okay, well, his videos look pretty interesting, actually. I'll get back to you on this. I'll check them out.
Globers as well, because I don't know. I think the content would be interesting for both.
Yeah, I think so. Just based on this brief scrolling through his thumbnails and stuff. Seems like he's into like esoteric religious symbolism as well as physics and some occult stuff. Yeah, very intriguing. I don't know. The feeling I'm getting from him right off the bat is that He's someone with lots to show without a conclusion. Just like, hey, look at this weird shit, huh? This is strange.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What would you say is like some mind blowing thing that you don't even know how to handle that you got from him? Like, whoa, this guy just told me this. I don't even know what to think about it.
Well, literally, like I said about transmutation. This, I don't know if it's really old and I'm just late to the party, but it just seems
Transmutation?
mind blowing that you can have one element and you can apply um, uh, like ultrasonics and water, and that element then starts creating different elements.
Well, transmutation is a very old concept. How you go about it is up to each different alchemist.
Yeah, but then
But
he also said, like, after showing his example, he said about the fact that they were doing something similar in India and they'd been running it for years, right?
I mean, that sounds
So
like
hold on a sec,
that
though.
does sound like shit. Just because
Well, hold on,
if
mate.
there
Hold on.
okay.
Here's what he was saying about it, because what he's trying to say is happening with this transmutation is it's picking up in like a figure, in like a yin yang symbol. It's like picking up matter, or material from one side and depositing it on the other, but it's changing that element when it does that. And so when he said about in like they've been doing it in India for years, he's saying, well, in my examples, you have a void where the matter is being taken from, and then you have a mountain where it's being deposited. And he said,
Sure.
this thing that's been going on in India for years, there's no great, huge holes in India, so it must be transmuting something in the air, So I don't know. It just
That
seems
sounds
like you
ridiculous.
said, a lot of showing you a lot of weird stuff, but not really much conclusion. But
Let,
I
let
mean,
me let me
what were they
quote
creating
an
in
anime
India?
real quick. Let me quote a pretty good anime called Black Clover real quick. These two uh, young wizards, they go up to the Wizard King and they say, how does someone become the Wizard King? And their managers or captains are like, how rude of you to even ask that, right? And like you're trying to like usurp his throne. And he's like, no, it's fine. I'll tell you how you become the Wizard King. Chill. I'll tell you. He says merit results, and that's something we should hold fucking YouTuber mad scientists to. Is like, you got a message, how do you become the fucking most amazing guru results? Okay, if you got something to show, if you have a message like this that you have wisdom to share, well, what do you have to show for it, right? And if this guy's talking about transmuting materials, and that's one of the oldest goals, that turning lead into gold, right, or anything into another object without like a large hadron collider. And
He also said
so
anyone can do this experiment. It costs you less than $30 for the
yeah.
equipment.
But why is he making YouTube videos if he knows how to make gold? I'm not saying that's what he does, but
I know,
like,
right? I know, right? And he's
what
not
does
really
he
got
do?
a huge following either.
But what does he do? Like, what's his merits? What's his result? What has he done? What has he shown? Has he
Well,
like made a video
it's
of
showing the
turning one
formation
thing
of.
into another?
Sorry.
Has he made a video of turning one thing into another?
Yeah, but that's where I'm still sort of skeptical. Um, it's like it's on such a minuscule scale. It's
What do you mean?
easy to fib, is you know.
What has he done?
Well, he's done this test with aluminium foil. It shows you in that video there, like the spectrum of the elements that are being picked up. But that's
What
also the
what
other
has he
thing. I want to
done?
know how. Huh?
Yeah, you said he has aluminum foil. What does he do with it? Does he turn it into gold or silver or something?
Silver. Loads of different elements show up.
Okay,
It's
so
not
he
just the
takes
one different
aluminum.
element. Like loads of different elements show up, and this
He
is
take
exposed.
he takes
Sorry, what?
aluminum and he turns it into he partially turns it into silver and gold.
Not gold. Other elements. And he's noticed a similar thing with like electromagnetic discharges on certain metals. Bronze is one of his favorites to test on.
So
And
like,
then he
should he be
obviously
rich by now?
then I know, right? But that's what's
Like
kind of
if he
strange.
knows how to make silver, then why is he not rich yet? Right?
Yeah, and why
Because
is he
like
not popular?
I can buy a bunch of aluminum foil, right? Or just go to the scrapyard and get a bunch of aluminum material and soak in heat. So I mean, if he can turn aluminum into silver, then he should be rich.
Like I said, though, on a minuscule scale.
I mean, like how minuscule?
I don't know if you saw the video, but they're like
I
zooming
haven't
in
watched
on
it.
the specimen and the yin yang pattern that's created.
Well,
Where
I'll check him out. It sounds like you're not all that familiar with him, to be honest. Like,
I'm not really,
it,
but I just think some of the stuff that he's doing possibly is groundbreaking. But
okay,
there's
you
still
want us
that
to
there's
vet
still
him
that
for you, right?
skepticism there. I don't really want to dive all the way in, sort of thing. But
So same as me. You want the rest of the community to vet him for you and get back to you with our opinions.
yeah, I would I would like to believe there's there's some greater minds here that should speed the process up.
Sure, yeah,
But
I'll check him out and I'll let you know if I think he's full of shit or not.
what's the process? Do
Sorry,
you know, Jim? Do you know what the process is for?
for the reaction, the phenomena,
Yeah.
something to do with with ultrasonics and water,
Hmm.
because the foil's in water, and then ultrasonics is applied, and then this effect starts happening.
Hmm.
But like I say, he's also done similar things with like electric arc guns.
Okay. I could see
In a
something like
vacuum
that being
on
a
metal.
little. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, no, he does similar things. He sees similar phenomena, discharging like electric arc gun on certain metals. He zooms in with a microscope after, and you can see the different formations from the effect. You know, from
Yeah.
the
We'll
collision.
we'll have to check him out, guys. That's what I think. That's where we're left off. That we've been introduced to the channel. This gentleman would like us to get back to him after we check it out.
Thanks for clearing it up.
I'll check him. What's his name again? Martin Fleischman. Okay.
Martin
Is there?
Fleischmann Memorial Project.
What'd you say?
Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project.
Yeah, gotcha. Is there one particular video? 'Cause I see there's like lots of different videos of like him putting wood chips inside of singing bowls or whatever. Is there like one in particular? that is like the most profound or something?
Not in particular. It's just quite a lot of it. Just the fact that he's also got physical tests that he does. It just seems grounded. You know, it's not theoretical.
Okay.
Well, there is
But
a
there's
lot of
not
theoretics behind it, but he does
there's just
physical.
not one video in particular.
Sorry.
I mean, I can read through his titles. A lot of them, you know, just a strange theory, radiation and its connection to LENR. I mean, potential discovery of a new charged lepton, singing bull, small press bull. I mean, which one of these should I, you know, really tackle first? Day Vortex. Not. I mean, if you say I need to watch every video of his entire channel, I might, but I'd really, you know, like
No, I
to
wouldn't
maybe
say that.
find the ones where he's doing the most profound experiments or something first.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I should have come with a short list.
Because he's got it looks like he's got at least 100 videos.
Well, there was one that, but it was probably one that I was most skeptical of, where he talked about another scientist using one of these electric arc guns, and this in a vacuum chamber, right, mounted in, you know, small thing, but it had a tungsten nozzle, right, and apparently was vaporized, and apparently there wasn't enough energy in there, it like discharged to vaporize it, and these tungsten nozzles should last for, I can't remember what they said, something like 4,000 shots or something like that. But that one was very questionable because, yeah, nah, it was just, yeah, nah.
Okay, well, it looks like he's made a lot of different playlists to sort his videos into. So maybe there's one that, like Project Atomic Phoenix. That's, you know, okay, like that one sounds probably the most interesting so far as I look through it. But a lot of them are words that don't mean anything to me, like Hutchinson or Kristalinov. That might be like Russian translated into English letters or something like that.
You ain't heard of Hutchinson?
Not heard of the Hutchinson effect.
Well, I mean that one, but I mean when something ends in nav, like Kristalinov, that to me just strikes at me as like Russian sounding, right? Anything like ASCII or AV ending. I mean,
Yeah,
I think that a lot of his
he
playlists
talks
are
to a
like
lot of,
Russian words.
yeah, he talks to a lot of other like Russian guys, and mentions other people that are doing similar experiments and finding similar phenomena.
The dude seems to have playlists of like it seems like a lot of his playlists are either 3 videos long or like 200 videos long. So I'm gonna really have to try hard to pick the one that. I mean, you know the position we find ourselves in. I want to take this seriously, but it's like, which of his thousands of videos do I begin with? This is a lot to take in.
If there's anything written in Russian, by the way, I can have a look at it. Send it to me. I'll have a look at it.
Okay, I'll remember that offer.
Yeah, I speak fluent Russian. That's why.
Why do you know Russian?
Because my mom's Russian.
Oh,
Поэтому
Well,
я
you can,
говорю по-русски. Я говорю по-русски.
well, you can translate the hour-long conversations he has with the Russian guys then.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'm a bit of a language prodigy.
oh, congratulations.
No, I'm not happy yet. I want to know 10 languages, and I only know 6, so I'm not happy. When I get to 10, then you can congratulate me.
Yeah, I'll just say congratulations once again and not reciprocate.
How many are you up to?
6.
Oh, 4 more.
Congratulations.
Can I pick the last 4 for you so that they're really, really hard?
Yeah, well, it's the languages that I want to learn as well. They're quite hard because I want to learn Chinese. I'm gonna learn Spanish, not that difficult, but I want to learn Spanish, French, Chinese, and Arabic. My Arabic is all right, but I want to become fluent in Arabic.
So not Welsh or Icelandic.
No, man. I want to know Chinese. The thing is, the future, like, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, in another 20, 30 years, there'll only be English and Chinese left on the planet. Like, the way it's heading now, with China growing. So, Chinese is going to be a very good language to know.
Hey, do you know about Proto-Indo-European?
What about it?
Just like literally in general. Do you know like what it is?
Well, it's the language they say that, like, predated the, like, Indo-European. Like the ancestor language to that, isn't it?
Yeah, like that. All the Greek, Romance languages, all the Germanic languages, all the Indian languages, all the Russian languages, like
Persian,
all
English.
yeah, that as well. That they're all just remixes of one original language called Proto. I mean, it's hypothetical, but it's like the root language that was original to all these different branches that they all stemmed off from.
Well, Indo-European is what you're referring to. Proto-Indo-European is what was even before that. Like, Proto-Indo-European is what they say is like the root language of all languages on the planet. And
Not all. Not all.
Almost.
There's 5 different major language groups. There's like African, like Chinese doesn't apply to that, or like native like North and South American languages don't apply to it, and yeah, basically Chinese, American, and African languages aren't involved. It's just like
Isn't American
Europe,
English is a part of
Europe,
Indo-Europe?
like European languages, Middle Eastern, Indian. Like I mean, that's why it's called
Yeah.
Indo
European.
meaning Indian, right? European, India, like from India to the top of Europe is all connected. But anything outside of that isn't necessarily included, right? Although
No,
I'm not.
Proto-Indo-European is before that even. But yeah, no, you're right. You are correct. You are correct. And
But
the
it's
thing
so
is, though,
huge.
something that's very interesting as well, that all languages on Earth, and this is all, even Chinese and all of these, have roots
Maybe,
in Sumerian. Every single language has roots
maybe.
in Sumerian. However, Sumerian does not have roots in any other language, like prior. It's like standalone. But even Chinese has roots in Sumerian, which is quite amazing.
Hey man, let's talk about that sometime because I mean that's like Nobel Peace Prize winning sort of information right there that I would love to discuss. You know, because the huge debate, right? The ultimate debate about language as far as like the origin of spoken, written, all that language, the whole conversation boils down to the debate whether uh written and spoken language developed separately around the same time, spontaneously in different areas at the same time, or if there was one original source that spread everywhere. Did many different people like they say about calculus, right? Oh, Isaac Newton invented calculus at the same time this Arabic dude on some other part of the world also invented calculus at the same time, right? And then they met in the middle, and it spread throughout the world after that. It's like, did people start writing? I mean, was written language invented in one place and then it spread from that one location and everyone learned it from one source, or did written language get invented in 2 separate places?
You know
Like
what I
that's
think? My own
Go
personal
ahead.
theory is this. I think that in the very beginning, there was one language, only one language that was spoken. And that makes sense to me because,
There,
like,
there's a chance.
however humans developed on the earth, whether we created or we evolved, however, it couldn't have been more than a small group to begin with. So I believe that in the beginning, we all spoke the same language. And then from there, as you know, time went along, it split. And like, even if you look like in the Bible, and I'm not saying the Bible is true or anything, I'm just saying, like, you know, the whole story of Babel, Tower of Babel, how they confused the languages of humans, and before that, everyone spoke the same. So I believe in the beginning, we all spoke one language.
There's a chance, and there's a lot of reason to think so because of all the well, you know what a cognate is, right?
Yes.
And so, it like as far as official linguistics goes, it's like it's officially recognized that German, Sanskrit, Russian, Greek, Dutch, Lithuanian, English, Latin, French, whatever, right? They're all going to have cognates because they all come from a similar root. But then it would be something that would flip the whole script if a Chinese word and an English word were cognates. Now that's like officially impossible, right? There's no way that Chinese and an English word would be cognates because they aren't part of the same language family. But I've heard people suggest that there's at least 100 examples of words that are like they sound the same and spelled the same and mean the same thing in Chinese and English, and it's like, well, how's that even possible? That's not like coincidence is all you could
But didn't you
explain
hear
it
what I
by.
said, though? Didn't you hear what I said about the whole thing that Chinese has roots in Sumerian? So does every other language. So
Yeah, you
it kind of
say
speaks
that.
to the theory that I said that it looks like all languages in the very very beginning have the same root. So that could be why.
Well, I'd love to see some some backing up that. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know how to read fucking cuneiform or whatever the Sanskrit language is. But if you could provide that to me in some sort of digestible manner, I mean, that's what I'm looking for, bro. Like that's why I said I'd like to talk to you about this sometime because
I'm
I
teaching
really
myself
want the answer
cuneiform.
to that question. Did
I've been spending the
languages
last
like
3 years
occur
trying to
in
teach
different
myself
areas?
cuneiform, bro.
You what?
I've been spending the last 3 years trying to teach myself cuneiform, and I'm getting there, but it is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Because the thing is, Oxford has put out a dictionary. Now, I don't know if it's 100% correct or not, but they've put out a dictionary that they've derived from a Rosetta Stone type thing that they found in Sumeria. And so they have like a dictionary for Sumerian. Now I'm slowly trying to teach myself cuneiform because like these are my ancestors. Like my dad is from Sumeria, do you get me? And it's difficult, very very difficult. But yeah, it's a very very interesting language, Sumerian. It's not like any other language on the planet, and it's just the beauty and the simplicity of it. For example, like you know. Wait, how can I say? So the word for axe, right? The word for axe is wood and chop. You put them two words together, so chop and wood. So it becomes that which chops wood. Or like the word for like shovel, to dig, ground dig. Do you get me? It's like
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just a very beautiful and simplistic language. And the amazing thing is that they say that Sumerian was given to the Sumerian people by the quote unquote gods. So it wasn't like something
Sure, the
that
Anunnaki.
humans supposedly invented. The interesting thing about that though is that it's unlike any other language that like we have. I don't know. I don't even know if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm a bit tired.
Yeah, it makes sense. Of course, I guess the Proto-Indo-European reconstructed language would go back even further than them. I mean, it is a hypothetical reconstruction of a language, but there's good reason to, think it existed back in the day. Uh, well, let me ask you, like, how far do you think Sumerian language goes back? Do you date it back to like the 4000 BC or whatever?
No, 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 no. I think it goes back. Probably
Way further.
30,000 years, maybe. I don't know. Maybe even
Holy,
further. No, I think it goes back
holy
even
shit.
further, actually.
How do you even like begin to estimate that?
I
Like
look at the
history
Sumerian king list.
history cuts
I look
off.
at the Sumerian king list.
Oh, I mean the Sumerian kings list goes back millions of years. So like, where do you
Half a
draw the
million.
line?
Millions?
Half a million.
Okay, half a
450,000.
million.
Yeah. Why
I
I
mean,
derived the language?
I don't take those dates seriously when it says this king reigned for 300 years straight. It's like, am I really going to believe people, this king lived that long? Or
Well,
maybe
this is
our
I
translation
used to
of
have
years is mistaken for months or something.
I used to have the same mindset, like, oh, this is bullshit. How can a king reign that long? How can a human reign that long? But then I
Huh?
realized to
Yeah,
myself,
they
maybe
can't.
these kings weren't human, because the Sumerians literally say that kingship was lowered to earth from heaven at one point, i.e., when the Anunnaki gave it over. But before that, they were Anunnaki kings. So in my mind, and people can say whatever, they can laugh at me, whatever, but I don't believe that these kings that reigned for that long were human. You understand? That's why. Now,
You don't hear me laughing. I mean, you don't hear me laughing, of course. And like I said, I keep everything on the table, but it's just like, I just don't know how much faith I can put in anyone's interpretation of history. And I really, like I said, I'm totally open to having like a real slow, long conversation about this if you're willing to, because these are the questions I want answers to. But just to let you know off the bat, it's like it's going to be a hard sell for me or anyone to try to tell them that there's any sort of being that there's not a single animal on earth that lives more than, I don't know, 200 years. Maybe some fucking like sea turtle lives at
Quahog.
300 maybe tops or something.
Quahog clan.
no, that's true. That's true. But put it this way. Let me put it in perspective for you. No, nothing on Earth does that. But imagine if you come from a planet where the orbital period of one orbit around the sun is 3,500 years. Then one of your
Yeah,
years,
I know
like
Nibiru, but
3,500
that's
Earth
another
years.
tough sell, man.
We can have a very long conversation if you want, and I will go through it because it took me a few years to come to all of the conclusions that I have. But I have evidence to back everything up. Now I can give it to you, and you can do whatever you want with it. Do you get me? Like
Yeah, let's do it, bro.
yeah, because I'm
Let's
not.
do it this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. It'll take a little while because there's so much of it that I
I
reckon
get
that
it.
by the time I'm done, I don't think you'll be able to see it any other way. Do you get
Hey,
me? So
that's exciting as hell, dude. Hey, this weekend I'm free. Like, I mean, everyone's days are the same. Our hours might be different though. Like, are you in America? Where
no,
you
I'm
at?
in the UK, bro. I'm in the UK. It's right now
Okay.
3:09
eh,
a.m.
Okay. So I understand our time difference. I'll wake up early, and this weekend, and I'll hit you up before Friday, because I mean, if you're willing, I'd love to like just record notes the whole time, and really, pick your brain and look at all the information you have on this subject.
I urge you to. I urge you to, bro. I urge you to. That it'd be interesting. The thing is that
Uh-huh.
I'm a man of science. I wouldn't just obviously you don't know me. You don't know what kind of person I am. But
Sure.
you'll get to realize this once you get to know me that I don't say shit unless I can back it up. And if I say stuff I can't back up, then I'll make it known that, well, I'm not sure about this. You get me?
Good.
The
Good.
things that
Yeah. Very good.
yeah, certain things that I've said to you, like I am 100% sure. Like for example, I'll tell you something that you can have a look at until until the time we speak.
For
So,
Saturday.
did you know that humans, we have our second and third chromosomes are fused together? That never happens in nature. So what they've done is, so you have 46 chromosomes. They're two pairs, 23 pairs, and between the pairs you have these little protein chains called telomeres that hold them together. Now, if you look
That
between the
much?
second and third chromosome, someone has cut the telomeres off, flipped the chromosome upside down, and fused it together. Now, why would they do that? But in the Sumerian story, it tells you why they do that. Because the Earth female that they used to combine their DNA with had 48 chromosomes. You know, apes, gorillas, monkeys, they have 48 chromosomes. We have 46. So somehow, we lost, if you go by evolution, we lost 2 chromosomes and become so much better. But if you read the Sumerian story, you see exactly why. And that's also why humans have over 6,000 genetic defects, i.e. things that can go wrong when we're born, because our DNA is fucked up, it's been tampered with. And this thing, you can look it up, by the way, about the fusion of chromosomes. Every geneticist knows this, but they don't want to talk about it, because if they do, it doesn't end well for them. But you tell me, where would the second and third chromosome have fused themselves in nature?
Well, I really don't. I mean, I know what telomeres are and DNA and all, but I really don't think that there's any like Sumerian text that mention telomeres by name. It must be
Oh, no,
like
no, obviously not. Obviously, no.
symbolically.
No,
Right.
obviously
So
not.
I don't.
They
I don't
don't
know.
say
I
by
don't know what you're
telomeres.
talking about. If you're saying that the Sumerian texts themselves say this information,
No,
like
no,
it
no. They
has to
say
be
they
like
combine the life
inferred
essences.
somehow.
They say they combine the life essences of an Anunnaki male, and I'll show you. I'll show you. You can have a look for yourself. But just have a look at this until then about the second and third chromosome being fused, and then ask yourself how would that happen in nature, and then I'll show you all
Sure.
of it. Everything I'm saying to you, I will show you all of it, and you can make your own mind up.
Absolutely. I think maybe we're nerding out on something others don't want to talk about, but this Saturday, man, like it's a date if you want. I'll hit you up tomorrow and make
I'm
sure
up
we
for it, man.
connect.
This is my favorite topic, one of my favorite topics where I can talk about this for days, man.
Hey, I'll fucking reserve 8 hours, 12. I don't give a fuck. I'll spend all day listening to this shit, recording it all, and I
Shall I tell
yeah,
you something, bro?
let's do it.
Honestly, I don't even think that in 12 hours I could go through all the evidence that I have. Just so you know,
Well,
it's substantial. But yeah, no problem.
okay, man. I mean, just right off the bat before we hand it off to everyone else, Saturday or Sunday? What do you want?
Doesn't matter, bro. Doesn't matter.
Okay, okay, okay.
Sunday,
Saturday,
Sunday,
man.
Sunday.
No, Saturday,
Depends,
Saturday,
it depends
Saturday.
what time it is. But what time is it where you are now?
Oh, don't worry about me. Just worry about when you're free. I'll make it work for me no matter what.
No, no, but I'm asking what time it is so I can tell you like when. So what time is it where you are now?
Uh, doesn't matter, bro.
No, no,
I'll be
no.
ready when you're ready.
No, is it like right? If it's like say 5 6 p.m., then what I was gonna say is if it's 5 6 p.m., say for example where you are now, then any time after 5 6, any time after 12 p.m., say your time would be good for me. Yeah, that's what I was asking, bro. But really, any time is really good to be honest. On especially if it's Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, yeah. You tell me what time is good for you Saturday, and I don't give a fuck if I have to wake up at midnight. I'll
Just
be
get in
there.
touch, bro. Just get in touch. We'll see what happens, bro. We never know. Fucking the world might end before then. Do you get me? Just get in touch, bro. Any time will be good, really. If nothing comes up, any time's good.
All right, man. Send me a friend request, and I'll send you a message. We'll set this up. It sounds like a fun time.
Yeah, man.
I'll make sure to post it for everyone. I'll make a compilation. I'll distill it into the best information you got and show it to anyone who gives a crap to hear it from you. I'll make you look good. Don't worry. I won't edit it to make you look like a weirdo.
I don't care, bro. I don't care what people think of me. If I cared what people thought of me, bro, I'd have a difficult life.
I'm gonna take a back seat and just listen. I think I probably talked enough for tonight. Sorry, buddy. Hey, the vowel O doesn't exist phonetically. All right, I'll leave you that. Goodbye.
What? Talking shit about O? It's like my favorite vowel.
Talking shit about O. Doesn't exist. I was confused. I was looking up the the phonemes of English, and I was like, all right, there's 20 vowels, and I listened and I read them all and studied them all, and I was like, yo, but what about O? I was like, nah, O is actually just one turning into another. It's and oo when it's called a diphthong. It's
Yeah,
because when you say O, it's oh, it goes from
no,
to ooh.
no.
You just do it. Yeah, you just do it in you do it in
It,
really quick succession, and it's like oh. And if you ever try to like pronounce the vowel O really slowly, like oh, you can really distinguish between its two parts and realize
yeah.
that it's a diphthong and not a vowel in itself. Like ah is a vowel, and is a vowel, and ooh is a vowel, but O isn't. It's like oh shit,
No.
O isn't even a vowel in and of itself. It's O, just very quickly. Just like
That's
A,
upsetting.
just like A isn't a vowel in and of itself. It's because when you say A, it's like A. Just like when people like are try to be cute and they say bye, you know, bye. It's like A.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Right. Got
It's
you.
like O. You know, it is fascinating research when you study phonetics, the 44 sounds an English speaker uses, and the voice and voiceless pairs, and I mean, there's something called Grimm's law. I think it's really enlightening to study Grimm's law. Not that it's a law; it's just called that. It's just a pattern in the development of language. But I mean, you basically learn all you need to know about phonetics when you look into Grimm's law deep enough.
Phonemes. Did it come from Phoenicia?
We can only imagine us fucking conspiracy theorists trying to relate all this shit. The phony Phoenicians with their alphabet, man. The
If
Phoenicians are
there's
the Canaanites.
the FAUX nations.
Yeah, right. The foe, yeah. The Fox
Nobody
Phoenicians.
nobody talks about the Fox nations.
I
Enough,
said I was
anyway.
gonna. I said I was gonna take a step back so that I didn't talk.
I heard
I
you
mean, I've
say
been
that.
talking. But I know. I got sucked. I don't know. It was just so
You got
quiet for so
hey,
long.
put your foot down. It's okay. You don't have to talk to me. It's fine. I'll
Okay,
talk to
I'm gonna take
myself.
another
This
minute
how
break.
Blaze is here. We talk all the time. No, we don't.
Oh,
Whatever.
Fundy, we miss you already.
Oh, somebody's here. Cool.
Don't say that. You're gonna pull me back in. I'm trying to open the room to other people. I've been running my mouth too long.
And then you stopped talking and no one else started.
I know that's the problem. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Okay, I'm gonna put a timer. 5 minutes. I'm not gonna talk. I might hop in after that if it's interesting. But at least 5 minutes. I'm done. Starting now.
Yeah, got a little fight. He's gonna cool down. Cool down.
Right now, I've got to introduce a cool topic that Fundy can't
Oh
talk
shit.
about.
Go ahead.
The demiurge. Demiurge created this dimension. God isn't the highest. The Most High isn't the creator of this realm.
Are you saying you're high?
No.
Hmm.
Talking demiurge,
Alright.
yo.
Christians are weird.
Talking that demiurgos. Yeah. I don't know if people say that.
Next to the future. Does that have some deeper meaning, or did you just think that was funny?
What's that?
Your name.
What?
Snacks to the future. Your
What
name.
about it? I
I
don't know.
said,
Is it funny
does
to
that
you?
have some deeper meaning, or
I
is
don't
it
know. Well,
just
it's related to Back to
something-
the Future.
Oh, okay.
That's a movie.
Gotcha.
Snacks are a thing you eat. Backs rhymes with snacks.
Gotcha.
I can't say it's a good name.
Yeah.
It's hard to forget. But there are many other solid names out there.
Snack.
Can I just call you two?
Yeah, if that makes you fucking feel better about life, go ahead.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah,
I
cool.
don't know if I can.
Scooby Snacks. Scooby Dooby. Smoking a doobie.
It's all good. I should be doing that.
So, too, how's your
The
day?
Doobie Brothers.
How's your night? What you
What do
doing?
you think? I don't know. I'm here. So it's pretty exciting.
You had any kind of interesting conversations happened recently?
All the time, man. Me
I
or
heard
other
somebody
people?
talking about the fusion of chromosome 2. Was that something you were interested in, or?
I wasn't talking about that. I'm not all about knowing about chromosome 2.
Well, I thought since you had 2 in your name, I thought maybe it was.
Oh, you thought that I was specializing on chromosome 2?
Yeah,
That's probably bridge too far.
that's why I asked originally.
I'm
if it
sorry.
was
Are
deeper
you
meaning, or
are you into
just
the?
some funny name?
Yes, I've known Snacks for a while now, and he's all about that second chromosome.
Shut up! Don't blow up my spot. I'm trying to tell him no. I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
That is why I named my. That's why I have the 2 in my name, actually. Thanks for calling me out, wizard. Anyway, what do you got to say about chromosomes?
Oh, nothing really. I don't know shit about chromosomes.
Oh,
I have to Google it. Let's see. My favorite friend is here. What's up? How you doing, SE? Montreal. Montreal.
Who do I owe the pleasure?
Your favorite, Mr. Damon.
Oh, indeed.
demounted. Yeah,
The demonic one.
that's
It's
how I'll
like
say it.
demonic and demented mixed together there. It's kind of a play on words.
Demounted.
Didn't really work as well as I would have liked, but
It's not as good as Snacks of the Future, but you know,
it's definitely not.
What is?
Definitely not.
You got a ways to go, man.
Yeah, I'm working, you know, struggling. I'm just gonna keep plugging along, you know. Hope I'll get there someday.
Yeah, it's a long road, you know, but it begins with one step.
What do you got for us, Damon?
One day at a time. Oh, I don't know. I was just bored at the other server, so I just thought I'd come over here and see if anything interesting was happening. Guess I'm out of luck. Because I'm certainly not interesting.
Where were you at,
Say-
and what were they talking? That was
I
so
was
boring.
over Gem server, Flat Earth, and more. And they started talking about sports, and
that was the
I'm
end
like,
more.
I'm not like against sports or whatever, but like people talking about sports is fucking boring, dude. Sorry, it's just fucking boring. Like, you see who they fucking got, and you think they're gonna do good this year? And
What were they? What sport? What are
so
they
and
talking
so's
about?
really cool, man. They're gonna be
Football. Football?
Yeah, they
Soccer?
talking about football.
American soccer?
No, yeah, well,
Well, they call American football
American
something
soccer.
else.
No, it's just soccer.
Well, nobody else calls it soccer, dude.
Which is European football.
Fuck it, I'm going American soccer. That's how I'm saying it.
You're
Does that mean that
talking
European
about
soccer
sport.
is American football?
Yeah, I'm a rebel.
Stop talking about sport.
Yeah, right. See, this is what I'm saying. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, so are balls.
Fucking stupid.
I'm getting rid of mine. Fuck it. They're not true. I'm flattening my balls. That's what I'm doing. I have to for the movement. Sorry.
An interesting metaphor, I think. Okay, then. Good talk.
Dude, Fundy is probably chomping at the bit to say something right now, but he can't.
Who is?
Fundy?
Oh. He's not in.
Oh, he can't. Yeah, he probably couldn't even handle it. It's like, I gotta leave here.
I thought there was some sort of like debate set up just happened.
Debate?
Or something. Something happened where two people were.
Oh, he was talking to Lasma about some
Saturday
languages and Sumerians, stuff like that.
Languages. What about them?
I don't know. They were talking about Sumerian and Indo-European roots.
Sumerian language. Nobody knows anything about that.
They were getting down with Indo-European concepts.
Indo-European.
Interrelated languages. Monogrammatic language source. But they didn't say that because that would be weird. Anyway, you like you like thinking languages? You thinking about them?
I had a small fetish when I was in high school, but no, not really. I mean, linguistics doesn't fascinate me that much. Like, philosophy's okay, but when you get into like language, it's just a little kind of like
That's boring for you. Gotcha.
It's too tedious. You know what I mean? It's like arguing over semantic stuff and like origins and stuff. It's just fucking so boring.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's the origins. I'm a little skeptical that they're all correct, I guess.
Skeptical that what?
That all the language like the word origins and their definitions are.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, some of them are pretty. Some of them are pretty easy. Some of them are a little more obscure.
Some of them make sense. So, yeah.
Or that they have multiple sourcing. You know what I mean? So it's hard to tell where they actually originated from. But yeah, for the most part, there's usually a direct line for people in the know. Anyway, I know actually a guy that studied linguistics in college. But I don't talk to him much anymore, actually. But I wonder how he's doing. I should get a hold of him. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Just to listen to some YouTube shit that he would do sometimes. Just like, oh my god, dude. Like just endlessly talking about like this and that and the other. It was just like all like really kind of meaningless. It doesn't really matter, like in a way. Ultimately, where the fuck the word came from. It's ultimately to us, the only thing that matters is the definition of the word in the moment. as you're using it. So I don't really know why it matters where it comes from, unless you're in a spelling bee or something.
Well, all right.
Heard stories of words having origins of a more of a higher nature, and that the earlier forms of words had vibrational energy, and that energy could be harnessed.
This is an interesting DPD you have here, sir.
How about this for an origin story?
You might like hold on a second. What you might like speech act theory? Like energies and words and stuff like that. You can actually, instead of the woo-woo thing that you were talking about, you could actually put the energies in use by having words and actions actually, be real things in the world. So speech act theory, look it up. It's pretty good. It's John Searle, I think, is probably somebody you should look up then. It's pretty cool. Very interesting way to look at things. Sorry. Wizard. Is that just a wizard or a wizard? Wizard. Is that that's a weird umlaut. Like it's like an umlaut, but yet it's like a long A on top of it. Like what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Weird. It doesn't make any sense. Eh? Got skull and crossbones and a Christian cross. It's a Christian pirate wizard. He's a Christian pirate wizard. Wizard.
Wait, who's this? Christian Power Wizard?
Yeah, down here at the bottom. It's got skull and crossbones, the Christian cross.
Who's that?
Wizard.
Oh.
Well, D, I don't know. What is that? That's some sort of Greek letter or something, isn't it?
What?
At the end.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
What do you mean? Right here. You're looking at in the list. In the live stream voice chat list, at the bottom, the name is Skull and Crossbones, Christian Cross, EHWIZ, umlauted long A, R, and some Greek letter. I forget what it is. It's associated with a D. D here. He's a Christian pirate wizard. Or a pirate Christian wizard. Well, I guess they're exciting.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, though. Seriously. I'm not going to try to find out anymore either.
What are you fucking talking about? The guy's name right there that was just talking a minute ago.
Yeah, I don't see it.
It's the Wizard. TEHWIZARD. Wizard.
Yeah, I don't see all that whatever you're talking about. Skull and crossbones.
Skull and crossbones.
Yeah, I'm
and the
seeing it.
T is a Christian cross. You don't see that?
Dude. No. So
The
that's
symbol
in.
at the front. The symbol at the front and back is a skull and crossbones.
I'm just done.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So I don't know what you're talking about. So
you're driving me nuts, man.
Just you can
what?
not. You don't have to continue. It's fine.
I'm gonna, because now you're just driving me nuts. It's right there in front of you. I'm gonna take a screenshot.
Sorry, get the fuck over it, please.
No, it's right here in the chat, even. At Snacks to the Future, fucking.
I don't care.
Just laughing at you.
No, I don't know. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. Oh. You that way. Stop laughing, wizard. You're mean. Pirate Christian wizard. I'm gonna take my ball and play somewhere else.
Does anyone want to join my death cult or?
Hey, Snacks. I saw that post of the clam.
Mm-hmm.
And so is that quahog? That's a clam?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or is that the name of the town where the
Family Guy?
Yes, and isn't their bar the Drunken Clam? Or am I mistaken?
You're correct.
Interesting.
And I believe the quahog is from it is there, I think, but other places too.
Yeah. And then what? And then the dude's name is Quagmire. Like, what's with the clam references on?
Well, he's Quagmire, so he almost seems like a character that they wrote originally to be like a veteran or something like that, but then they're like, no, don't do that. I don't know why they called him Quagmire. Nobody's named that.
Is that somebody who chases after clams? Is that somebody who maybe like
No.
instead of a clam digger, they're a quagmire?
His
No,
name's
Quagmire
Glenn.
is like a
Glenn is his surname. Quagmire is his surname.
True, yeah, you're right.
Quagmire is where you
His real
dump
name's
your
Glenn.
shit. People dump their shit in a quagmire.
I'd never seen that word.
Quagmire, a land with a soft, muddy surface.
Quag, no, the one for the clam. Quahog. Except for Family Guy, that's why I had to bring it up. I was like, eh.
Right. The other famous reference for Quahog will be in White Men Can't Jump with Rosie Perez reciting it for all of the things.
Oh, words that start with a Q. Yeah, words that start with a Q.
Quint,
When she
Quahog. Okay.
Quiche.
Quiche. Thank you.
You're so stupid, Billy.
What is a quince?
What is a quince?
I don't want a glass of water. I just want you to sympathize with me. Yeah. What a great movie.
It was a pretty good movie.
But yeah, there's some long living clams right there. I don't know. Some whatever they were talking about lifespans of things.
Yeah, so that's like the longest lived, like sea marine. I mean a marine animal. Sorry. So on land, I think the longest living organism is a grove of aspen trees or birch.
Okay.
Is
Well,
it birch?
so Grove of Aspen is the biggest. I think the longest living plant
Turtles.
is
Oh,
but plant wise, I think it's a bristlecone pine, but I could be correct.
Isn't it a thing called the Velvitia? Have you heard of that plant? Apparently it's over 2,000 years old.
You talking about a Velveeta?
They call it a Velvitia. I have no idea how you spell it.
I just tried.
Inagata. What?
But apparently those are the oldest plants in the world. They live up to 2,000 years. Apparently they're so unique and different from other plants. They only found in one place in the world. I'm not sure where, but pretty interesting plants.
Huh. Maybe. I think I've seen some other thing recently, an article on the plants that seem to live forever, but they actually don't. They just like have some kind of method for not dying. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Velvitia.
I can't find your plant. I tried a few.
Okay, I found it.
What's the spelling?
I'm just gonna post the wiki link, bro. I'm not even gonna try.
You can't even repeat letters? All right, fine.
I can't.
Oh, I understand. It's late. The past your
There's the
bedtime?
wiki. It is. There's the wiki. Apparently, 1,000 to 2,000 years old.
Okay. Well, part of
They
the
only
problem.
found in some desert
think-
in Africa.
Oh, okay.
Gymnosperm.
That's a shitty
Imagine.
plant for sure.
Yeah, but imagine. I mean, these things were around when Jesus was alive. That's crazy.
Maybe we should ask them about him.
That's called the big Wallachia at 1.4 meters tall and 13 feet in diameter. But I would say that for maybe there might be something older than that, which might be. Oh, let me just check real quick.
Something older than a 2,000-year-old plant?
Yeah, hold on. It's a plant.
Okay.
Okay, King Clone is thought to be the oldest creosote bush ring in the Mojave Desert. The ring is estimated to be 11,700 years old, making it one of the oldest living.
What? What is it called? The king?
King Clone.
King clone. That's crazy.
But the ring never dies, but it's all connected underground, so it's really one organism. But I don't know. Yeah, there's some
Right, that's
crazy.
that's like the Aspen grove.
Wow. $11,000.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever.
That is crazy.
Well, so we know the where we live is at least 11,000 years old. Then, at least.
Yeah, that's older than the Bible. And the stories the Bible tells. I mean, this shit older than Adam and Eve. That's wild.
It's older than all of recorded history that we have, as far as I know. How far do you think we can go? I don't know. Maybe it's not all the way back. It's like 8,000 BC. It just gets so fuzzy. I don't know.
200 years ago is kind of fuzzy to me.
Yesterday is kind of fuzzy to me.
That's nice.
Where am I?
Wait, what happened? You're right.
Who are you all?
What am I doing here? What's my name? Anyway, old stuff for sure, but it's not doing much. A bunch of bushes, you know what I mean? A clam. They ain't doing shit. You know what I mean? They ain't even writing a book. Can't learn to dance. You know, we got a maid, guys.
Yeah, you're right. The only thing they're doing is really filtering. They're filtered. They're a filter system, basically. Plants, animals, they're just filtering systems. I mean, that's kind of my take on it, but
That Mojave Desert bush, though, that's like no fun ever. I mean, like, when is that ever fun? You're in the desert. It's hot. Somebody should kill that plant and put it out of its misery.
help me. Help me.
I can't die.
Like a vampire.
Although you would think that vampires, like, if it's possible, you could just like live on blood, and you know that's a lot less organ stress. You know what I mean? Pretty much. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's bad for you. I don't know.
Yeah, they
No
have less
chewing.
organ flesh, so they can focus all their energy on being like fucking faster and stronger than normal humans.
What's grosser than gross?
Jumping off the Empire State Building, landing on a bicycle with no seat. That's what I
Kind of
know.
diverted.
That's grosser than gross. Sorry,
What's grosser than gross?
I just named it.
Help me out. What's grosser than gross? A bloody tampon. What's grosser than that? a starving vampire sucking the blood out of a dirty tampon.
That's fucking gross.
That's pretty fucking gross, right? I'm sorry, I went back. I just had a flashback to junior high school right now.
Yeah, we all did. But like, vampires are scary. But like, do you think that they could exist, or like somebody could just like get along fine, just drinking blood? It's not a big deal. You might not even need 3 meals. Who knows? Maybe just one. It's got to be
And
pretty gross.
maybe one per month, even. Like,
Oh, I see what you did there. But like, yeah, the snakes don't eat every day. I don't know.
Right. So vampires probably don't either.
I don't know.
But
Well, they're
anyways,
not
like,
reptiles.
but they are cold blooded.
Yeah, and snappy dressers. But like, and then but like different people, I think at different times have like not had a lot of livestock, so that they might not kill the cow, but they might bleed it out a little bit at a time to just make some protein or something like that at certain times.
Right.
I don't
And
know.
you can take parts of the cow without killing it. Like it's
I
junk.
don't want to.
Like,
That's weird. But
you ever had mountain oysters?
yeah, I fucking love those things. They're amazing. Where are they made from?
They're bull balls, buddy.
No, they're aren't they? Are they? I thought they were sheep.
Oh, sheep, bull. I mean, they're testicles, right?
Oh, you were saying it doesn't matter? Okay. You. All right. Fine. You think that's nutritious? Are we missing out not eating them more?
I think there's a high amount of protein in them.
What about like
I would.
life essence and magic? Maybe, possibly. No. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just watching. I have 5 feral chickens in my backyard, and 4 of them are fighting each other.
Sure. The best
It's a
thing you
little
can do with chickens, and this is the best thing you can do with chickens, is to prepare them ramen noodles. Don't throw the mix in there, but just the noodles. And then let the chickens eat the noodles and just enjoy yourself. Because this is probably one of the most awkward things to ever watch. But it's hilarious. You're not hurting anybody, you know. Chickens don't know they look ridiculous trying to eat noodles.
I gotcha. Yeah, see, I got the one that's away from the group. They're all born together. They're all part of the same clutch. And I think the one that's staying separate right now, because they're getting to that point that I can't really identify the chickens as male or female yet, but their behavior is starting to give a tell, because they don't have their sickle feathers. They don't know the rooster tails yet, but it's definitely a division where there's 4 and 1. I think everybody should have chickens. As for protein and like eggs, like, shoot, you can't beat it. For the amount of energy that you have to put in, like to feeding the chickens, raising the chickens, you get, I mean, They only take up a small amount of space.
They feed
Everybody,
themselves too.
everybody should have chickens. They'll eat up the bugs. Does anyone remember the incredible edible egg? The commercials?
All right, and then that's a bunch of wasted commentary with my mic off. But what about ducks? Yeah, I didn't think that was going to meet up. Ducks have bigger eggs, so that's easier.
I think ducks are more maintenance.
All right. Might be.
They need like a pond or a bath, and then having that on your property is gonna bring mosquitoes and stuff. But I mean, if you do you can like do a whole ecosystem. Like you got the koi fish in the pond, you got the ducks in the pond. The ducks make the eggs. You get the eggs. You eat the koi fish. I don't know.
I seen
And then
somebody with ducks with no water, whole fucking farm, no pond, llamas,
yeah,
ducks, chickens, turkeys.
I think some people just like birds.
Yeah, yeah, it would be nice to have them in a little pond, though, for sure. All right. I can't talk about fowl for much longer. I
You
have,
can
I have
change the subject.
it's like a level, a reach.
But I mean, if dinosaurs were around today, we can just eat their eggs instead and raise a couple of dinosaurs. They got some big ass eggs.
Some of the
That'd be like
dinosaurs, they say their strategy was just lay. I mean, that's a strategy now for reptiles. They just lay tons and tons of eggs, and then just whatever. Like that's their strategy. Like most of them are gonna die, but a few of them will live.
Yeah,
So yeah, we
that's
eat some animals.
like the sea turtle. Shoot, on the island here we got sea turtles too, but you can't come in within 50 feet of those guys without being fined or something. I mean, you risk a fine because they're protected animals, but right? You just eat some sea turtle eggs. I'm
I
sure.
mean, it'd
I'm
be
sure.
nice to have animals that have giant fucking eggs. Like, I don't know, these chickens, I can eat like 8 scrambled eggs, right? Scramble some
Yeah.
eggs up. I could probably eat like 8 of them. You know what I'm saying? But if you had an ostrich
Yeah.
egg, I don't even know if I could eat an ostrich egg. They're fucking
Oh, dude,
huge.
they are huge. They're pretty big.
Like, we need to start. I don't know why they would use chickens. Like, wouldn't you want the biggest fucking egg possible? I don't know.
An ostrich egg is kind of thick though. It's like it's hard to crack, and then like I don't know why.
Hard to crack.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to crack. You might need to
Yeah,
like a
people like
power
saw
tool.
them open with like a saw.
Like, I need a sawzall or a circular saw or what? Do I need to get the fucking a chisel out? Like, what do I got?
Like a Dremel tool.
You know what this reminds me of? You ever see that the David Chappelle episode of Cribs when he did Cribs
To
and he had
remind
a
me,
dinosaur egg? He had a dinosaur egg and he's sprinkling diamonds on it. Remember that shit?
because it's like so rich.
Yeah, he's like, I got this 50-million-year-old dinosaur egg. He ate it, he like bit the head off it or some shit, and then he sprinkled diamonds. He's like, I sprinkle diamonds on everything I eat. It's the most ballin' shit you can do with your food.
What I was thinking was the fucking Flintstones cracking open a dinosaur egg and with the brontosaurus steak.
Did you hear the theory that the Jetsons and the Flintstones were actually taking place at the same time?
Because yeah, that's Hanna-Barbera, right? That's the production. That's the cartoon company who made that. I do remember that being told that the Jetsons was projected to be like the 1990s.
But the
Oh, bro,
Jetsons
they had
could have,
us gassed up.
but
Go
they
ahead,
could have
Sam.
been like above the Flintstones the entire time. The
That's what I'm
Flintstones wouldn't
saying.
know.
Yeah, they were just right above the Flintstones. Yeah.
Which makes sense how they had a crossover episode.
Like, there was an apocalypse, and there was people stuck on the ground, and there were those people, and kind of like that Oblivion movie or something. Cruise maybe. Or something. Those Hanna-Barbera cartoons were the shit back in the 80s.
USA Cartoon
Yeah.
Network.
Hey yo, boo boo. So
break us off with some Yogi shit.
Was Jesse going to come in for some boo boo after? That's not funny. Okay.
Now, I recently watched that Yogi the Bear, like the live animation where they have Yogi and Boo Boo in they're like animated characters, and then they have live characters if they're like a live setting. I watched that one. I couldn't watch the whole thing. It was horrible.
Yeah. I had the same experience trying to watch a Smurfs movie. No
Oh,
good.
goddamn.
It's like, Neil Patrick Harris, you're not carrying this shit. Can't watch this.
I'll tell you what I wasn't mad at was the Sonic movie.
Really? Was that good?
It wasn't bad. It wasn't awful.
There were so many complaints about the Sonic the Hedgehog design that they switched at the last moment and redid the movie. But yeah, maybe I'll
It had
check it
Jim
out.
Carrey in it.
Oh, what?
I've always been a Jim Carrey fan.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, he was a Dr. Robotnik. What was the evil guy's name? He was that
Wow. Hey, a funny little tidbit, but back on In Living Color, Jim Carrey was James Carrey.
Fire Marshal Bell. Let me show you something.
The lyrics to the Living Color song are, "You can walk on the moon and float like a balloon. See, it's never too late and it's never too soon."
Oh
yeah,
my
they've been
God.
brainwashing you. Yeah,
Yeah.
they've been brainwashing you from the get,
Wow.
bro. Every chance they get, dude.
Fucking everything, right? any chance they get in
Yeah.
rhythm code.
That
Wow.
song from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You know that? Oh yeah, that song.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what the
Bow,
dude's
wow,
saying? He
wow.
goes, the moon, beautiful, so
Beautiful.
beautiful. Isn't it funny?
Oh, that's funny.
I don't know why there are all these things about the moon going on. All undercover, like, it's funny.
No, there's a lot of lyrics and a lot of songs that I've listened to a million times, and like things start to stick out now because I don't know. It's just maybe because I'm focused on a certain ideal or idea that now it sticks out to me. But I mean, like you can be like obsessed with the color purple, and then like everything like is saying like you start to see purple, purple, purple here, purple, purple, purple. But I think now where I'm at now with
I
the
need some
tour,
purple.
yeah, purple, purple. But
Purple Urkel, and that's actually the person that did the original voice to Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, Jaleel White. Thank you.
down talking to a walking encyclopedia over here.
Nah, I'm sitting down. It's late, but I'm doing what I can, man.
I'm just kidding with you, man.
I
Yeah.
know. Sorry, yeah. Purple. What about the purple? You see purple everywhere then?
No, that was just an example. But what I'm saying is that like my focus is on like I was really focused on architecture and then looking for, Tartaria structures and things like this and evidence of the mud flood and all this stuff. Like my focus was on that for a long time. And
Yo, what's your screen name? The guy talking right now. What's your screen name?
Strange Days.
Strange Days. But I've been thinking about changing it. Hey, let me know. Hey, how does this sound? Barking log.
Barking log.
It's okay. I like it.
Barking log. Yeah. I might do it. I might do it. But yeah, just saying. I think once you get like hooked on something, like maybe that's like it's all you see or you think about. I mean, if it's a worthy pursuit, then you should pursue it. And I think that's where I'm at now because I do think this is this is worthy of my attention. And should be for a lot of people to wake up and see that we're on a stationary plane.
Oh, we're definitely not moving. Wait till I break it. Wait till I break heads off with this Coriolis presentation. I want to do.
Happy June solstice to everyone, or as I call it, happy June globe proof day to everybody.
Yeah, I know.
That should be a federal holiday.
Yo, mic check.
You may have a mic check.
Show. For some reason, my mic isn't working with my car. Why?
Platypus, we can hear you okay. Not super well, but we can still understand what you're saying.
Sweet. I'm just taking a little break, doing some research on this little piece I'm working on. It's pretty nuts.
What's it about?
Basically, a bunch of graves were uncovered in Canada near this school, and like 60 Minutes did a documentary, a little, segment on it, and like all these indigenous people just talking about how they were like raped and molested at this school, and then and so May 28th. 215 children's bodies are uncovered in unmarked graves next to this school. And so the community goes crazy. Then 31 days later, on June 28th, the Sparks Lake fire happens.
Yeah, that was a coincidence. There's absolutely no connection between those two.
Well, I have somebody that gives us the connection, and they were there. They saw some really crazy shit, and so yeah, I'm just like researching it, trying to get all the information, trying to find the best way to present it. Because this guy basically saw not only like direct energy weapons being used, but like
they don't exist.
Straight up lying. It's pretty tight.
Can you elaborate on energy weapons?
They're this mythical weapon that don't exist, but flat earthers like to pretend and make stuff up.
Matthew, I don't know if you're trolling or what you're doing, but it's just not. I don't know what you're doing. It's not a productive conversation. Whatever.
How would you characterize direct energy weapons?
I mean, they're definitely real. You can like Wikipedia them. I actually thought you were being like super sarcastic or something. But
sort of, yeah.
If you're being serious, just Google it, dude. They're real.
Yeah, there's a ton of information on them. So just to try to troll and randomly say it's something to do with a flat earther is really not relevant.
Well, isn't that what the media did with like the whole ivermectin thing? They were like, "Oh yeah, Joe Rogan, he's a flat earther." Like, it's kind of a dead giveaway. Anytime you're over the truth, the Agent Smith programming just comes out and it's like, "Oh yeah, I guess I'm over the mark."
I mean, but a bullet, a gun and a bullet could be a direct energy weapon. It doesn't work on its own. It takes energy and then you direct it in a certain. You aim it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
But yeah, yeah.
Well, I just had to take a little break because it's like I can only watch so many interviews with these indigenous people as they're like crying, talking about how like horribly they were abused as children, like as young as like 6, 7, 8 years old, boys and girls. And like, I'm just thinking to myself, what's easier to cover up? Like a sex trafficking scandal that involves not only the Canadian government, but also the Catholic Church, or a fire that they start that they don't even need to show up to. Let the fire burn out of control, evacuate the entire. So yeah, that community, 30 days after that that discovery was found of the 215 bodies, they were evacuated. Some parts from June 28th all the way to August 6th. It's just insane. It's just insane. They smoked him out, dude. They completely fucking smoked him out, and like, I had no idea. It's just fucking mind blowing.
So that sounds something about that kind of reminds me of some of the stuff that Whitson has been talking about with using climate disasters and or like environmental disasters in order to control people. And you had these things happen with the trains that spilled out all these toxic gases and things like that. And I mean, you gotta like put these places on a microscope and see, what's really going on here. And so that I think that is a good point, that something like that happened.
So, Matthew, did you want to rescind your claim when you said that they don't exist, and then you claimed something about a flat earther? I mean, right here, directed energy weapon is a ranged weapon that damages its target with a highly focused energy without a solid projectile, including lasers, microwaves, particle beams, and sound beams. Potential applications of this technology include weapons that target personnel, missiles, vehicles, and optical devices. The United States, the Pentagon, DARPA, the Air Force Research Laboratory, United States Army Armament Research Development and Engineering Center, and the Naval Research Laboratory are researching directed energy weapons to counter ballistic missiles, hypersonic cruise missiles, and hypersonic glide vehicles.
Yes, those exist.
Why did you say they don't exist? Are you just trying to spread misinformation? You're trolling? What's up?
So those exist, like the military directed energy weapons, but the type of thing that can magically like burn a whole house down or start forest fires, that kind of thing, I don't think that that's real.
Well, you said the word directed energy weapons, so the
military weapons exist. Yes, those exist.
I like the point
Wikipedia
that
says
so you're just questioning what they actually have, like what the directed energy weapon tech they do have. I mean,
Right.
then why wouldn't it? Then it would have made sense to say that instead of just saying they don't exist and to try to make some random claim about a flat earther that was not relevant.
Well, yeah, because basically he's just scattergunning bullshit so that he can get into the conversation and we can disagree with him. But anyways, his beginning claim to come in and do that was, oh, these laser beams that we can fucking shoot into the sky and blow missiles out of the fucking sky that are going hypersonic speeds. We can't just aim it at a tree and make the tree go on fire. No, that's not possible. What a fucking idiotic bullshit.
You could start a forest fire with a match, right?
Right. So my impression was that the general claim is that the government is intentionally starting forest fires. Is that right?
No, sorry. You don't have all the information. The person that I'm in contact with was an eyewitness and is a credentialed firefighter that was able to tell me that there were hot spots ahead of the wildfire where trees were burning 13 feet above the ground with no fire at ground level, and they were falling. They were burning so hot that they were cracking and falling over. That is completely inconsistent with a normal wildfire and 100% consistent with a direct hit from a laser weapon. So you just don't know what you're talking about. It's all good. We heard your long-winded nuh-uh. There are people, however, who do want to talk about this because they know that there's some truth to it, and they want to get the word out. So we're going to just be positive.
Yeah, without the definition that was being read, the thing that stuck out to me was without a projectile. And so that kind of summed it up for me, that it's not a projectile. This is the manipulation of the ether. And if they can do that, if they can manipulate the ether, they know the ether. If they can do this, then they're far ahead. They're far ahead.
Well, here they fucked
And
up,
they
right?
can. That's the funniest part, is they can. And they
This is
literally
where
can.
they've been drip feeding the world with these ideas that the governments have satellites above their heads that are taking pictures of the terror. They're surveying other countries to like figure out where the weapons of mass destruction are. You're using your GPS, which goes up to a satellite. So like nobody's questioning that they've got technology in the skies, right? But they do not want us talking about weapons in the skies, which is exactly what these directed energy weapons are. They're just weapons in the sky, and I think it's a big part of their the next the next big thing that they want everybody to be afraid of.
But this is a concentration of energy, like a microwave.
Have been noticing what's been going on the last couple of days, but for some reason, this retarded story about a missing submarine has just taken. It's like the Will Smith slap. It's like just this stupid story that bears no relevance on anybody's fucking life whatsoever, and they're just running with it. That's all they're talking about. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
it's like, what's BlackRock doing this week? What's Vanguard doing this week? You know, what's happening? Dude, honestly, I'd literally rather hear about the freaking Ukraine war than some stupid submarine. Honestly, the story is probably not even real. I swear to God, none of these people are real.
Dude,
None of
wait,
this.
did you hear what they claiming is that submarine was supposed to be going to the fucking Titanic? So it's a psyop that reinforces another psyop. It's fucking great. Like they're just laying the gravy on thick nowadays because fucking people are retarded.
Dude, I know. It's crazy. I don't believe any of everyone's like, oh, I heard they didn't want to hire white people and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, no. Honestly, you're just watching cartoons. This is just Tom and Jerry for adults.
Wait. Why is that? Why is that a psyop? Why is the Titanic a psyop? And why is the submarine a psyop? I don't get it.
Titan.
Well, if you don't know why the Titanic is a psyop, then you're just not qualified for the conversation on why the submarine would be a psyop.
Well, why don't you just? Is there maybe like a 2-sentence explanation you could give him? Just like, let's assume he's just being genuine and like he's like, why is the Titanic?
Yeah, I can. Let me say. There were very important people who were supposed to be on the Titanic that disappeared.
Okay.
What? No. Here's how I would sum it up in a sentence.
There's like the base level conspiracy that.
Oh goodness. Here's how I'll sum it up in a sentence. There was a conspiracy to sink a ship that was really big, and that conspiracy culminated in what we know as the Titanic.
So was it sunk? Was the conspiracy that they actually sunk it, but the story isn't true?
The conspiracy is that there was a book released that details the entire thing before it happened.
They didn't even sink the Titanic. They sank a different boat.
Why would they sink a different boat?
The Olympic.
Because the Titanic was worth money.
J.P. Morgan financed 3 boats to be built: the Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic. And it appears as well, I don't know if we're going into this topic. I think we were on a different topic, but they basically switched. There's a lot of evidence that they switched the Titanic and the Olympic. So the one that actually sunk was actually the Olympic that they rebranded as the Titanic. There's a tremendous amount of evidence for this. I can post tons of pictures that show the difference in the window. And then those are hold on. You're interrupting. The pictures of the windows that show that it actually was the Olympic are also contrasted with the actual ship that's at the bottom of the ocean, and it has the window pattern and many other components that match with the Olympic.
I can't believe I thought
But
it was
at the time of the sinking, it was named. They had Titanic written on the side. Right?
Yes, they relayed the original.
Yes, they hired a couple people who knew how to paint because they're fucking billionaires.
Yeah, the Olympic had the original Olympic had like damage to it, and so it was already a damaged ship, and so it seems to be the case that they partly why they switched it to do an insurance scam, kind of like they did with 9/11 as well. And they just they repainted it and fixed it up to look like the Titanic.
Yeah, they hit 3 birds with one stone. They got rid of a shitty ship. Oh no, it's 4 birds. They got rid of a shit ship. They got a nice story to tell people. They killed their ops, and they got an insurance payout. That's 4 birds because they're just smart and efficient, and they don't deal with retards all day.
And what was that thing with the money and the stock with all the money?
That actually seems plausible to me, to be honest with you. But I don't get why the submarine. Like, I don't understand why the submarine would be a psyop, though. Unless you're saying it reinforces the Titanic.
Yeah, it does.
But just on its own, like you don't.
Okay, so these guys hit four birds with one stone. So then these guys are coming back to do a news flash on you. Where what? They market to you submarines that your buddies can get in. They market to you the fact that the fucking Titanic is real or whatever. And they probably have a bunch of other subliminal bullshit that your mind is feeded on that you don't fucking consciously know about because you're not like a master, whatever these fucks like hypnotist or whatever. Or they pay these guys fucking $100,000 a year just to fucking influence your subconscious mind in the commercials.
So yeah, I mean,
This is
they're
what
they're hitting a lot of birds with one stone, like they usually do.
this wasn't the first trip of the sub that's sinking. It's gone down there several times, so I don't see why
This is
they
the
would
first time it was
think it.
publicized. That's
No,
why we're talking about it.
it's the first time they're talking about it because something's gone horribly wrong.
Wait, what happened with the
It's
sub?
been down there before.
I missed that part. What happened?
This is
There were 5 people on a submarine on a tourist sub to go down and take a look at the Titanic. While they were down there, they apparently got stuck because they didn't resurface when they were supposed to. They have 3 or 4 days worth of air, which runs out tonight.
So this is happening right now.
Right now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not real.
It's a
None of that is
quote
real.
unquote live story for a while.
It's a
Yeah, it's literally the
fake story.
This
Fake
is
face and
this is
actor.
the
It
equivalent.
includes
Come
the
out and be
billionaire.
like, I survived in a fucking submarine with me and my buddies swallowing each other's farts, just like they do on the fucking ISS up in space. Just to reinforce that you can live in a little confined space with 4 people and just breathe the same fucking oxygen all day, and you'll be fine. Just live in a little tin can. Doesn't matter if it's on the bottom of the ocean or they're up in the farthest reaches of heavens. You can just put
There's
a
a
tin
name.
can around
There's a
yourself. You
name
know
for
what?
that.
You might as well walk around the street with a tin can around your body, and it'll help you with social distancing while you're at it. You
Slow
can
down.
survive in it. It's
Slow
good.
down. Slow down. Slow down. There's a name for that. It's called the Dutch oven.
So the other part of it is that Hamish Harding, who is a billionaire, a Pakistani billionaire, and his son are on the sub.
How is he a Pakistani billionaire unless he cut a fucking deal with someone?
Well, I don't know how he made his money, but he's a Pakistani and he's a billionaire.
So the story is that they can't surface and they're about to die.
Yeah, they run an air.
Yeah, probably.
Well, they're lost. they have no way to track them because that's
What?
just not anything, right? Isn't that the thing that they said that
Right, you
there's no, they've never, but that would mean that they've never had tracking on any of these missions to go down there.
Where's the Titanic wreck? What parallel is the Titanic wreck? Does anyone know?
It's got to be the 33rd, right? No, but it's not. I'm just joking. Unless it is.
Why wouldn't they?
It's in the northern Atlantic, so
Hey
it's
guys,
probably like
the
40.
idea that they don't have some kind of personal locator beacon on this craft that's got a. You're a billionaire and you're about to get into a submarine, and you're like, wait, what do you mean? There's no transponder on the submarine? Like after everything's fucking totally wrong, like. This is
Electromagnetic radio does not work through a mile of ocean. That's why.
Oh, but whales can communicate from one end of the world to the other through
with
through their
sound.
songs. Yeah. Okay, that's ridiculous.
Wait,
This is
I
the
agree
fake.
with
Dude,
you.
honestly, dude, this is just like the epitome of like fake and gay. This is like murder hornets. This is the Will Smith slap. This is the fucking.
Dude, I
This is
really
just.
fuck with platypus. Oh my, I'm gonna fucking send you a
Shout
friend
out.
request, dude. I didn't
Shout
know
out to
fucking.
whoever made the whale noise.
Yeah, bro, I fuck with you, platypus.
Thanks, days.
Word up, word up.
Why couldn't they just surface? Is what I don't.
That's what they were planning to do,
Because
but
it's a
something went
fake
wrong.
fucking shit. Because it's a fake
Yeah.
fucking shit. Like you fucking.
They're not real.
Hold on, the guy that just talked, is your name Tim Osmond?
Tim Osmond. I hadn't heard that name in forever.
You
No,
sound like
that ain't Timmy. Either of the Tims.
Timmy.
This is my first day. I'm just learning people's names.
Jeremy, why are you so on the lookout for Tim Osmond? Is the real question.
No, I don't
Trying
know.
to
I just
smoke
thought that
that.
was the sound.
Dude,
Smoke that fool.
he's a bit of a conspiracy nut, but he's not on the flat Earth train.
The actual Tim Osmond does. I mean, he on a Discord, he has an account. I think he's even on the server. He was in the VC once, but I don't think he's ever spoken. The name is like Invoker, and it's got like funky letters like Invoker or whatever. But that is his like. At least at one point, I mean, I know that was an account that he's had, and I assume that's still his account or whatever. But that is actually him that account, at least at one point.
One thing I keep seeing is like they're like, oh, we heard another sound.
Yeah, we were in the helicopter with the sonar over the ocean, and we heard a sound. But like, there's no sounds that they're replaying. They're not replaying any of the sounds. They're saying that like, oh, the United States Navy is like analyzing the sound. There's nothing. They're just like, what the fuck does that even mean? That's just hilarious. It doesn't even make sense. They're just on the news showing pictures of people that are probably AI generated with a completely AI generated story, and they're just telling you that there is a sound that's happening, and they've got America on the fucking edge of their seats. Like, oh my god, 7 hours, guys! They're gonna run out of oxygen. Oh, let's put on Titanic. Let's just see what that movie was like. They're just, oh my god, dude! It's a fucking giant. It's a giant Netflix commercial, bro.
Yeah.
Well, that whole
Right.
Titanic thing has all.
It's a giant country full of a bunch of fucking vaginas, is what I hear.
What's
Dude, Titanic?
What's interesting about the I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I grew up, I like sort of like when we're kids, like dinosaurs and outer space. There's like these things that they kind of sell us, and I don't know if you guys got into the Titanic at all, but I know that I did. Like, I got like fascinated with it. I was like, I remember like read a book on it, and there was like documentaries, and there's always documentaries on TV. It's like everyone has had some kind of like a sort of fascination or whatever with that whole story. But I also think it's like in that list of stuff that they kind of, put out there either for kids or for adults, whatever, to be like focused on. And it's interesting how the connection with the Federal Reserve. I mean, JP Morgan like canceled his trip or whatever the morning of that he was supposed to be on the ship, and like hours before it took off, he canceled. And like I said, he was the one that financed them to be built. And then many of the guys that died on the Titanic were the ones opposing the Federal Reserve. And then they established the Federal Reserve shortly thereafter the Titanic was sunk. And it's kind of the rest is history. I mean, after they did that, they were able to do World War I, Great Depression, World War II, NASA, all of it from there. So it does seem to be like a thing that they kind of push. And especially if it's one of their like kind of black magic ritual type things. And if it, sort of like up there with 9/11 and all that, it would make that much more sense that there's all the movies and all the hype around it. It's like they want us like worshiping their little death cult thing that they use to get control over the world and the Federal Reserve. With all that being said, I actually was just trying to link it back and ask Platypus, like, do you think that like if this story is not real, I haven't looked into it, so I don't know. I haven't really analyzed it yet, but would it be part of that sort of mythos in terms of wanting to propel the Titanic even more so into people's minds and all that? Or like what, I guess that was, sorry, I was all very long winded. I was kind of saying a bunch of stuff, but I was also just trying to ask like, what would be the reason for this current PSYOP, if it is a PSYOP, the current submarine thing?
It's just to bring up the word Titanic again. I'm not Platypus, but that's what I think. It's just to interject that back into the conversation with people.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was like, because I was asking, like,
Right.
if it is fake, then what's the purpose of it or whatever for that? Because if it's in people's minds, and then the stuff I was saying before that is just like my understanding of how, just that whole Titanic story has been like implanted in people's minds.
Well, Hamish Harding was the billionaire who claimed to have gone to space as a space tourist, and he was on that sub.
So the plot thickens.
Yeah, the Mason actor is now making you think of space and the fake fucking Titanic psyops. Listen, stop with this fucking fake shit, believing this fake shit, dude. You have to grow up at some point. I'm younger than you.
I just heard tonight that an article came out after the sinking of the Titanic that they towed it into a dock in New York. And the reason it's a PSYOP, it's all over the news. It's just another distraction from the real news, which is the Biden trial and the FBI and Durham looking into the whole Biden crime fact.
Wait, so you're saying, hold on. As far as I've heard, I've never really heard too many people or really anyone that has said that the Titanic didn't sink, or if it was the Olympic that was switched to the Titanic. As far like I haven't at least heard a case for that. Now, the pictures they show us of it at the bottom of the ocean, I mean, whether those are real or not, I guess, technically they could be faked, but I mean, there is all that footage. Is that what you were saying though? That it didn't sink and the boat came into shore or something? Is that?
Yeah, I heard that there was a story that came out when the Titanic sunk, a news article that it was being towed in, and that news article got completely squashed.
I think if the Titanic,
all the survivors, it took them 3 days to get back to New York, and we've never had an incident with a iceberg when all the families came over from Europe to inhabit America. And the reason they did, one of the reasons they did the Titanic sinking was to manipulate the Coast Guard, which now they traffic all the ships coming in and they regulate them.
Here's another interesting thing about Hamish Harding, that billionaire on the sub. Back in 2019, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing, he did a circumnavigation of the Earth around the globe from the North Pole to the South Pole, around the north, like a north to south circumnavigation.
No, he didn't.
So this guy's involved in all kinds of Tom.
Yeah, no, this guy's full of it, bro. This guy's just goofing around.
Yeah, he actually also debunked energy weapons too. Same
Yeah,
guy.
dude, that's crazy. Same dude.
Is he going to be the first man on Mars?
He was the guy that actually filmed the moon rover leaving. They left him on the moon, and then he just figured out a way to get home.
how old is this guy?
He's 117. He's the oldest man in Pakistan. He invented the double bacon cheeseburger and has golfed 7 perfect games in one day.
Bro.
He's 58.
Oh, he's got my vote for the bacon cheeseburger.
I'm voting.
He's got my vote for
president.
president
This
of the world.
fucking shit. Like fake fucking actor shills.
This is Helen
That fucking
Keller
grown
level
man.
stuff right here. This is Helen Keller level stuff.
Yeah, but imagine being a grown man and venerating a fake actor shill. Like it's like playing with Barbies at this point, dude. Like put down the fucking doll and look at real life. Stop
Wait a
getting
minute.
fucking distracted.
Wait, who's
the guy
venerating
with
who?
who's the guy with the Barbie in as their?
I don't know, the
Somebody's-
Glober who keeps citing facts from Google as if it's fucking a real life person that isn't a fucking shill actor.
He did have a Barbie in his for his whatchamacallit.
I heard another interesting story that Mother Teresa was really a dude, and he was the #1 human trafficker in the world at the time. They made him a saint.
That sounds false. I don't believe it.
And they say he's Fauci's dad.
Where is this chat going?
So
right
that's
now?
a trans investigation right there. Wow.
Holy shit.
Along with
Yeah.
along with Michael Obama. Chalk him up.
What, Big Mike?
Yeah.
Big Mike.
Big Mike's a real thing, man.
Hey, if you've seen Big Mike, you've come too close.
Big Mike check.
1, 2, 3. Big Mike check.
I mean, there are a lot of survivors from the Titanic that have stories, you know, and a lot of them, I mean, could they all be? Because I was just thinking back when you were saying that, like, the idea that there was a story of the ship that came in or whatever. I mean, that ship that came in was the Titanic, though, or I mean, why would they do that? If it was like I mean, to fake that, what you'd have to like take all the people off it and kill them all, and then do something with the ship. And why would they bring the ship into New York if that was?
Well, they were all billionaires that survived.
There were a lot of survivors from the Holocaust also.
I believe parts of the Holocaust are true. Not all of it, though. Not
The ones that survived the Titanic were all billionaires. I mean, I've seen like interviews of like people. I mean, they just seem like normal people. Like a lot, you know. Are you saying all the ones that survived were?
That's what I heard. Yeah.
I mean, I've always
I've
always thought that it did really sink, and that there was a story that came out recently. There were these two brothers and this is not even saying that it was like a purposeful sinking or anything. This is actually just kind of mainstream information, as it were. But apparently there's a story of these two brothers, and they got separated during the sinking. And one of them like was floating in the water, almost dead. And they got him up on one of the lifeboats, and they like saved his life. And then the other one like also survived. I forget his exact. I know the one was floating in the water and was almost dead. But anyways, they both they got split during the sinking is the story, but then they both survived. And then they were like amazed that they both survived. And they were like crewmen, they were, deep in the under layers of the boat. So that's where their like room was. They were like, on the crew. And like I said, the story is not even saying that it was a purposeful sinking, but it's like a mainstream type story. But their claim is that they heard explosions, like specific explosive, basically bombs that went off. And
that's another theory too, that it was a coal fire. It was started by somebody, and it weakened the structure, and the explosions are what caused the actual sinking of it.
Or just purposely placed explosives, that would have broken all the what are they called? The not baffles, the bulkheads.
Yeah, the bulkheads. Yep.
Because that boat was supposed to be unsinkable because it had all these bulkheads that could all be sealed off in case there was a.
Well, that's the theory, that it got towed in because of the bulkhead saved it. And you got to understand, there was no internet at the time, so if the story did get squashed, and not a whole lot of people knew about it, then it's your word, my word.
So there were 710 survivors, and I don't think there were that many billionaires in the entire world at the time. Also, there's lots of eyewitness testimony. Yeah, there's lots of eyewitness testimony of people seeing it sink.
I just made up a new word, shillionaire.
Yeah, I mean, you can pay somebody to say that too.
710 people?
Yeah, like the Hindenburg, that was another psyop. Because all those Zeppelins ran on free energy. So there's a theory that the Eiffel Tower was an airport for the Zeppelins and a charging station.
And an antenna?
Yeah, on the antenna. It would hook up to it, and it would. It ran on electromagnetic technology, and they actually docked and unloaded at the Eiffel Tower.
Okay, so they had terrorists crash airplanes in the buildings, but yet we still use airplanes. And supposedly there were terrorists that took down the Titanic. There were terrorists that took down the Hindenburg, and those things are no longer in use.
They're
but
not terrorists. They took down the Hindenburg because they wanted to do away with the Zeppelins, and they wanted to introduce fossil fuels. And the Titanic, there was a lot of important people on the Titanic that didn't make it off. There was one actually that was against the central banking and was lobbying for doing away with the central bank. I don't know his name offhand.
Yeah, they were opposing. There were several that were apparently opposing the Federal Reserve,
and they didn't make it off.
If you oppose the Federal Reserve, you die.
Yes.
Lincoln wanted to do it with the greenback. JFK wanted to do away with the central banks. These guys on the fucking Titanic, they're not having it.
Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Strass, the head of Macy's department stores, and John Jacob Astor, probably the wealthiest men in the world, were all killed in the Titanic.
Yeah,
those were the three men that were opposing the Federal Reserve. And by April of 1912, all the opposition to the Federal Reserve was eliminated. And then in December of 1913. So it was about a year and a half later, but who knows what was all in the works in that time. And then the Federal Reserve was established. And then from there on, it's just been lights out. I mean, World War I, World War II. I mean, You know, they clearly have had. Once you have control over the money like that, and they did World War One, and then they brought in Einstein to really secure the globe deception and all of that shenanigans. And then the Great Depression, they had the power over the money at that point to plan a huge financial reset of the Great Depression, and then right into World War II. Then out of World War II, you know, into the establishment of NASA and the United Nations and everything, that the Education Acts and all of these different components that came in the 50s. And then, of course, claiming to land men on the moon and all of that. So it's been quite a takeover.
When you talk about takeover, was there at one point in history when people looked very different than the people today? Was there some kind of assimilation that happened, and this is why this may be the reason why there are more lighter skinned people than darker skinned people?
Say that again.
I don't know if I should.
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe not. I'm gonna shut up.
Did you see the broadcast of the Semitic racism flyers being put out in part of Pennsylvania? I think it's Ridley. Somebody put out like thousands of flyers on Semitic racism, saying white men need to wake up. I think that's all bullshit too.
I think people need to wake up in general, just not just white men or light men or dark men or purple or. It's like, come on, something going on.
Well, a lot of the population is waking up.
Yeah, I'm in favor of truth and finding what's really going on.
Hold on, who's got the mic where it sounds like they're on a helipad?
It's Frankie.
Is it me?
Yeah, your mic is too close to some power cord or something.
All right.
Matthew, you're really speaking truth and then claiming directed energy weapons don't exist. Those go together in your mind.
So there are directed energy weapons, but not the kind that they're using for making forest fires and burning cars and stuff.
How do you know that?
Right. So there's giant lasers that we can point at the sky and shoot hypersonic intercontinental ballistic missiles out, but we cannot then point that thing at a forest. We can't do that.
Impossible.
They're not
Not
smart.
possible.
They're not smart enough. Yeah, they're not smart enough to just aim the cannon a little further down at a tree. They're not capable.
Doesn't even sound feasible.
I suppose it's feasible, but I don't think the government would do that. Also, the Titanic was clearly an
So
accident.
we'll just take your word for it. You must be the harbinger.
Whoa! Are you serious? The government wouldn't do that? Come on.
Right. And the government wouldn't intentionally sink the Titanic. That was a tragic accident when they accidentally hit a iceberg. Pure and simple.
But you don't actually know that. You're just repeating it.
It's clear from history.
What history?
When was the last time a ship was destroyed by an iceberg? The Titanic. It hasn't happened since. Come on.
Yeah, because they're pretty careful now.
Oh, now they know about icebergs. They didn't know about them before? Come on, give me a break.
You're getting woke on icebergs.
The route from Europe to America, I don't even think there is icebergs in that path.
There is.
So they would have to go up towards Canada and Iceland.
Yeah, they went pretty far north, like 49 degrees north or something. No, 4143 north and 4956 west. That's where.
Yeah, but they were trying to break a record, so why wouldn't they take the least path of resistance coming from Europe to America?
That
No,
is the straight line. That is a straight line distance.
On a flat plane.
Well, I mean, like if you want to go from Europe to the U.S. the quickest possible, you take the shortest path.
Not on a yeah, like a plane. The birds. Well, you have other things to consider. There are currents and pirates. You gotta look out for pirates. I'm sorry. I'm just joking.
I mean, there are so many like flags for there to be foul play with that whole Titanic scenario. I mean, J.P. Morgan, we all know his name because obviously one of the wealthiest men in the world running, the banking system, and that whole deal. He literally financed those ships to be built. He canceled his trip the morning of. The people on the Federal Reserve were some of the other wealthiest men in the world that died, and they were opposing the Federal Reserve. James Jacob Astor and these guys. I mean, Guggenheim. Doesn't mean any of that's absolute proof of any, in that sense. But I mean, it's a lot of red flags.
Right. I see all that as coincidence, and that it was just an accidental tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, putting your head in the sand it's always something that you can do, but it doesn't mean it's getting towards truth. Or is that what you do with everything? There's just red flags and just ignore it? Or I mean, just call it coincidence?
I use logic and reason and determine
My neighbor's
what the most...
underpants is in my bed. It must be a coincidence. Oh, my neighbor's shirt is under my pillow. Must be a coincidence. Oh my God.
Would you say you're a coincidence theorist?
My wife just got back from the neighbors with all her makeup messed up. Must be a coincidence.
Does your neighbor have a parrot, and did that parrot attack her face?
I mean, Matthew, instead of writing something off as a coincidence, is there any harm in just holding the idea as possible? In terms of seeking truth? In terms of seeking truth, instead of just writing it off and be like, no, it's a coincidence, it's all good.
No, you look at all the evidence and see what is the most likely story. That's the best way to find truth.
That's your way of finding truth, just finding the most likely thing and then just kind of going with it rather than making sure you've gotten to it and validated it for sure?
Yeah, you look at all the evidence, validate and check it, and then come to the best conclusion.
That's what getting to truth is for you?
For historical stuff, yes. I mean, you can't really test it. You have to just look at what evidences already exist.
Well, how come there was no?
But ignore our evidence. But ignore our evidence.
No,
Say no to it.
Look at all the evidence, including your evidence, and then make the best decision. That's what I recommend.
How come there was no plane wreckage from the Pentagon being struck by a plane?
Coincidence.
Yeah.
Except for the wreckage that was found there.
Coincidence.
The holes, the no wings, different motors.
It was nothing.
What about the wreckage that
Plane
was found there?
That plane wouldn't fly that low. Pentagon's a low building.
Well, 2 days before they put the mark in where the plane landed.
Planes fly that low every day. What are you talking about?
Right towards buildings. Yeah, you're right.
I've been on planes that fly that low.
Well, eventually.
You've been on a 747 that flies basically the height of a car. Really?
Yes, like 2 seconds before landing.
Yeah. Yeah, but it wasn't 2 seconds before landing.
Yeah, it was. They landed right after that. That's amazing. I mean,
It wasn't 2 mi- It wasn't 2 miles before impact, according to the 3D renditions of the corkscrew. They did a corkscrew fucking. According to the fucking rendition of the story, the plane did a corkscrew into the building, as if the guy, and he was like only 2 weeks into pilot school. Come on.
I don't know for sure because I don't know all the specifics on, but there is the claim that like those planes can't even fly at that low of altitude at that speed.
At what speed? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Like
400 miles an hour.
There's a claim that the one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center was flying too fast, that it almost disintegrated because it was flying so fast. Therefore, it couldn't fly at that speed or at that altitude because it was flying too fast.
Yeah, like I'm referring to like the way that those planes are built in terms of the speeds that they can handle. Like can you take one of those 747s and actually fly it at a very, very low altitude at that top speed? Or will it like rip apart and like not able to do that? Because the air pressure at the high altitude is what allows them to get to those speeds.
Yeah, I think they're rated for a certain speed, and then beyond that, I don't think they've like tested like what the disintegration speed is beyond the rated speed, or like But I think it approached it because they descended rapidly. You guys think airplanes hit the World Trade Center?
No, definitely not. No planes all the way.
Why do you say that?
There's a lot of reasons. Are we going to go into it all, or I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I'll give one reason. Because aluminum sheets, when going like 400 miles an hour into a steel beam that's meant to support weight, would just crumple the aluminum. The aluminum would crumple around the steel. It would not cut through the steel like a knife. There's no way. If you've ever worked with any type of metal, you would understand.
What about like liquids or like would like a certain amount of weight, would it have to depend on the weight that's traveling that speed?
Are you saying the jet fuel was going fast enough in liquid form to cut through steel beams? What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting jet fuel, human bodies. Like the jet fuel is pretty heavy. And
Well, have you seen the thickness of those beams? You've seen those? How absolutely massive they are.
Yeah.
And the plane looked like it sliced into it like butter. I mean, I think the reality of the physics of it is that if an airplane did hit those buildings, like half of it would have smashed off and fallen onto the ground. Like it would like the nose might have penetrated somewhat, but those like wings are very flimsy. I mean, you've been on an airplane, you see the wings, they're like very light aluminum. They're like, I mean, a bird hits the wing, it dents the wings.
Yeah,
So the idea that those wings, especially at the extremities, would all just dice through those steel beams, and then the plane would stay perfectly in the building and then just explode perfectly. It doesn't fit the physics. That thing would have smashed halfway into the building, and half of it would have fallen on the ground. It would have been totally different.
Yeah, last time I was on a plane, the wings were like wobbling up and down. I'm like, yo, are these fucking wings about to fall off or what?
But like, how much weight is in the wings? How much do the wings weigh? And then what speed were they traveling at?
And you never seen the pictures of the boxes of explosives in the basement? Of the World Trade Centers?
I haven't, no.
I mean, they're all over the internet. I've seen dozens of pictures of it.
I mean, you could see pictures of pretty much anything on the internet, but
The only way them buildings would, and they were condemned the year before they came down. They took $1 billion worth of insurance out on them. They were demolition. And even firemen and cops reported hearing the explosions go off as it was going down.
yeah, I don't know about that insurance thing, because don't you have to insure loaned assets? So to like say that it was insured.
Yeah, from what I understand, it was sold and then it was insured.
Yeah, I think he bought it like using loans, so like he had to insure
And then
like
he had to take an insurance policy out.
yeah, so I think like the majority of buildings are insured.
Dude, your mic is giving us some feedback.
It's also a bit strange that in the 9/11 that there's like no wreckage of like there's no. I mean, I know there was that one like engine that they claimed to find, even though that engine was like from a different model airplane. But like where's the plane? It should have been in the pile of rubble that was also non-existent for the amount of rubble that should have been there, which is another topic. Which is like, where did the towers go? Where's the actual material? When a building collapses, there's a certain number of floors that are correlative to the amount of floors that the building is tall, the actual pile, and it was like 1/10 of that at the bottom of it. So it's
Yeah.
like the actual material of the building is not there. Now that's getting into the other components of it, of what actually happened to the material. But in addition, what happened to the actual airplane? There should be parts, and I mean, when they went through the rubble, there should have been a lot of the airplane should have been there, parts of it.
I mean, first, I think like a majority of that building was concrete, and so you've seen huge towers of debris in the air. I think the majority of the building like blew away. Literally just concrete dust from falling that far. As far as the bits of the airplanes, I know they found like a number of scattered pieces through the city, but as far as piles or pieces in the rubble, they didn't find any. Is what you're saying?
You ever rolled a boulder off a side of a cliff?
Maybe.
When we were kids, we used to climb up the bank and dig out huge boulders just for fun when no one was around and push them off the side, and they'd go down the valley and through trees, and then they're just ultimate destruction, and they'd hit the bottom and they'd just crack in half, but they wouldn't turn into dust. And these are like limestone and all sorts of different boulders. You know, I'd never seen any rocks. Like, you can compare a rock to concrete, I'd say. I've never seen a rock turn into dust just because it fell down.
Yeah, you're going to need a directed energy weapon for that.
What if it fell like 150 stories and was made of concrete?
Yeah, the whole building was dustified, as Judy Wood calls it.
Yeah,
The
you'd
actual
find
material
massive
wasn't.
boulders. Because the rocks would fall on top of each other, and they'd break the fall of each other. And I don't believe that it would all turn to dust. There would be definitely like massive chunks of concrete everywhere for sure.
Like the amount that was recovered?
Not just that it was dust, it's the size of the dust as well. The dust particulates were nano size, some of it. I mean, it was like, it was almost turned to vapor nearly. And, that doesn't even happen with, like, you need very, very high grade explosives or something else to achieve that. It's, it's very, very fine dust particulates, so, yeah.
Yeah, and it like lingered in the air for like days and days afterwards, like this massive cloud of, like you said, almost like a nanoparticulate dust. Now, granted, there were two large buildings, but I mean, when buildings come down, that dust doesn't linger like that. That's not a phenomenon that happens with other buildings that come down.
Not just that, the size of the dust as well. Like, you don't get that kind of size of the dust, just from collapsing buildings. Not even from like regular explosives. You need something like very high-powered explosives or something else, to turn into such small dust particulates. Like I said, like almost nano size. It's crazy.
It would have took them years to bring them buildings down, and it would have cost probably billions of dollars. And why would the government waste an opportunity to implement martial law?
Well, I read that just the asbestos cleaning, like cleaning the asbestos from the building, would have cost 1 billion, and that's just to like clean the asbestos out. So.
Do you think the guy that wrote the the book or the movie Back to the Future, he had an interview with Bin Laden before they made that movie?
Now, what was the interview supposed to be about?
Well, that movie was that movie had so much evidence that they already knew that those buildings were going to come down. The only way that they could make that movie was if they knew in advance what was going to happen. And apparently, Bin Laden organized it from a cave with walkie-talkies and box cutters. So, they must have gave him an interview when they wrote that movie. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not just that movie. I think there's cartoons. There's all sorts of evidence that predates the actual event itself, showing what was going to happen. Maybe The Simpsons. I think that might have been one of them.
Yeah, there's a Simpsons
Someone
episode where you see a magazine and it says like the magazine costs 9 cents, and in the background you see like 2 towers.
And that's evidence?
No, but it's strange.
Yeah, it's kind of like too wacky to be like just a wild coincidence. Isn't it?
Have you seen the Matrix movie? In the Matrix movie, if you look at when they take Neo in for questioning and they take his ID, look at his date of birth.
What does that have to do? 9/11.
Well, his date of birth is 9/11. By the way, it's 9/11 where I'm at right now.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's 9 p.m. 11 minutes.
Is
Yeah.
my mic still humming?
Seems better now.
All right, yeah, I lowered my.
Well, it does when you talk, but at least it's not like it's only when you talk now instead of before it was just happening the whole time.
Yeah, I got a $5 mic. I might have to invest.
So what do you guys think happened to like all the families, the people that were like on the plane? Who knows, or were they just like coached or? Paid actors?
Yeah, that's how they pull it off, because they either have paid actors or they just make it all up, and there were no one on the plane and there was no plane at all. It's just, that's how they can reinforce the story, is because they have real people involved, so-called real people. But all of that could just be contrived. Totally. Sure.
Well, there's someone on this server who said he knew someone that was on one of those planes, and they've never seen him since. So, I mean, it was a real person, like a friend of their families that was on it. And I don't know if he's in the VC right now. He can tell it himself at some point. I mean, he told us the story of it. I don't have any reason to think he's lying. But
He's
yeah,
a fighter?
they didn't. Yeah, if they didn't have planes, if they, if the planes were not actually involved, then yeah, they could have just taken those people, killed them, taken them to some other, who knows what, God only knows. I mean, I doubt they're with us today, but they could have taken them and executed them. They could have taken them to another, if they have other land out there, they could have taken and done God knows what. They used them for experiments or just killed them. Or, I mean, they have a lot of people that they kidnap all the time. I think a huge majority of the kidnapping of children. So they have the whole network of human trafficking.
Well, what about like
Yeah.
the supposed DNA of the passengers that were on the airplane? Did they like plant that, or are they just
DNA?
flagged? Or
You mean wait. You think that the jet fuel melted like steel beams and created a massive fireball that destroyed the black box, but DNA from the passengers and the passports made it?
yeah, it doesn't have to be like black and white thinking, right? Like you can have some middle ground.
Sure, I guess. That's crazy.
It is black and white thinking. It's either true or not true. No in between.
Well, I had a conversation with a pilot that was kind of disturbing once.
Yeah, what'd he say?
If airplanes didn't fly into the buildings, why did it leave airplane size holes?
Well, one of the things that's interesting about the first hole in the building, the first building that was, that hole. If you look at one of the video footage of it, I've seen analysis. They've like zoomed in very, very close and actually seen, and there's like pyrotechnic explosives that are going off in like a sequence. So that's pretty interesting. Why would there be like pyrotechnic explosives they're like, it's like a string of explosives like that are all exploding in a row to make those holes in the building?
I mean, it may have seemed like that under like an explanation in a video, but
It might have seemed like that under an explanation of CNN.
Yeah, but it's just coincidental that they fell like right into their footprint and didn't fall over.
It's just a coincidence that
Wait.
the
Because of
past out of
the
the
lights.
fire. The
So-
past terrorist made it out of the fire. It's just a coincidence.
So what directions would the buildings what direction should they have fallen?
They shouldn't have, unless they were fucking demolished.
No, the guy said it was weird how they fell into their own footprint, like
Yeah,
as opposed to like turning 90 degrees sideways and then.
Is that what
As
you
a-
think?
As opposed to standing still, maybe portions of the top coming off, but the building being made to withstand that exact thing that was supposedly hit it, and being able to supposedly withstand impacts where support structures are completely taken out, but some structures of above are taken care of by structures on the side. You think fucking engineers haven't learned shit since they've been building shit for thousands of years?
What? If you
The
have
build-
if you have a bunch of weight above
Building
a
wouldn't fall.
compromised zone, what do you think is going to happen to that weight? Like in all the other beams around it, are they just gonna be like, nah, not gonna take it. I'm just gonna let it. Like what it? Like the weight's gonna have to go somewhere. If you have a beam that collapses, like the surrounding beams are gonna have to take that weight, or they're gonna have to buckle. There's no other option.
Yeah, only a small portion would have even fallen off the side. It would have just burned a little bit on the side. First off, the plane would have crumpled on impact. It wouldn't have caused huge gaping holes down to the steel beam, taking out a bunch of steel beams.
Hundreds of thousands of pounds would have just like dinked off the side of the building, traveling at 500 miles an hour.
No, exploded off the side of the building.
Because the building's made of like titanium, adamantium,
No, it's
something
made
from
of
movies,
steel.
or
Made of steel.
This guy's starting to bother me.
Yeah, this guy doesn't even understand how steel works. He's fucking an idiot.
so
Trying to steal some valor.
So what's the forces required to
Are you asking me this question?
well, I mean, you're telling me that like this is an indestructible building, like apparently.
No, I'm not saying it's indestructible. I'm saying like people have there's literally a whole website. Where's that Gen CBR guy so he can tell you about that website? The whole website. There's a whole website where engineers break down the whole structure of the building and how the building, a little bit of it would have gotten taken out, hardly any. It would have blown up on the side, fizzed the flame would have fizzed out with like and then it would have just been over. Everyone would have just evacuated. It wouldn't have just collapsed into a perfect footprint of itself and taken out another fucking building like a block away somehow magically.
Yeah, to be fair, though, those engineers were trained conductors. They weren't actually, civil engineers or anything, I don't think. Otherwise, they would have been able to get that correct. Because, say what?
What'd you say? You said they were trained conductors?
No, trained conductors, aka engineers. Not the kind of engineers that build buildings, because
For the third time, I'll say shut up.
yeah, they would have obviously understood that that's not how it works. Because
claim is that they're not engineers because they don't agree with you. That's ridiculous.
no, because I'm an electrical engineer. I'm not a civil engineer, and I understand. So I'm not trained in what they're trained in. Yet I understand that physics is not correct. If the airplane was made out of cotton balls, right, and it was going as fast as the airplane was going, and it weighed as much as the airplane weighed, it would have done the same exact amount of damage. Exactly. Because the damage that's done is a kinetic impact. And you can calculate what that kinetic impact would be just by taking the weight of the plane and the velocity it was going.
Then the whole building would have just collapsed right off the bat, right when it got hit.
Why? Oh.
Because the
It exploded.
Because if I punch you in the face, the kinetic impact hits you and you knock out. I don't hit you and then you stand around talking for 15 minutes and then collapse.
Right. But if you instead threw TNT, right, or some explosion that impacted my face, what happened is a huge chunk of my face would come out because that impact is much greater than a punch. Like you can measure what the impact will be when the plane hits, and it will be an explosion, just like it was.
So if I blow up a side of your face, but somehow you can stay standing, does any of the other structural integrity of your body go away?
No. What do you mean? Well, I mean, I'm sure if the structure is.
I guess a body still wouldn't lose its structural retention, would it?
Well, I mean, I don't understand the question, but if an explosion happened on like a tree, and the explosion took out like a portion of the tree, and the tree was still intact, like that's possible. If that's
right.
What you mean.
Not stand there for 15 minutes and then collapse. Either the kinetic impact would immediately destroy the tree, or it wouldn't, and maybe a portion of the tree would come off, but the tree would just stand there and nothing further would occur. The problem with
Yeah.
the kinetic impact of the planes is what caused the tower to collapse, is that the fact that it would have collapsed on impact right when the kinetic energy was there, not after it dissipated 15 minutes later.
It was more than 15 minutes later, but regardless, no. So there's two events that occurred. One is the planes hitting the building, and the second is the top part of the building buckling on top of the building below it. So like 15 floors that was above floor 90, that would have all the integrity of everything above that because of that floor that's now it's not structurally sound anymore. All of that weight is going to collapse on the rest of the building in one basic event, and that one event was obviously going to cause the rest of the building to buckle beneath it.
Coach, I have a question. Do you know why they spray fire retardant on steel structural beams?
I would assume to not let it to weaken its structure or whatever. Like so that it stays like hard, not soft. Doesn't soften. I wouldn't know. That's just a guess.
Yeah, to maintain the integrity of the element.
Fucking hilarious.
Even if 9/11 was a inside job or whatever, the physics behind the planes hitting it and making it collapse is physically sound. Like there's no
You
like
haven't
feats.
You haven't shown any physics. You've just theorized and surmised. You haven't done any tests whatsoever.
Honestly, Kosho, that's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. I've heard you say a lot of smart things, but that's definitely the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. Can you please provide me an experiment that shows an aluminum plane hitting a steel structure and then the structure collapses in on itself?
I can do you one better.
15 minutes.
I can show you. I can give you something that you can use for the rest of your life, which is being able to calculate exactly what this force would be. This is the same problem with the meteors on the craters on the moon. When the craters hit the moon and they explode on impact, all you have to do is calculate the force that is actually the impact force that's experienced
Does this really bother you?
in the impact time. Does it bother me? I mean,
yeah.
That 9/11 happened, or that people argue the wrong parts of it.
1 + 1 = 2.
It's
So
both.
these are telling me the truth. Yeah, I checked it out, and 2 × 2 is 4. So what they tell me about those towers definitely checks out. You haven't fucking shown any science.
Yeah, Kosho, 2 × 2 is 4, bro.
You know, you said these engineers that were on who's Jin's website. This is the kind of stuff that they kind of can do instinctually, kind of like without thinking too hard, like calculating like impact forces. It's like 101, right? So it doesn't matter what the material is. If you know what the mass of something is, and you know what the especially the density, and you know the or at least the how long the impact takes, and you know the speed that it was traveling, you can make all sorts of determinations for what's going to occur at that event. And if you know what the structural strength of the material is, you can, easily determine what's going to happen.
Yeah, so you basically pulled out some shit and reified your own belief in the situation. And you didn't actually go and test any of this. You said, I know this, and I know everything about the subject, and there's nothing I'm leaving out, and I'm not ignorant about anything on the subject, and I'm just right, and I accounted for all the factors and added it up, and it all came to equal on the end of my calculator.
Well, I didn't need a calculator, but yeah, all the rest of it.
Well, what was the weight of the plane? Let's do a little bit of math here.
There you go. These are the right questions.
The Boeing 767, how much fuel did it have on it? How far did it fly?
Well, it doesn't matter.
You can even get them the benefit of the doubt and say it was almost empty.
Caused by kinetic energy, it would have collapsed immediately. It doesn't matter.
Wait, what?
What's the chance?
Making a point
What's the
about
chance that
takes away from the fact.
Wait, what do you say,
You
Noah?
remember that? Oh, fuck, you go.
Sorry,
You go,
Carlos.
La.
Noah was cut off though.
Okay. I'll just say it. It's like remember that volcano that went up not long ago, and it was caught by a satellite. You know, it had satellite image of it. What's the chance that they had the satellite pointing in that direction at that time to see the volcano? So, is there any satellite imagery of these planes flying into buildings?
Okay, so there's a camera that's taking pictures of the Earth
New York
every 10 minutes, and it's not pointed at New York. It's on the other side of the Earth.
Wait, so we have satellites pointed at fucking mountains in Samoa, but we don't have satellites on the World Trade Center in New York City, possibly the most important building on Earth. We didn't have a satellite on that, but we have it on a random volcano. Got it.
Yeah, the Japanese are pretty selfish people. They care more about their country than the United States. So when they put something in space, it's pointed at their country. It's not pointed at the United States. Plus, I'm pretty sure the Himalaya went up after 9/11. But
dude, I can't wait for fucking them to try to send Steve Aoki to the moon, and then the whole ship blows up, and they say, "Yeah, we're not going to send people into space anymore. It's too dangerous." And that's going to be the line you guys are going to be defending. You Globers are going to be like, well, it's better to just use a drone. It's like, there's radiation up there, and gravity's really, really, really strong, and the Earth's really, really, really small. It's going to be nuts, you guys. Literally, like...
Wait, Platypus, we could just calculate where the drone is going. Instead of actually sending a drone, we could just calculate it, and we'll know for sure that's where it went.
Of course. It's just like Ender's Game. The guy doesn't even know that he's fucking piloting and commanding the whole fleet at the end.
It's a sweet, sweet fantasy, baby.
No, dude, that's going to be your reality, bro. I promise you, man, space flight will come to an end in our lifetime. 100%. They can't keep the lie up anymore, dude. The CGI shit ain't working.
So when that doesn't happen, then what's the new talking point?
What do you mean when it doesn't happen, dude? They're sent. Okay, I'm sorry. So they sent the most highly trained people they could to the moon. These were test pilots. These were trained service members of our military. And we didn't go back for decades. And now we're going back and we're going to send a DJ. Are you out of your fucking mind, bro?
I don't think NASA's sending a DJ, though.
It's not NASA. It's SpaceX.
Platypus, I disagree with you, Platypus, and I'll explain why. You see, we're gonna see Barney walking around on a really fake moon set, and by the time this is coming out, the population's IQ will have dropped even more. So as we're seeing more and more fake bullshit, they're just gonna keep pushing this garbage out onto the retards, and they're just gonna eat it up.
I mean, yeah, if they
At
want to
any
believe
rate.
that they're sending Steve Aoki to the moon, that's great. Like, I want to see the footage that they're gonna fake of Steve Aoki like floating around in some, fish tank somewhere.
So bad.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be like we're gonna have a laugh, like we truly are, and then we're gonna have to actually listen to these guys whine and cry about us laughing at a video. For some reason, they're just emotionally linked to it, and they get hurt when you laugh at the video as if you're laughing at them. It's weird.
Well, here's the fun part. The fun part is when you show them the stuff that China faked with the obvious green screens and stuff, and just like the bubbles in space. And so they have to either start defending China's space program, which is so badly faked, or they have to say, okay, yeah, China's faking it, but we're not, which is even funnier because they're just like somehow claiming that they know when the government is lying and when the government's telling the truth. It's like, oh yeah, my girlfriend, I was making out with her tonight because I'm pretty sure she wasn't sucking anybody else's dick in the last couple of days. Like,
Exactly what fucking Matthew Learn said earlier, because he was like, the government wouldn't do that. And it's like, how do you know? Like, who put you in charge of the
oh,
government?
dude, I clipped that. No, that was actually such a good engagement. I literally clipped that. Here, I'll just throw it in the chat for everybody that wants to hear it. It's pretty fucking awesome.
That was fucking hilarious. The government wouldn't do it. Oh, sorry, because you're privy. Yeah, got it. You're basically Biden's fucking hand, like you're Biden's hand puppet guy, right? Like you fucking run the shit.
So the airplane was about 280,000 pounds, and it was traveling at 600 miles an hour.
The
And
problem
it
is
came
the building didn't collapse immediately, so it couldn't have possibly been the kinetic impact of the actual plane going into the building.
So it came out to 33.5 million newtons.
Wow.
I don't know
The
what
other funny
type
thing
of-
is,
33
I did the math before.
33 million newtons. Got it.
Yeah, I did the math for the force of a Saturn V when it took off, or at its highest, the most force it had at one point or whatever, and it was like I think 1/5 of that, or 1/3 or something like that. I gotta look for it again. So that's pretty intense.
What do you think about 33 million newtons, Platypus?
I'm sorry, what? 33 million what?
I don't know. Someone's just claiming that some's 33 million.
Honestly, dude, when I start hearing fake and gay stuff, I like kind of black out. So I'm assuming somebody was saying something really fake and gay. That's probably why I didn't.
Fuck, I'm
hear it.
jealous.
Yeah, it's called math.
Oh no, I do math every day. I mean, math is great. It's when you get numbers from people that you don't know and you can't trust, and they're just telling you that these numbers represent something in reality when you can't really verify that because it's like way high above our heads. And then you
Aircraft
just
manufacturers.
What you're basically doing is you're like explaining to me like a Harry Potter spell, and you're like, you don't understand. You got to use the Raven's Claw in the fucking library with the the goblin, and I'm like, dude, I know what those things are, but I don't know Harry Potter. I don't read that. I'm not into that fantasy shit, so it doesn't mean anything. Like 2 + 2 means it equals 4 in Harry Potter. 2 + 2 = 4 in Harry Potter. 2 + 2 = 4 in NASA. But I live in reality. I don't watch cartoons anymore.
We take the known weight of the plane, right? Like that's not. We don't have to.
What plane?
Like question the trust, right? Of
What
the weight of
plane
the
are you talking about?
The plane on 9/11.
Do you saw the plane with your own 2 eyes?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, where were you?
So
where were you when you saw the plane with your own 2 eyes?
So the weight of the plane, right?
No, dude. I don't even know what you're talking about. I need you to be very specific.
I'm not gonna go off in a different direction with you.
All right, well then I'm not gonna listen to whatever the fuck it is you're trying to tell me because you're not
I'm
being
trying to
very clear.
explain how to use math. You don't want
Dude, you're trying to tell me that you saw something on the TV and you think it's one thing, and I'm trying to show you that you don't know what it is.
Okay, let's just forget that. Let's just forget that.
No, let's not forget that, dude. Where did you see the plane? You saw it on the TV, right?
Yeah, he saw it on the fucking TV.
You saw it on the TV, right? So
do you want to learn how to? Do you want to learn?
What's your highest standard of evidence?
Do you want to learn how to calculate force or no?
What is your highest standard of evidence?
I'm gonna take that as a no.
You're
All
not
right, well,
saying we don't already know.
if you don't want to, just at least declare what your highest standard of evidence is, because what I would just say is, I know you saw something on the TV that has a real emotional significance to you, and I'm trying to tell you that you don't even know how you would verify that what you saw on the TV is the same thing that what you're talking about right now. Like, can you show me that that's the same make and model of aircraft that you think it is? Can you take screenshots of what you saw that day and point out, like, yeah, these are the engines on the plane. They're very similar to the plane that I'm about to tell you.
No, he just looked it up on Google, and then he just looked up two things on Google, multiplied them, and then said, "I got the magic number 33. Therefore, I know that the towers went down because of science and coincidence. Coincidence mostly, though. Mostly just coincidence.
Coincidence of
you not seeing the planes with your own two eyes. You just looking at a TV screen and accepting it for reality.
That's the coincidence that brought them down?
Yes, it is. No, it is the coincidence that we're all experiencing right now.
I like the talking point. An aluminum airplane would have just bounced off the side.
No, it wouldn't have bounced off. It would have crumpled. Have you ever seen what happens when an airplane hits a bird?
God, it's so funny how he just has to blatantly lie and misrepresent me. It's just
I don't
shows
even
that
know who's talking, honestly.
some fucking dishonest loser, I guess.
Well, it's okay.
Main
We don't have to
point.
talk about this anymore because it's like, obviously, we're just
No,
going
no,
in
hold on.
circles.
Hold on,
Well,
dude.
what he wants to tell me about the weight of a plane, but he can't even prove that what he saw on TV. He doesn't even want to talk about what he saw on TV. He just wants to tell me the fucking weight of some plane that he looked up on Google. None of this is based in reality, bro. That's not how you fucking prove things. That's how you look like an idiot. It's annoying.
No, using synthetic
Let's reframe-
reasoning is how you look like an idiot.
Let's reframe this back to how it was originally framed, which I think. So I don't know why we're talking about what did or didn't happen when we're talking about what is possible. Because if you guys are claiming that what the plane couldn't have exploded when it hit the building wouldn't have collapsed because of this. This is what we're talking about. Regardless of what actually happened, the claim that it couldn't have happened is what we're trying to show you is not the case. And it's not. So if you're plugging in the numbers for what they're claiming the plane weighed, and you're plugging in the numbers for how fast they claim the plane was going, it doesn't take much. I posted the calculator in there. The results exactly like what he said. Actually, I got higher than what he said. But no, you said 33 million newtons. Yeah, something around there. Yeah.
Knowing that something is actually a 747 and actually weighs a certain amount is extremely important versus knowing what else it could be. It's the most important part of the whole subject. So for you to just
how much fuel was it carrying? What's the melting point of aluminum? What's the K factor? That's like the K scale on the impact of aluminum. Like you're talking about a bunch of nonsense. Like you just can't say how much was the plane and how much was it.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it was made out of pillowcases or cotton balls. It doesn't matter because you know the mass, you know the velocity, you can estimate the collision distance, which I was pretty liberal, 100 feet, and I was also liberal with the velocity. It could have been greater than that, and that's like I said, that's 3 times the force of the Saturn
Here's what
V.
I'd like to see. I'd like to see somebody in a flight simulator exactly copy the maneuver that was seen on the television by the aircraft. I want to see that replicated in a simulator over and over again. Because, fun fact, it hasn't been done. The angle of attack, the way they turned the aircraft to the side like that at the last second, that's not how those planes work. That's fucking Halo 1 graphics, and you guys need to check yourselves.
No, that's a good point. If it didn't fly straight in, huh? So it's just like at the last second, made a little jerk.
No, they turned the wings at the end for maximum damage, is what they said, which is absolutely ridiculous that they would just turn the wings at the last second and remain on the same angle of attack. That's fucking retarded. Okay, they did a half barrel roll as they were going 400 miles into a fucking building. Dude, I'm sorry, these guys didn't even speak English, allegedly, and this is just fantasy, you guys. This is fucking Hogwarts shit.
What does English speaking have to do with a elevator?
Dude, they didn't even speak English, bro.
Or an aileron? Like, do you need to know what English is in order to work a flap lever? Is that like somehow
Dude,
correlated?
I'm just saying they didn't speak English. If you're gonna be offended, I don't really care.
Like, get your panties out your ass.
Like, would they, if they didn't speak English, would they be able to reach the flaps lever, or does it
I'm just wondering how they reached the fucking gate with their fucking headbands and their fucking box cutters. Like, how do they even fucking find out which gate to go to? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy.
I'm wondering how they learned this all in like 2 weeks of flight lessons. When
Yeah,
people-
dude. I wonder how
learners, you know.
I wonder how not one, but two of these dudes that didn't even speak English pulled off the most insane flight maneuvers never been recreated in a simulator by a professional pilot ever. I'm just curious. Like, I guess they just played a lot of video games, though, huh?
I bet they like got a
just
lot
get
of
lucky.
professional pilots together, and
747 like it was an F-35, dude. Crazy.
I bet they like rigorously
Got
tested
lucky,
this
right? Joey? Did they get lucky?
this flight because it's pretty high on their priority list.
Lucky.
Lucky.
They just guys. It's just a coincidence. Don't worry.
No,
So
it's cool.
I played Madden NFL a lot, and I'm pretty sure I can be a quarterback in the NFL and make millions of dollars.
For sure, dude. For sure. I just want these
Got it.
guys to go.
No,
go
I got lucky before.
Go get a
I
pilot.
threw something right in the waste paper basket.
But why don't we just?
I did that earlier today.
This is amazing.
Why aren't we hitting up Al Qaeda though? Why aren't we hitting up Al Qaeda and just getting them contracts in our air force as our fighter pilots?
Because we killed Osama bin Laden in the middle of the night, and then we dumped his body in the ocean with no confirmation of having ever killed anyone. And then the guys that did the job, they died in a helicopter crash shortly after that. So I don't know, dude. It's just another coincidence, I guess.
Yeah, I used to make that claim as well, but it's not true. The guys who supposedly attacked Osama bin Laden, which I agree it is suspicious that they supposedly threw his body away at sea. But the dudes who died from SEAL Team 6, they weren't from that mission. They
Did you
were
read that on the
indeed.
internet too?
No, I did extensive research on this one.
On the internet?
But yeah, I use the
He
internet.
does
yeah.
always extensive research there.
I use the internet. Does anybody here have a problem that I use the internet?
I mean, yeah.
No, it's
you
only
I just need to make clear because I just want to see if I just want to finish what I'm saying because I don't know how big of a deal it is that I use the internet.
Kosha, we live in a
Getting his
post-fact society. I can go on the internet and I can find information that supports both sides of any argument. That's what
Okay,
I'm trying to say.
and did you use the internet to find this out?
Yeah, but we both agree that it's fucking fishy that they dumped his body at sea, and then you're gonna take the side of the non-fishy fucking narrative. Okay.
Let me help everybody else in here. Okay, I'm gonna help everybody in here out. I'm not disagreeing with you about anything except for what I'm disagreeing with you about. I'm correcting you on the specific thing I'm correcting you on. I agree with you on the thing I specifically agree with you on. I already said that it was suspicious that they dumped him at sea. I'm telling you that it's wrong that the people who died in the helicopter crash, they weren't involved in Osama bin Laden's attack. Those are different people. SEAL Team 6. I worked on the base where the SEAL teams get together in Little Creek, and the SEAL Team 6 is not specific people. It's the SEAL team that is specifically on missions. So like SEAL Team 1 will draw people, they'll draw people from the other SEAL teams, and then the active mission team is SEAL Team 6.
I guess I'll just have to take your word for it, you know.
I used to argue that, but then I was arguing with Scott Veach about this, and we were both doing extensive research, and I was trying to substantiate my point, my claim, which was that it was fishy that had happened, but when we looked into it, it wasn't the same people.
I mean, it just sounds like a
like a pre-fact check, like before they were actually telling you that this is a fact check, they would just post articles to the contrary of whatever the urban legend was. I'm going to go with the urban legend at this point. Like, I can't tell when the government's lying and when they're telling the truth. And so, like, an unfaithful partner, I'm just going to assume everything that they fucking tell me is a lie and end the relationship, which is what I've done.
What if no mission went on whatsoever?
Dude, what if Osama bin Laden never even existed? He's just a fucking dude. John Benet Ramsey, that whole thing, she never fucking existed. That was that whole thing was a psyop. John Benet Ramsey, that little girl that went missing and blah blah blah, never existed. All fucking Photoshop. Early days of Photoshop. It's crazy.
Yeah, but everything is psyop, right? Am I right?
No, not everything's a psyop.
Wasn't there some story also that was Katy Perry when she was there was that story too that was Katy Perry.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of weird things surrounding that.
Oh,
You're too young to be here.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. Like,
that was all sus.
You sound like Pareidolia talking like a baby. Can I share my Magneto anagrams for the 3 ships? The Nina, the Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic. If you anagram, do you guys anagram at all? But anyway, you scramble the letters, right? And then it says, Tip Tin Boat Criminal Cynic is one of them I got. And the other one from Titanic, Olympic, Britannic is Impact, Intact, Inborn, Icily. That's very rare to get 4 words that all start with the same letter. That's very rare.
Can you repeat the last one real quick?
Impact, Intact, Inborn, Icily.
Icily? What is that?
Like with Icily? Like with ice?
That's very strange. That's very strange. Yeah. I mean,
it's just strange. I don't know. It's just, this is a coincidence, but it's also.
Right. That's what they do, bro.
You talk. Sorry.
No, this is how you can tell it's these fuckers. It's because they do all these weird puzzles on everything with all of it.
I would.
I mean, yeah, if I was in a world of retards and then I was the only unethical guy and me and all my boys were just like extreme gangsters that just murder people and do whatever we want, at a certain point of domination, I would just start rubbing like shit in their face. Just be like, yeah, like they're not gonna do anything about it. We can just rub it in their face. Like they're literally going to get emotionally attached to our bullshit story. That's gonna be literally clowning them. And yeah, well, let's just rub it in their face because there's nothing anyone can do about it.
Are you still there, Kosho?
Yeah, so I like just doing anagrams for stuff.
Dude, that anagram was really sus. Impact.
Sometimes you get really ones that are just like spot on, and it's just like, that's weird. But the likelihood of that is low. Like it would be like if you put your own name in there, if like Pareidolia, if you put your real non-Pareidolia name in there, and then some anagram came up, and you're like, huh, that like kind of describes me. That's a coincidence, right? But that's almost not going to happen, bro. I almost can guarantee you that you won't find that shit. So it makes it weird when you do find stuff, I think. Anyway. You know what Pareidolia is, right?
Inborn? What is that even? What?
I don't know. I mean, like the iceberg impacted the...
Dude, to be honest, I'm telling you, everything is a puzzle with these fucking Mason fucks. They've been doing it for like forever.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a way to like kind of insulate your information from other people, especially if there was like a way that you did it. You know what I mean? That other people might not know. That's one thing you kind of pass messages. You could do that.
Or maybe it's just maybe it has multiple messages, and depending on the amount of fucking brain power you have.
I might have solved something that was never supposed to happen. I probably didn't get whatever might be right, but it's just strange you can get these words out of that. That's all.
It's a strange one. But I was just at Paradelia. I am still here. I was just in a different room, but I'm listening.
I was going to say, if we have that number of force, then what can we, like, do we, like, look how thick the walls were of the building?
Yeah. Maybe if you talk about it enough, you can put them back up.
Well, so you can, like on this calculator, Omni calculator will tell you the average force, the maximum force, and also the energy. Okay. And so the things with the energy, for example, like on the, like when we do with the craters on the moon, you can actually determine what the internal structural energy is, the electromagnetic energy that's holding a material together. You can see if this exceeds that, and if it does, then it indeed will completely give way on impact. That 1,000 times out of 1,000.
Hold on. Let's say you're right. Let's say the numbers add up. So are you saying that the plane had enough kinetic energy to cause it to collapse into its own footprint due to structural damage some, 20 minutes later or whatever?
Right. There was, like I said, there's two events. And so instead of thinking about them as a single event, it makes more sense to think of it as two events. One event is the plane crashing into the building, and the other event would be the 91st or 92nd floor giving way, succumbing to the pressures of the building above it, the part of the building, the 15 floors above it, and the how out of shape that center column was at that point. Because once that gives way, it's going to completely, it's just going to fall one floor. So you can determine the energy of the 15 floors falling, I don't know, what is it, 20 feet, 10 feet, whatever it is. That force right there would determine what the rest of the building is going to do. And
is this theory of yours, did you check this with the NIST report?
not that report specifically, no.
Oh, yeah, you should let them know, because you got a whole new idea than what they have.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to quote it perfectly, but during the initial impact, while there was a large fireball that consumed most of the jet fuel, a great portion of jet fuel was atomized and dispersed throughout multiple floors of the World Trade Center tower. This started fires, and that was what actually weakened the other floors that caused it to collapse in on itself, according to the NIST reports. So,
Right.
I mean,
yeah, but how's it different than what I'm saying? I said these are two events. Like the explosion of the plane is not what by itself caused the rest of the building to collapse. It was the structural integrity that was, like you said, because of the fires.
yeah, well, the only issue with that is that jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
But they're not claiming that the melting caused the collapse, because you can have structural failure prior to the melting point. There's
Well,
a zone.
the only issue is that there was molten metal that was there for weeks.
But that's not
consistent with the official narrative. I agree.
You don't need to melt steel beams for them to fail.
Yeah, but the idea that atomized jet fuel is escaping a massive fireball and then somehow dispersing rapidly through multiple floors, causing fires that would happen so quickly, the steel structure would then be rendered obsolete. That's insane. That's not what happened. The dustification of the remnants of the building, the way that it free fell, none of that is consistent with an airplane crash. Never have, never will.
That's why they
And
that's why they cover the structural steel in fire retardant material when they construct buildings, is to specifically prevent that scenario.
I already heard that soundbite. You're just regurgitating like I don't know, just talking points. You're not really making any sense. You're not providing me of any examples where this has happened. You're not showing me any experiments with like reproducible results that would, you know, support what you're saying. So it's very difficult for me to take you seriously.
Sounds like a you problem.
Oh, must be nice. But it's cool, dude. If you think you know when the government's telling you the truth and when they're lying, good for you, dude. That's an insane level of confidence, and you know, it's stunning and brave. Personally, I don't trust liars and I don't like liars, so I just fucking don't listen to anything they say. But you know, it's fine. You do you. Did you know that? Oh, never mind. I can't say that. Look at that self-control.
Yeah, it seems like if heat didn't impact structural beams, it would seem like they wouldn't coat them in fire retardant material.
I mean, isn't it even a little bit weird that we entered into these like multi-decade wars in the Middle East after that? Just cuz?
Must be all connected.
Or yeah, I mean, are you suggesting it's all disconnected?
There must be a grand scheme.
No, it must just be complete chaos and like it's everybody for themselves and nobody's working together for good or for evil. It's just everybody. There is all chaos. There's no patterns. Everything's just a coincidence. That's probably what you see the world as, huh?
The sinister actors.
Oh yeah, everybody's good. The government totally cares for you, dude. That makes a lot of sense.
With perfect choreography, except when it comes to NASA videos with strings and.
Hey man, we're all human, right? They might be inhabited by demons, but they're still human. They're still gonna make mistakes. Honestly, dude, I think you need to just clean up a little bit because your mind is polluted and you can't see the truth. When you can't see the truth, it means you're in a demoralized state. A lot of the ways that people get to a demoralized state is well, watching the news, um, like woke communist sort of ideals. Those will demoralize you. If you are if you're subjecting yourself to like pornography on the regular, you're probably hyper demoralized. You probably have a split in your brain right now. Honestly, is your brain split?
Is that like a technical term or?
Yeah, highly technical. Definitely not your your first day of class type material. I would stop doing that. That's absolutely destroying your brain and fucking you up pretty badly.
How do I know when I found the truth? Do I just have to believe that I found the truth? Tell myself I found the truth, or?
No, the truth is self-evident.
And why do different people have different truths?
Well, some people believe lies. You don't need to believe the truth. It's the lies that you need to believe. What
I mean, since you seem to think that you need to believe in truths, can you name a truth that you believe in? I'm a little confused.
I'm sure I could.
Yeah, please go for it. And that's exactly what you get from demoralized people. Like they just make stuff up. They say word salad, and then you ask them to present something like that supports their word salad, and it's crickets. I don't know. I don't know what you do. You stop drinking tap water and stop watching fucking weird shit on the internet. That's, I mean,
what does tap water
at least
do?
well, you got the fluoride in the tap water. Even Israel
And what does
has
fluoride do?
outlawed fluoride. It calcifies your pineal gland.
And we're the first ones to discover this.
Who? I'm sorry, that was a question or a statement?
Like, we've come to this secret knowledge.
It's
Like,
not a secret. Israel literally made fluoride in the water illegal like years ago. This is not a secret.
So average Joes here, we've got the secret knowledge of
It's not a secret.
fluoride.
I don't know why do you keep calling it a secret? I just told you an entire country made it illegal to put it in the water.
Okay, first of all, I don't really believe anything that comes from conspiracists.
Okay, well then fucking look it up, dude. Look, if you're not willing to engage in honest debate and you're not willing to
Okay,
like,
let's
why
look
are you
this up
here?
together. Let's look this up together.
Yep, look it up, dude. Look it up. This is gonna be good.
Yeah, it was repealed, requiring it. Different than banning it or making it illegal. I don't know.
They discontinued the fluoridation of tap water, according to the Times of Israel. This is August 25th, 2014. Discontinued it. It's not. They stopped doing it.
And then when did they resume?
I wasn't aware that they did resume. Those poor Israelis. That's so sad.
So my point again, I don't believe anything conspiracists say.
I wasn't wrong. They stopped using it.
They didn't ban it. They didn't make it illegal at all.
So what do you think would have happened during the period of time that they discontinued it if you just dumped a bunch of chemicals
I mean,
labeled
if you're
fluoride?
not here to engage in honest discourse, I don't know what you're really doing here.
I didn't say anything that was untrue.
We did.
No, I didn't.
They banned it.
Banned, discontinued, whatever word fits the fits the story,
point
dude.
of view, whatever fits for your point of view.
Okay, I misspoke. I had the wrong word for discontinued. I used the word. What did I say? Banned. What's the difference between banned and discontinued? Can you tell me?
Yeah.
One's a black and white. One's a black and white thing, and the other one's a meaning to it for banning.
Okay. Well, you got me there. I mean, okay. I still think that there's a reason that they discontinued it. And there's probably an even worse reason that they started putting it back in the water. If you want to drink tap water and watch weird stuff on the internet and just like operate at a lower vibration, that's your prerogative, dude. That's fine. I'm just trying to give you some good advice.
That sounds like some MLM boss mom talk. Operate at a lower vibration. That sounds like some essential oil sales pitch shit.
It probably will sound weird to somebody that likes to, do whatever it is that you do. I can just tell, dude.
I feel like I'm in an MLM recruitment meeting of
you probably base a lot of what you think on
19-year-old
just
moms.
on your feelings. You're just like, oh, I feel this, so I'm going to think that. You're not using logic. You're not using reason. But it's cool. A lot of people, they there's a right time and a wrong time to go off of your gut. And I think if your gut is full of bad bacteria, if you're just eating a bunch of processed foods, if you're not engaging in healthy sexual behavior, it's not good, man. Are you pro tap water? Are you pro pornography? Are those things that
Are
you
those
like?
pretty synonymous things? Tap water and
Yeah,
pornography.
I was trying to find the connection between the two there.
Do we want to talk about the damages to the brain due to fluoride consumption and the damages to the brain due to chronic pornography usage?
Enlighten me on tap water brain damage.
All right, cool. Stand by.
I must be fairly brain damaged because I've been drinking tap water for 60 years.
It's all in the water, bro. I think tap water's probably saved more lives than anything ever through all of time.
What is there like a specific source that you would find like the most credible, like WebMD, PubMed? Does it have to be a .com, a .gov? Like what's your pick?
Peer-reviewed literature.
Okay, you want fluoride exposure in early life as possible root cause of brain toxicity, or let's see, here's the fluoride deposition in the aged human pineal gland. This is PubMed. PubMed is peer reviewed, right? The National Library of Medicine, does that work for you?
Yeah, just post if it's a study, post the DOI. I can look it up on Sci-Hub. But before you do, like if you're trying to make the argument that fluoride in X quantity causes damage, I think you'd have to look at the quantity of fluoride that's in the tap water and the quality of fluoride that's in the study before you make that argument.
Oh no, I'm making the argument to not have any of it. Was that what you were trying to get? You're trying to get me to find specific studies that just say how poisonous it is?
Yeah, you want to look at the evidence.
Oh, right? Okay. Yeah, no, I just know that it's a poison when taken in enough. When you take enough of it, it's a poison. On the back of your toothpaste, if you eat the toothpaste, it says consult poison control. So yeah, I mean, I don't even really need to give you peer-reviewed study. Just go look at
you
the
shouldn't be
toothpaste,
buying
dude.
that type of toothpaste then.
That's the type that. Wait, what? They put it in the water, dude. It's in the water.
Yeah, what concentrations is it in the water? How much do you have to drink?
Can you show me some peer-reviewed studies that show that fluoride consumption over an entire person's life is not harmful, please?
I know you're trying to show
us.
us.
No. You're trying to tell me that a chemical that they put in the water doesn't fucking harm me. So show me the studies that over an entire person's life, fluoride isn't going to harm me. Thank you.
Are you gonna show us this brain damage or what?
Yeah, this is not our claim.
I don't know. I didn't even know that you guys were sharing a claim. Are you guys like holding hands right now? You're telling me
what were you in the process of doing? Don't let us distract you. What were you in the process of doing?
Showing you that fluoride causes damage to your brain.
All right, so let's stay on that track.
But then you said you wanted a specific. Dude, I don't have specific studies of them giving certain quantities of poison to people to seeing how poisonous it is.
So then why do you hold that viewpoint?
Okay, here you go. And it's in the chat. Hold on one second. There you go. The most recent controversial aspects of fluoride are related to toxicity of the developing brain and how it may possibly result in the decrease of intelligence quotient, cause autism, and calcification of the pineal gland. In addition, it has been reported to have possible effects on bone and thyroid glands. If nutritional stress is applied during a critical period growth and development, The organs and or body will never recover once they pass through the critical period. For example, if animals are force-fed during experiments, they will simply get fat but never reach their normal size. So yeah, stunted growth, autism, brain toxicity, lower IQ. It's all there. I don't have the studies like specifically that show how much fucking fluoride do I need to take to go full retard. But no, there's plenty of studies out there that are peer reviewed that say this stuff is bad for you. It even says it on the back of your toothpaste. I don't even know why I'm fucking arguing this with you. It's like, if you want to stick your head in the sand, do it.
I'm gonna post the Sci-Hub link to that article.
There's that fag talk we talked about.
I wouldn't expect anything more.
Somebody's asking in the chat, is it which fluoride? I didn't know there was more than one type of fluoride.
Well, yeah, you got like sodium. Mate, I don't know all the different ones, but some of them are good and some of them are bad. So toothpaste is like sodium fluoride, but it's not fluoride. It's just a fluoride of sodium. So that's what I heard.
Mm. Well, the article says early life as well, so developing brain. So that's a lot of things like that have been frowned upon, like alcohol or smoking, or to do with early brain development.
You know, something I learned was chicks are encouraged to eat, consume a thing called folic acid. So the encouragement of many things, I think, is down to, yeah, it's on a follicular level, yeah. So folic acid, yeah, it's to do with the follicles, but also everything from just correct growth. In many ways, but it's almost like they've been encouraged for them to take it nowadays, and we never had it before.
The only two times the United States government has ever given anything else or anything for your health out for free was fluoride and the jab. Thanks, government. Can't even get a friggin' Band-Aid for free. Can't even show up to the emergency room and get looked at for free. But they'll put fluoride in the water and they'll jab everybody. That's cool.
Well, that's because.
So do you pay for water?
No, I don't.
No, you just get water for free. People
Yeah,
just
water
work
is
for free.
water is free. You didn't know that?
People just work for free. They just clean water for free and deliver it to you for free. That's how it works.
No. I use a pump. What do you do?
I purchase cleaned water. I live in a city.
That sounds gay.
Living in cities, pretty homosexual activity. Right.
Yeah, I mean, haven't you heard of the John B. Kowloon rat utopia experiment where they get all the fucking rats overpopulated in a dense area, they become hyper socialized and hyper sexualized, they all start fucking eating each other and have a mass extinction event. Oh yeah, and they turn gay.
So yeah, it is fucking gay to live in a city.
Because those two things are pretty
Yes, they are.
correlated,
Yeah,
right?
very simple. Yeah, 100% correlated. They even took offspring from the experiment and tried to breed them back to normal mice that weren't a part of the experiment. And the learned behavior of homosexuality and hyperviolence actually was passed on genetically, which is even crazier. Behavior that passes on through genetics. Whoa. Make sure to read that other article I sent you too. That's the one about pornography addiction, how it's basically like doing methamphetamine or heroin, and how it destroys the frontal cortex.
I'm not concerned with pornography.
Well, yeah, I know you're not concerned about it. You didn't read the article I sent you that could be, raising the alarm bells.
I don't care about it. That's not the point. We're talking about
Well, I'm
water.
just saying. We're talking about both of them. We're talking about the fluoride in the water.
You're
and
talking about
I was saying that you got to stop. You got to stop. Looking at the weird stuff on the internet.
Well, you're bringing up the weird stuff. That's a bit ironic.
Well, no, you got this guy who's just naysaying everything. It's
You're
just like kind of
projecting, bro.
waving his hand. And now, we're at the part where you say I'm projecting. Okay, and it's always the same with you people.
Where you accuse us of pornography addictions with no evidence, and then you provide us with links about how pornography addiction is bad when we never mentioned it. All the same
And
with us people.
What's this category of you people? That seems a bit.
I mean, it's the people that they claim that they know that the government's lying to them, but that they also know when the government is telling the truth. And I think that's an absurd position to take. I like to point out the absurdity of it. I like to point out that a lot of the activities in which you engage in are actually very self-destructive. I'm trying to give you a fucking hand up, not a handout. I'm trying not to cast my fucking pearls before swine lest I be rended. But it's just because I love you guys. Like, I've never met you. I don't know what you look like. I'm fucking pissed off that the people who are in charge pit us against each other. Yeah, I've got a sharp tongue, and I get fucking annoyed when I spend 40 minutes trying to just tell you, the poison in your toothpaste that they put in the water. Yeah, it's poison. Like, it sucks. It sucks just having to fucking go over and over and
Is
over
this
again
a
with people like you.
global thing, or just a point of view from the American side of things?
I don't know. Is there fluoride in your water, dude?
I don't know. I've never looked to see what concentrations of fluoride we do have, but I know that there's a certain amount that's in the water.
Okay. Well, do you feel that your government has your best interests in mind, and that they're putting your health above, an increase in profits and resources and power?
And what evidences do I see of that? If that's happening?
Let's talk about how. So in my country, this guy, Dr. Fauci, from 2019 to 2021, his household net worth jumped from, I believe, under 5 million to over 12.2 million. His wife, actually, her net worth went up a little bit too. I just see bad things happening to the middle and lower class, and then the rich get richer, and they lock us all down. And I don't know, it's just I don't know. It's very weird that you understand that the government has very nefarious elements to it, but you just seem to pick and choose when they're being good to you. Like, oh no, they're telling me the truth this time.
This time I know they're telling me the truth. Because that makes me feel good, I guess. I don't know. How do you guys do it? How do you do it? How do you know when they're telling the truth or not? I would love to know. Bring me back to reality, guys.
I just think they always lie, and then I just assume that everything is a lie.
Yeah, how's that? I mean, that's very similar to my strategy. Like, I'm sure you're reaping the rewards where you suddenly have transcended the political nonsense. You're no longer arguing red versus blue, and you can just fucking live your life like a normal, like you're meant to.
Yeah, for sure. Because I heard at one point they lied to us. Now that I've adopted this black and white thinking to where I just think like they always 100% of the time lie now. So it just solves a lot of my problems. I don't have to really.
Did your girlfriend or your spouse or wife, whatever, do they cheat on you?
Yeah, because that's related.
It is. It is related. We're talking about a relationship that involves trust, and the relationship that you have between a partner would be very, very similar as far as the trust aspect goes with the relationship you should be having with the powers that be. So, you know, or maybe you're down to just be like lied to on and off, and just like be gaslit, and you really don't know when it is that you're getting the truth, and you're cool with just cohabitating with like a person like that. I would never cohabitate with somebody like that, and I certainly don't enjoy the people that are running the world doing that to me.
So can you give me an example of
Gulf of
their lie?
Tonkin, they false flagged. They did a false flag in the Gulf of Tonkin to get us to go to war in Vietnam. They false flagged 9/11 so that we could do a little forever war in the Middle East.
Yeah, but your reasoning abilities are demonstrated to be poor at best. So you have to like.
So the Gulf of
prove.
Tonkin didn't happen because you know that's been declassified, right?
All right, so let's look at the Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, go ahead, look at it. Do you want me to look it up, or are you looking it up?
I'm looking it up.
Oh, okay, cool. I trust you. I trust your sources.
Yeah, this would take a while to dig through. I don't have time. Maybe another day.
So that's it. I point to you at a well-known false flag time that the government lied to go to war, and you're just like, oh yeah, this is another day.
Yeah.
What about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? Was that a lie?
I'm not sure about that.
Save it for another day, huh?
I don't know. I don't know what the truth is on that.
What about the time the United States government gave STDs to an African American population to study the effect of the disease over the course of their lifetime? Remember that? Remember about the Agent Orange experiments that went on in Vietnam, or the time they lied about what was going on at the Abu Ghraib prison, and there was that entire scandal, or the time the president of the United States lied about getting a blowjob in the Oval Office, or I mean, dude, I don't know. I guess you just know when they're lying and when they're not. You're really smart.
No, they're always lying. Remember?
Yeah, I wouldn't know if they're always lying because I stopped listening to them after I caught them lying a couple times. You know, you get duped enough times and you just stop paying attention.
Or if you're convinced you're duped enough times, then you stop paying attention. Am I right?
Well, unlike you, it didn't take me very long to figure out, whether or not I was being lied to. I just looked into it, but, like you said, for another day.
But isn't that a one-way thinking? You're not thinking of other alternatives?
Fuck no.
What's the alternative? Were they telling the truth about WMDs? Was Bill Clinton not? So Bill Clinton didn't lie about getting oral sex in the Oval Office, and then when he came back and he said that he lied to the American people, was he also telling the truth then, or was that a lie? How do you guys do it? How do you know when they're lying? It's crazy.
If they're lying or not, how does that matter either way?
What does it matter if the government's lying to you? Is that what you just said?
I said, what if... Yeah, that's not what I said. I said, whether they're lying to you or not, why does that matter?
Is that a rhetorical question, or you actually don't know why it matters whether or not the government's lying to you?
Well, why would it matter if the government's lying to you or not?
Oh, because they take our tax dollars and they go to war with it, and they're in charge of building the roads and the schools and ensuring border security and building hospitals and stuff. So you want to make sure the money's. Well, here's the thing: if I don't pay my taxes, men with guns come and send me to jail. I'm threatened with physical fucking force. So it would be at least nice to know that I'm not being lied to about where the money that I give them is going.
So that's not a generic opinion. That's your personal opinion about something in your situation.
Well, why do you think it's important to know whether or not the government's lying, or do you even think that it's important?
Well, we don't have those problems with taxes for a start.
Are you just literally dodging the question completely, or what?
Well, there's nothing that the government does that affects me on a personal level.
So then I guess you have really no business having this conversation. If the government already doesn't affect you, why are you? Well, my government affects me and billions of other people around the world. My government specifically. So it's important to highlight and spotlight that they are lying. That's good that you're unaffected by this, but you obviously just shouldn't be in the conversation if you're going to be just saying naysaying and then saying, "Oh well, actually the government doesn't even affect me." So nah. It's like, fuck is that?
Yeah, so I looked at that study. Doesn't really seem to be conclusive for fluoride. Be better if they had some meta-analysis.
Maybe you should go drink a bunch of fluoride and then tell us what happens.
I have.
Yeah, it shows.
Yeah, I've had multiple psychological evaluations.
What do you mean?
I've been to neuropsychologists multiple times for batteries of testing, include intelligent quotient.
Was it because you're sick, or?
I wanted to see if I had ADHD.
So you have to turn your head and cough, or what?
No, they give you like 8 hours worth of testing, but they don't tell you what they're testing for initially. They don't tell you that it's an intelligence test as well.
So you went there to get tested, but you didn't know what you were getting tested for?
Well, yes and no. I went there to get tested to see if I had ADHD. And they gave me a lot more than what I asked for.
What was the diagnosis? Autism?
No autism, no ADHD. It was pretty much nothing. But they spit out, like, apparently they have a large number of tests they can use. And it tests like your memory in all types of settings, like your ability to recall like numbered sentences, your working memory, your
What was your IQ?
Huh?
What was your IQ?
On the first one I did, it was 125, but I wasn't really trying, and so
Dude.
I
Damn.
don't.
So wait, hold on. What am I thinking right now?
I don't know.
Is 125 good or bad? I don't know. I don't know what the numbers mean.
100 is the average. 125 isn't anything special.
Below 80, you have trouble tying your shoes.
You know,
And,
I found out today that. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I was going to say something that probably I shouldn't say. Honestly, that was a happy accident.
Well, yeah, I found out today that Richard Feynman had an IQ of 125. So you're in good company.
Who's Richard Feynman?
He was a gentleman.
He was a science communicator and a physicist. He helped develop the atom bomb, and he was a very charismatic individual.
Science communicator is one way of putting it, but he was a science communicator of sorts, but specifically as a lecturer, as a professor, like not in the way Neil deGrasse Tyson is a science communicator. Like he was a legit physicist. He helped with the atom bomb, and not only that, but like all the secrets and stuff that they had in the safes. They had like all these safes, and they kept all the secret shit in. He would like practice cracking in all the safes, and so he helped with their security. But he's the one who also solved the Challenger disaster. He figured out what the problem was.
I listened to some of his stories, and they talk about like the security measures when he was writing letters to his wife, and like she was writing them to him. I don't remember all the specifics. They're like, you can't say this, you can't say that, and like he found ways to obfuscate it and like get around it. And
well, his wife had died around that time, and he was still writing her letters as a dead person. And he actually, after the bomb had been created, he, I think, well, it was actually, no, yeah. So after it got created, he was supposed to get drafted, but they didn't accept him in the army because they said that he wasn't psychologically. He failed psychologically because they said like he was talking to himself and he would talk to his dead wife and stuff, so he wasn't sound for the military.
You guys hear that Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are gonna fight? They're gonna do a cage match. I feel like Zuckerberg has like some super crazy retard strength.
yeah, I think Zuckerberg would win for sure.
Yeah, Elon he's got like that crazy like beer can torso thing going on. There's probably like a little robot inside, or he's in there with a little body, but it's like a robot suit that he's wearing. I don't know if that's fair, but they're gonna fight. That's nuts. They're just trying to figure out like the location, I guess. They should fight on Epstein Island. They've probably both been there, so they'll be familiar.
But they say that fluoride either doesn't transport across the blood-brain barrier or has a hard time, and that the blood-brain barrier isn't formed up until a certain point of I forget what they said, 6 months, 6 years.
I don't know. If you wouldn't give it to a baby, you probably shouldn't do it yourself. That's what I would get from what you just said.
No, that's not what I meant. You could.
That's what I got from it.
There's certain quantities where it's safe. There's certain quantities where it's not safe.
Yeah, well, that's
you could say that for anything. You could say that for salt. You could say that for milk.
Exactly. So, you can't say that you're not going to give baby salt.
Dude, I could hand you a glass of champagne and put one tiny poo speck from my butt and put it into the champagne right in front of you. Are you going to drink it? No, of course not. I just put poop in your fucking drink. It's not going to kill you. It's not going to kill you. Oh, dude, it's for your health though. It's a gut transplant. It's a gut biome transplant, dude. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not gonna look. Fluoride is not healthy for living things. It's a byproduct. It's a chemical waste of an industrial technique, and I'm just not. I don't want to hear that this is safe. Like you can go anywhere else and talk about that being safe. I mean, unless
fluoride
you want to
occurs naturally on Earth.
Yeah, so does cyanide. Fucking, methane gas. But it's
fluoride's in rocks.
It's not safe. Okay, methane's in rocks too. So is sulfur. So is uranium.
All water contains some fluoride.
You can drown in fucking water, dude. Don't go breathing it.
I feel like depending on what group of influence you surround, that determines how your reasoning abilities develop.
Okay.
Is it safe to be near a freeway or a highway where there's lots of cars?
I mean, it depends. Are you inebriated?
It's got nothing to do with I'm inebriated.
I don't know. If I was super wasted and had loss of motor function and I was just trapped on the highway, on the side of the highway, I'd probably just try and stay still. I wouldn't try and walk around or anything like that.
What, you wouldn't breathe?
No, I'd be breathing just fine. I'd be fucking wasted. I wouldn't even be thinking about breathing.
Because if I was surrounded by like, let's say my 5 closest friends, and they all had poor reasoning abilities, I think chances are I would also have poor reasoning abilities because they would just rub off on me.
Are you trying to insult my friends now or something? Like you're trying to like bring other people into it that just you don't even know?
No, I think it actually happened to me early in life, and I'm just
Oh,
making
so you're projecting. Okay, got it.
I'm partially projecting. Yeah, I feel like I had poor reasoning abilities earlier in life.
Yeah, becoming a good judge of character does take time. It's
That
part of
has nothing
growing
to
up.
do with character, but you could have a horrible character and have flawless reasoning.
You think you have pretty good reasoning?
I think it's better than it used to be. Is it?
Where do you get your morals from?
I think morals are subjective and objective, a mixture of both. I think they're natural to human beings.
I've never heard of something being both subjective and objective. That seems counterintuitive. Can you explain that a little more to me?
Yeah, I think that it depends. It's situational. But I think morals, like through time and culture, change gradually in the some of the subjective things. Whereas, like, it's always immoral to murder, right? It's always immoral to like do these heinous crimes, but like
Is it always immoral to murder?
Yeah.
I don't have much practice at it, but I mean, don't
I'd
think
argue that. Yeah.
there's some exceptions case, right?
I mean, if you're punishing a killer, I wouldn't say that's murder.
Oh wait, can you just give me an example of something that's both subjective and objective again? Because I don't understand how that applies to morality, because I've never encountered that before.
Well, like something that is subjective, that is moral, right? That's a good question. I haven't thought about it for a little while, but like
Look, I just started down this road because you were basically trying to say that me and the people that I associate with have bad reasoning skills. And then just simply asking you where you get your morals from, you right off the bat tell me that they're simultaneously objective and subjective, and then realize that that literally makes no sense.
Yeah, but
So-
morals and reasoning are disconnected.
Oh, just let me finish.
That
Just-
that is the case, right, Platypus? Like an example
No.
you could give is marital age of consent.
Of that being that's both subjective and objective. That's what you're
Yeah,
saying?
we all agree, for example, that a 9-year-old shouldn't get married.
Oh,
Objectively,
you were just fucking dragging it to a different topic now, aren't you?
But then,
Wait, what?
objective. Yo, don't interrupt me, man.
You're
We
past
all
your
agree.
bedtime. You're past your bedtime, Charlie.
Yeah, snacks, relax. We all agree, objectively, globally, that a 9-year-old shouldn't get married. But then, subjectively, what is the minimum allowed age for a girl to get married or a boy to get
You're talking
married? You know,
about
it varies.
laws.
Yo,
I'm
please
talking about
stop
morals.
interrupting.
Totally other
Please
Dude,
topic.
you're talking about
Why don't you chill
laws.
out?
I'm talking about morals.
Please stop interrupting me.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm just letting you know that it's not a. I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about
Laws are based
Okay,
on moral
look,
standards.
I know your buddy over here was getting his ass whooped just a second ago, and I was
I
just
don't even know the guy,
demonstrating
but
how
let me
poor of an
finish
argument he was
making-
making. But what I said was, where do you get your morals from, not where you get your laws from. So if you want to show me how morally,
Oh,
well, if you don't care about it, then why are you interrupting and changing the subject?
because there's a specific part I care about, which was whether or not morals could be subjective and objective. That's all I'm speaking towards. I'm not speaking
Why are you
towards
going on about laws?
Because laws are based on morals. Laws, it's like a social contract that we all agree on due to our common morals and ethics. If you go to
And is
China,
that
they have
subjective or objective?
Well, that has nothing to do with where you get your morals
That's what
from.
I'm trying to say.
Which
It
was
can
the
be
question.
subjective and objective. So
I'm just talking about
objectively,
morals, dude. I don't want to talk about laws because laws are based off of morals, which is what we're on right now. So I would just like him to, just recognize that he needs to rethink about where he gets his morals from because they're obviously one or the other. They can't be both.
Yes,
And,
they can.
yeah.
They can be both because it's situationally dependent. I keep saying that. You think I'm saying that they're both
Okay,
simultaneously.
so give me an example. Give me an example of a type of morality that is acceptable in one place and unacceptable in another, and objective in one place and subjective in another.
So
marital
eating meat. Some people say that it's moral to eat meat. Some people say it's not moral to eat meat, depending on your culture, depending on who you know. Abortion, another one. Some people say it's moral to abort. Some people say it's not. Capital punishment. Some people say it's moral. Some people say it's not. Those are subjective examples. Now, an objective example, we already covered murder. Maybe another one would be stealing. I'm pretty sure everyone on Earth is going to say, "Hey,
So you
stealing
think?
is
So hold on,
objectively
hold on.
wrong."
So you think that if you go somewhere where it's legal to murder somebody and you murder them, you murder somebody there, that's not wrong morally? That's
You
going to
think
be
that's an
okay?
accurate representation of what I just said?
This isn't okay. I'm accurately
that's a
describing
crazy strong man.
the alternative
That's a strong
to
man.
morals being objective. If morals are subjective, that means that I can murder a baby somewhere and it is completely morally a-okay, and just because of where I did it, or just because of the societal construct there, because people
yeah, that's
voted about it.
exactly
Flat. Do you think
Oh,
that I
okay.
just
Oh,
said
hold
that
on. No,
morals are
he just no.
simultaneously
Look,
objective
he just
and
agreed.
subjective?
He just agreed. He said that that's what it means. Okay, great.
That's what subjective morals are. It's that not everyone would agree on it, but maybe you and your local community agree on it. But once you leave the country and go somewhere else, it's not the same. That's subjectivity.
Okay, well, if you all believe that morals are subjective, how is it then that you decide which morals are right from day to day? Is it, do you just throw dice, or like do you pick out of a hat, or how does it work? Just your feelings?
Sort of. I mean, generally, you would go along with the morals within your local community. So wherever it is you were raised, those morals would be what shape you generally.
So do you
But
think
it's
you would
not
have?
to
You
say,
think you would have
hang
been?
on, hang on. But it's not to say you would go along with all of the agreed on morals and principles within your community. I'm sure wherever it is you grew up, Platypus, there are certain morals and taboos that you don't jive with, right?
So let me get this straight. Do you think that the Nazis should have been persecuted for war crimes because they just grew
Yeah.
up that way? That was morally acceptable in their culture. So like we should
Yeah,
respect that, right? We should respect their culture.
you don't have to respect everyone's culture. No, I know
Oh,
you don't respect everyone's culture. So yeah, no.
what do you mean I don't respect everyone's culture? How have I disrespected somebody else's
Sure, there
culture?
are cultures where they have agreed on morals and
You just
standards
gonna
that you
ad
don't
hom
respect
throw the
and
little
agree
ad
with.
hom out there and expect me not
It's
to?
not an add-on. That's not an add-on. It's a fact. There are cultures that have morals I don't agree with and I don't respect because it's subjective. How is that
I
an
feel
add-on?
like on
How
Thursdays
would you
I
feel
should
insulted?
stone people to death if they blaspheme
I
Jesus.
wouldn't necessarily call that culture, but I see what you're saying. Your point is
Yeah, but
understood.
why
You're
would you
right. No,
feel
no,
insulted
you're
by
right.
that?
You're right.
How is that
There
an
are.
add-on? Thank
Hold
you.
on. I just kind of thought it was some kind of underhanded little sly thing. I've been on the defense for the last hour with about fluoride and
Okay.
fucking porn. Just give me a break here.
All right, my bad.
No,
Okay,
no,
but then
no. It was my bad. It was me.
okay, but we're on the same page. There are morals out there that we don't respect and agree with.
No,
Like
no, yeah. I believe
yeah.
morality is objective. I believe it is
All right.
completely objective. I believe morals come from God. I think that there
Mhm.
are immoral cultures out there that desperately need to be, told that they're doing the wrong thing. That's just how it is.
But
I
then
think
they would say this. They would say the same thing about you, right? They would tell you my morals come from God, and you get your morals from Satan, and you need to do the right thing. Like it
Ooh, I
goes
have a
both ways.
question.
they might, but they
Flat.
might
Yeah.
not.
What do you mean when you say morals come from God? How do you mean?
We've been given instructions from God, from the supreme being, whatever you want to call him.
Okay, I essentially believe the same thing, but I think I believe it in a different way. I don't believe, God gave it to us, but I think we believe the same thing essentially.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, murder. I think murder is always wrong. I think like abortion is wrong and stuff like that. Abortion is murder. I know it's not popular among some people, but it is what it is.
What about like if you're in a war or something like that, you gotta kill some people. Do you have a moral duty to do that shit, right?
I think if you're in a war zone and like you've put yourself there, um, you have a duty to the men beside you to like try and stay alive and get through it. Obviously, that's going to involve killing other people. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think God wants to see His children killing each other. Who knows? Who knows?
I mean,
But
God promoted warfare.
that was
I just
before Jesus. You're
okay.
talking about a totally different covenant between
Oh,
humans and
okay.
God.
I think so.
But it's the same God, right? Okay, but he just changed his ways. Then, all right, fine.
Yep.
I
Yes,
just
that's
think
correct.
war is a sticky point when it comes to morals and things. I mean, would you say that they are justified wars? Like let's say Mexico, for example, was involved in child labor and child slavery and all this bad stuff. Would it be justified to go to war with the Mexican government?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't like
Hmm.
war.
Me neither.
I got to
Yeah,
think about that for a second. Because, I mean, yeah, there's part of me that wants to say just, yeah, go bomb the fuck out of them. But that's just kind of, or like go send in the fucking SEAL Team 6s. But it doesn't work like that. It comes at a massive cost for the civilian population of the area. And, you might save some people. You might, defeat the evil power. But now you have a power vacuum within a country whose infrastructure has probably just got really fucked up in a war. I would hope that there's like a way to do it without going to war. Like maybe still send in men with guns, but just like do it in a really tricky way that just sort of like diffuses the whole situation and allows for a peaceful transfer of power. But that's I'm an idealist. I would like things to go as well as they can.
What if someone kills someone you treasure dearly? You wouldn't want revenge on them?
I would 100% want revenge on them, and I'd pray to the good Lord that I would have the strength to allow Him to have vengeance and not tarnish myself in the sin of murder. I would want to absolutely fucking rip eyeballs out and fucking torture somebody if they did something horrible to a loved one of mine. And I just don't know if I'd have the fucking strength to not do that.
Same, yeah. Like if someone did something to my daughter, yeah,
exactly.
yeah. I mean, there are situations that would make you go against your morals.
Yeah, but just what you got to do is like just imagine that loved one like standing behind you like while you're doing this evil shit. It's like they wouldn't want that. I've had multiple family members kidnapped and fucking raped. Like I've had all the the fantasies of like, oh, I'm gonna go down to Brazil and fucking find these motherfuckers and do something about it, and like I don't know, dude. It's not it's easier thought about, easier said than done.
Way easier said than done. It's not easy being moral and civilized. Sometimes emotions and that animalistic part of us get the better of us, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I try to operate at a higher frequency. Try to stay away from things that are like self-destructive and degrading to the body.
So I mean, doesn't that kind of make you start thinking that maybe morals are subjective? Maybe there are situations where morals don't have a space there. Maybe there's a room where morals don't belong.
I tried that for like 10 years, maybe longer. It didn't work out for me. Maybe it works for somebody else. I doubt it, but I need a hierarchy of authority, and I need morals. Otherwise, I'm just going to go do what feels good until I've just run my course, and then I'm left with nothing. I've been down that path, and I don't recommend it to anybody else.
But that's not what he's saying.
Is that what you were saying? Or was
No,
that
no, I
what
was
you
just
were saying?
talking about certain situations, certain times and places. You know, you can generally have good morals and things, but then you face with a situation where
Are you talking about
morals go.
like let's say we were all in a room and like some bad men with guns came in while you were in the other room and they were like, "Where is he?" And I just like lie to them and save your life, but I lied, so it's like, is that kind of what
Or
you're talking
you're in
about?
a dark alley and someone attacks you and you gotta kill them to protect yourself.
That's self-defense and it's completely justified in the Bible. There's
So
actually
morally, so there are situations where it's morally okay to kill.
there's a difference between kill and murder. Yeah.
So
Well, there's a
killing
difference
is
between
moral.
defending yourself and having to kill somebody.
Uh-huh. And if someone's attacking your daughter, you can kill them, right? To save her, or is attacking your wife or loved one.
I think if there's somebody if there's an innocent person that's about to be harmed or is in the process of being harmed, you have the right to use physical force to stop them. And if you think that you can't stop
If they're
them
not
without
innocent,
using lethal force, I'm sorry, what?
what if they're not innocent?
Who's not innocent?
Let's say somebody murdered someone's wife, and then that person is getting revenge on them, and you're watching this happen, but you know that this guy murdered the other guy's wife. That's why he's being attacked. Are you going to jump in and defend him still, or let's say that guy that murdered the other guy's wife was your brother? You know,
I probably, honestly, I'll be real with you. I probably would help him, honestly, and that's wrong. That's wrong. It would be wrong. It would be wrong to stand by and watch it. It would be wrong to do what my first impulse is and beat the shit out of somebody who's a sick murderer. But if that's wrong, that's the fucking wrong thing to do, dude. I'm telling you, that's wrong. And I, you know how I know it's wrong? Because it was my first fucking animalistic impulse. You told me something that was disgusting, that I hate about the world, that makes me sick to my stomach, that makes it hard to get up in the morning knowing that this shit's going on 24/7. Yeah, I want to stomp it out, dude. I want to stomp it out of the world. But you know what? You can't. Two wrongs don't make a right, bro. You gotta give it love. You gotta find a better way. I'm telling you, that was my first instinct, and it was wrong.
all right. No, that's fine. Yeah, you know, I mean, morals are they're sticky, man. You know,
That's what I'm saying, though. That's why we need. I mean, that's why I think I need a fucking higher power to be like, yeah, murdering people is wrong. You know, I've been wronged by so many people. I've had so much fucked up shit done to me, and sure, I've thought about doing bad things, but it's like, thank God I didn't, because I know now that shit is wrong. It's just bad.
But then,
It's
are you open? Are you open to the idea that there are people out there that don't need a higher power, but they can still have good morals? You know, they can tell themselves murdering is wrong, not because God says so, but because I feel it's wrong to kill.
You know, that's a good question. I've got a lot of friends that are sometimes in the excess of 30 years older than me, just because of my line of work, and I've got friends that are 10 years younger than me. You know, young people, and I'd say there are some people who are like I would call them like high functioning agnostics, where they kind of just don't care about God. They don't rule it out possibly. They're not like atheists or anything like that. They're just kind of like, I don't really, you know, maybe not, who cares? And they do really well for themselves. They do really well for themselves. But
They're good people.
They are 100% good people. But I know that there's a hole inside them that can't be filled by anything but God. It's a heart-sized hole, dude. And I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. Give God a chance, dude. He loves you so much. He knew you before you were born.
All right.
He gave you to your parents. He gave your parents to you. You know.
Well, I think it can only be had by certain people in certain times.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I do believe in God. It's just within my religion, you can be a good person and go to paradise without being a believer, you know? It's a bit different from the way you have it.
Yeah, my from where I'm standing, it's not about going to a paradise. It's about returning to
to walking with God, to being in the
same.
realm that God is in. It has nothing to do with like sandy beaches or castles or anything like that. It's about returning, like
Yeah. Paradise is just the English translation of the actual word. It doesn't mean it's an actual paradise, but it's the same way you would see it, walking with God. You know.
Can we talk about the Garden of Eden story really quick? Do you subscribe to it at all?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you think God put both the tree of life and the tree of knowledge and good and evil in the garden?
Well, the way I've been, taught to understand it is that God put it there as a test because he actually wanted the purpose of the test was for Adam and Eve to eat from the tree. He told them don't do it, but he actually wanted them to because God had a mission for them, right? God wanted them to come down out of the garden and populate the earth, and go through this struggle humans go through. It's all a test. That's how I've been raised to understand.
Can I offer another perspective?
Yeah.
So I think that God put both trees in because, well, first of all, he created us because it's all about love, right? And love without free will is not love. We had to love God on our own, of our own free will. And he put both trees in the garden because at one point, at some point in time, we were meant to eat from the tree of, the knowledge of good and evil. But it wasn't not what we weren't supposed to eat it then. There was other stuff that was supposed to happen, and we were just straight up disobedient. It wasn't a test. It was literally just like, no, I'm putting both of these trees in here. I'm going to tell them not to eat from one of them. Okay, they were, whether you think they were tricked by the serpent or whether you think they just screwed up, doesn't matter. We ate it. But the point that I'm trying to say is that, in a way, we're both right from our perspective. It is a test, but the tree being put there wasn't a test. It just meant that we were, at some point in time, we would be ready to eat from the tree of good and evil, right? And we've eaten from it, and now we're all born into this fallen state, and we have the knowledge of good and evil, but we weren't ready for it. So what did he do? What did he do about that? We ate the freaking fruit. We weren't ready. We're down here. We're acting a fool. Well, everything up until Christ's resurrection wasn't working, and now it's just all about love. Love your neighbor, come to know Jesus Christ, and we get to go back and be with God again, like how it was supposed to be in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, the way I was raised, it's all a test, because it's a test to purify the soul. Steel sharpens steel. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So we need to go through all of this so that if we do walk with God, our souls are pure, and our souls have been through all of this hardship, but they remain pure. We don't let the hardships get to us.
I see it as like the fruit of good and evil is like, just think about it as like a flame. He was like, yeah, just don't touch the flame. If you do, you and all of the humans that come after you are going to have a scar on your hand. And we're just like looking at our hands like, why do we have this scar? And it's like, okay, yeah, why are we here? Why is it like this? It's because they ate from the tree. And this is just a consequence. I don't think this is like God being like, oh, you ate from the tree? Well, now it's going to be like this. It's a consequence of our actions, but it's part of the learning process. Like, when a parent has a child and the child bumps its head, it's not fucking game over. You kiss it, you move on, you have a nap later and life goes on. Life is good. And because we see life on such a short scale, and God, in my opinion, is, he's got this kind of all-encompassing view of things. This is just another day. Like, humanity bumped its head, we fell, and we just got to go through the motions, go through the process, all of us.
If God didn't exist, would you guys want to know?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like, let's say somebody has some evidence or whatever, or let's say, like you were, would you want to know if there is no God? Like,
Of course, yeah. No, if there was some evidence that was challenging the existence of God, I would love to see it.
yeah, but before you say, of course, this is kind of like a, like a consent thing. Like, are you sure you would want to know? Like, because that would
Yes, yes.
mean that you would abandon your faith.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, if you find out that there is no God,
Isn't that what they already say, though?
no, yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like,
How
No,
would
definitely.
anything be any different?
If you could, put me in a time machine and take me way back when, and show me that the people in these books didn't exist, or that whoever wrote this book was a crazy warlord conqueror just trying to manipulate people. If you could show me that, yeah, definitely.
okay, all right. Well, since you guys said that, what do you think about the biblical canon?
What about it?
Like how it was constructed, what books they selected, what books they didn't select.
I mean, they did what they did because it was going to help them control the Christian population at the time. What do you think about it?
Well, I find it interesting that it's not really widely taught in churches, like how they chose what is the Bible, how they chose what is not the Bible.
Which churches are you talking about?
Like evangelical churches in my area, which is pretty much what I've interacted with. That's the only thing that I really have experience with.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
plenty
I'm
of
not.
sects of Christianity that not only acknowledge the other 11 books of the Bible that were, left out at the councils of Nicaea, but they also acknowledge other apocryphal texts and like the Orthodox Church, for instance. They've got a grip of texts that they derive stuff from.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Christian, but from my understanding, not all Christians read the same Bible. Like it's a good example of Flatabus brought up with the Orthodox Christians. They read a very different Bible from what Christians over here read, right?
I'm actually in the middle of reading a book that I went to an Orthodox church on Sunday and picked up a book on their apocryphal texts and how they are scripturally relevant to the church today. And it's absolutely fascinating. Like the entire Torah is based off of the book of Enoch, basically, and these Enochial principles. It's pretty cool. But yeah, what were you saying?
Well, like, what about the history of religion in general?
Christianity is not a religion.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I mean,
but yeah,
Jesus, what did Jesus Christ come down and do? Jesus started a religion. I'm sorry, like I missed that part.
No, but I'm saying
but
like if God is real, right? Like then you'd want to look at the history of religions in general, right?
Well, dude, okay.
Yeah.
Can you show me something?
Most religions have a very weird. Some of them have very bloody histories. There's a lot of weirdness that went on within these religions in order for them to spread and become as big as they are. But I don't know if I would put that at the feet of God. I would say that's man's work. That's just men, evil, bad men, using the word of God to further their own agendas. We can't really blame.
But that kind of leads you kind of closer to what I would argue would be the truth. If man creates, if I'm hearing you correctly, if man creates religion, and that's kind of like, the shittiness of man, that he makes these religions and God is like actually, better than what man is creating. Well, why does man have a tendency
Maybe that's why
create
Flatabus
gods in general? Like, why has man created so many gods? And is there any evidence of a god?
Yes, 100%. There's evidence of God. You can't have creation without a creator.
Yeah, but I totally acknowledge that, but I think that's like how did we get that idea? Like, is there any evidence to indicate that that is the case? I mean, I understand that, we say we can't have what we have now unless someone created it, but I think that's like a construct that people have created and they're just articulating. Because I used to say the same thing. I said, well, okay, maybe Jesus isn't, or maybe God isn't real, but obviously we were created. Like we couldn't just spontaneously existed. But that's the what is that? What's the word where you have a God that is essentially magical, timeless, infinite, and it has all these properties. It's infinite reduction or infinite regression, right? God is the killer of the infinite regression. So it would be preposterous for us to say, well, obviously we had to have a creator. We didn't just exist forever. So obviously a being that escaped all laws of reality had to exist in order to bring us into existence, which I would argue is equally as preposterous to say, you know what I mean? Because like we're essentially saying some magical being that we've never tested, there's no evidence for, we can't smell him, see him, talk to him, hear him, anything. And we're saying he absolutely exists and he absolutely created us. And none of the laws of reality apply to him.
Well, yeah, he's preeminent to time, space, and matter. They wouldn't apply to him. It's preeminent to creation of time and space, matter and space, preeminent to time, meaning the concept of forever doesn't even make sense because there's no such thing as time. I guess the closest you could get to describing it would be that forever is the absence of time.
But do you see what I'm saying? Like,
no, I don't. There's no such thing as creation without a creator. It's completely logically sound that anything that created everything that we know, encompassing time, space, and matter, we can't even imagine what that would be like. Like we just can barely scrape the surface by describing it as the absence of what we know. It's very tricky, but I mean, the alternative is what? A Big Bang, or I'm not really sure what the alternative is. I guess to just like believe whatever you want, but this is the most logical to me.
And I think sometimes the concept of God kind of intermixes of a concept without God. I think a lot of things are kind of overlapping and kind of saying the same thing. Like, as you said earlier, God gave us morals, right? Whereas someone that doesn't believe in God and just believes in, evolution would say, humans are born with this tool that is moralities that we could see in like apes when you give an ape a grape versus, a piece of broccoli. You can observe morals in apes. But we would, some people would say it's God that did it, and some people would say it's evolution. I think it's kind of an intermingling. They kind of explain the same thing.
I mean, I don't believe in evolution either. So, yeah.
Which is kind of interesting because I grew up in the church, and I was told evolution isn't real, and I always fought evolution, which is kind of interesting. If why would the church be super against a particular field of study in science?
It's not science, though. You can't show me you can't show me speciation in a lab. It's ridiculous.
How do you mean speciation?
Like shape-shifting water monkeys or retarded fish frogs, having sex with fucking desert geckos and making, wombats. None of that shit is real, dude.
I mean, they can kind of do it though, right? Like,
okay, yeah, you can breed some dogs together over the course of like 50 years and get them to look funny and retarded, but then they end up just being like infertile and having all these fucking genetic issues. They would never exist like that in nature on their own. Yeah, sure, you can breed an animal to have certain adaptations, but you're not gonna like fucking evolve a dog into a cat. It's not Pokemon.
Well, yeah, of course, not like spontaneously, right? So it was,
or even or over any period of time. You're not gonna put a cat
on an Earth-like planet and have just the right, conditions, so that 65 million years later it's a dog. There's that's not happening.
Well, I mean, like, what is it? Those subway mosquitoes. Subway mosquitoes have developed into their own branch of mosquitoes.
They're still
which have been-
mosquitoes. They didn't turn into butterflies. They didn't turn into rabbits.
Oh yeah,
They're
I'm
still
not.
mosquitoes. Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
evolution.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't think they've turned into another animal, but they no longer breed with other mosquitoes. They only breed with subway mosquitoes, and they've developed adaptations to an underground world over just the course of like 50 years. So I think
Have you seen the kids wearing the headphones for like 14 hours a day, like all throughout COVID, and now they've got little dimples in their skulls? It's crazy. Like adaptations, yeah, they absolutely can occur, but nobody's shape shifting. There's no speciation happening. And that was my whole point.
What about the family in France that they all have 6 fingers?
Genetic mutations occur. I mean, I'm not a fucking scientist, guys. I just call bullshit when I hear it. Like, there's no such thing as evolution.
Yeah, but would you say that it'd be hard to determine if there was or was not such a thing as evolution without like like a definitive look into the mechanisms that would allow you to understand if there is or is not such a thing?
I have no idea what you just said, dude. You're gonna have to repeat the question in a simpler way, like I'm like 5 years old.
Well, basically, like, let's say if I don't have an understanding of evolution, would I be able to determine if it exists or doesn't?
Okay, is evolution speciation or not?
It's not. That's no, it's
Guys,
not. That's not.
come on,
That's not the
guys.
only.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
they've revised it since.
Fact check.
Do you want the answer or no? It's difficult to know when allowed to participate, but I'm just saying that it's not. It's been adjusted. That's all. Because there's an example on the Galapagos, whatever islands.
Galapagos.
Yeah, the ones where Darwin was on. There was a couple that did research for like 30 years, and they observed evolution occur, and it wasn't by the same process of speciation as how they once claimed it to be, like, with where you can't mate. In some cases, it's not a genetic reason why they can't mate. It's just they don't mate anymore. And so they still diverge. So it's not necessarily the same concept of speciation as it once was thought.
Okay, well, my argument still stands that the traditional understanding of evolution is one animal over millions of years through many, many adaptations, eventually becoming a different animal, going from laying eggs to having live birth, going from being cold-blooded and living in the water and having gills to being like warm-blooded and living on land and having fur. This is the type of evolution and speciation that I'm saying does not exist. I'm sure there are plenty of animals through all sorts of natural ways that end up being separated, isolated from one another and having different little things that they end up doing. But at the end of the day, they're, the monkeys are still the monkeys. The birds are still the birds. Some of their beaks might be different. Some of their feathers may have changed colors, but they're still birds. They're still reproducing the same way. Yeah.
I agree with that. It's not because evolution doesn't claim that animals become other animals or they change into other animals. It claims that you start off with one population, and then those populations, if you look at it over time, that's why it's a giant tree. Is because you can start from one branch and then have those branch out to newer branches. They don't lose the old branch. They just add to more. They add more to their division. And so they become new things, but they're not different from the things they came from. That makes sense.
Not really, because I was taught
and like you said, it was revised. It's been a while since I've been in school, I'll admit. But I was taught that we evolved from monkeys, and that those monkeys evolved from something else, and that there was way back down the line some retarded fish frogs that crawled out of the primordial soup. And if you're telling me that that's not what evolution is and that I'm wrong, I need the right information. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I thought it was clear. The way I just described it is exactly how it's how it's understood, as far as I know. Is that if you look at the tree of life, like there's like an interactive one, which you can see where every species where they end up on that tree of life, you can see how those lines, they're all separate from each other. They're all like tentacles or like fractal, divisions, but they all, they all retain the DNA, the genetics from where they came from. So they're all, like all the mammals, for example, are going to be descendants from the same, the same single thing, or the same single animal or whatever, that just diverge into different things, and since you have these subclasses of subclasses of subclasses.
Yeah, I understand like the tree of life thing. I just think that some of those connections on that tree of life are a little like they're like reaching, and they don't actually have any evidence that those animals evolved into the other animals that come after it. So it's what I think.
Are you guys talking about evolution now?
Yeah.
Evolution.
I was saying that evolution, in the sense that animals speciate and become a different species, is not a thing.
Okay.
There's no evidence of that.
What was that? What was it? Richard Dawkins' God Delusion, where he has a test. Is it in that? Like he's like, hey guys, come check out my dragon in my garage. And you go look, and you look around the garage. You're like, I don't see anything. He's like, well, it's an invisible dragon. He's like, oh, well, do you have like some sand we can put on the floor to see its footprints? No, it's a levitating invisible dragon. Oh, well, do you have like a thermal gun where we can like detect the heat from the fire? No, it's a cold-blooded, cold fire breathing dragon. And so you kind of begin to see the problem. What's the difference between an invisible, cold breathing, levitating dragon that you can't measure and no dragon at all?
The difference is one dragon you can measure, and the other dragon doesn't exist at all. It would be the same scenario. If I painted a picture of you, and in that painting you existed, you could move around, you thought it was the real world, but you had this feeling in the back of your mind that someone painted you, that you were created. How could you ever prove it? This painter exists in dimensions you can't access. There's no physical test or experiment you could ever do to detect this painter.
What if
does the painter not exist?
What if the neurological reason for that feeling existing that you were created had an explanation that was demonstrable?
I would be interested in hearing that. What is the explanation that's demonstrable?
Well, I feel like a lot of the phenomena, well, I don't feel, I think it's been demonstrated that a lot of phenomena we experience has neurological explanations that we kind of see as spiritual or leaning toward a god, or they have survival reasoning and evolutionary. Well, some people don't believe in evolutionary reasoning, but neurological.
So what is the neurological explanation for more than 60% of the world's population believing in a higher power?
I'm not entirely sure. I think we evolved.
Evolution? Yeah, I knew he was gonna say it. I knew it. That's so
yeah, I think
funny.
we probably
so
evolved.
Evolution created God. That's so funny. So why don't you believe in him, dude? You believe in evolution. Evolution created God.
what is the evolutionary advantage in believing in a higher power? Like, what advantage does that give a theist over an atheist?
I can only speculate. Like we seek conclusion, we seek certainty, right? There's some speculation as to religion preventing mental illness. So I can only speculate as to the reasonings why that would be the case.
Religious people are like more mentally sound. Interesting. I've never heard someone say that before. That isn't religious.
Yeah, I think it's been demonstrated that people that are religious have less depression and anxiety than atheists.
Why do you think that is?
I feel like they're more certain of what's taking place. There's also ritual aspects to religion. So I feel like it's it's a set of guidelines that we've developed over time to allow us to live, and it's kind of tied into this concept of God, aka the things we can't really explain. Because if you look at different religions through different cultures, it's pretty much a guideline book. There's pretty much a God, or depending on if they were like from the jungle or if they were nomadic, to be a single god or multiple gods. And it's like, hey, do this with your meat, do this, have this many wives. They have to be, do it in a certain way. It all pretty much follows the same theme. That's my personal opinion.
So then, why wouldn't you want to be religious then? If there are these evolutionary advantages, why then
No,
not?
I think it's good. I would like to be religious, but I find it difficult now that I feel like I've obtained information to tell me that, potentially we've made up God. So how do I go from this situation now, put yourself in my shoes, where I'm looking at it from a situation like, hey, yeah, it doesn't really look like there's any God. Now what do I choose as my religion, right? Because it has all these benefits. Do I trick myself into thinking that there's a God, go back to church and be like, praise Jesus, who doesn't exist?
Dude, don't do that. Okay, I know where you're at. I was there once. I thought I had all the evidence and that there was no reason for me to believe in a God. You got to figure out first that they're lying about evolution, or maybe figure out that they're lying about the moon landing and that they're not up there in space. Because once you realize that they're lying to you about these things to disprove God and to kill God, because here's the thing, when you're trying to rule over a group of people as a supreme authority, it helps that you're the only supreme authority. If they get their supreme authority from God, it makes it much harder to rule them. It makes it harder to impose laws against them and to mistreat them. And yeah, you're basically you've been lied to, and you just gotta look into it.
But what if it's impossible for me to come to those conclusions? Then what?
Well, I've already shown you that there's no evidence of speciation, so there's evolution right out the window. We've got a lot of evidence that the moon landing is total bullshit and that it's fucking CGI green screen on the ISS. So they're lying to you about. I mean, do you think that they've been lying about UFOs for the last, couple of decades, or were they did they just declassified all those documents because they weren't lying?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a bit extreme for him, Platypus, because he would have to do a total 180. I think you could be somewhere in the middle. I think you could still believe we went to the moon. Still believe.
Dude, I used to be just like him. Dude, I
hear you, Platypus. I hear you, but I don't know if he needs to go all the way to the other side where you at. Because there's plenty of people that believe we went to the moon, believe in evolution, but still believe in God. And they don't trust their government. They march and protest against the government. But they are God-fearing people. You could be somewhere in the middle,
Yeah, I think I feel like a lot of flat earthers or conspiracists believe that I believe, and this is not a dig, this is just an observation. I believe they think that people can transfer from being non-flat earthers to that all people can transfer from being non-flat earthers to flat earthers and vice versa, whatever. I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's possible for a select portion of, like the population to transfer.
I agree. I think your path to God would involve like looking at apologetics and reason. Apologetics being the philosophical defense for the existence of God, those kind of things. So yeah, I would say you don't have to believe the Earth is flat. You don't have to believe that evolution is false, because many Christians don't believe either of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. They don't have to believe in those things. It's only a matter of salvation if they don't believe in Christ. But I'm just telling you, like, a sure way to realize that there is a creator is to see just how much they've lied to you about things. And I mean, you've never seen the curvature of the Earth with your naked eye. You never will. You can go ahead and look at all the fucking pictures of the Earth that NASA has CGI created and see how fake they look. I mean, it's right in front of you. If you got eyes to see, you'll see.
But how is that evidence of specifically a creator?
There's no natural explanation for the existence of a flat Earth. So if the Earth is flat, it must have been created by a creator, because there's no natural.
You don't have creation without creator. It's just very simple. This is not like, you can't show me something coming from nothing. That's never going to happen.
But what if it never came from nothing?
But what if it never came from nothing?
Yeah, because
that doesn't even make sense.
So like the construct, like the mental idea of creation, like I make a loaf of bread. Like where'd the loaf of bread come from?
You do not make a loaf of bread. You did not. Okay, sorry. You baked a loaf of bread. You did not create a loaf of bread. You did not create the soil and the sun and the wind and the rain that created a seed, or that allowed for a seed to grow. You did not create the seed. You didn't do anything. You just rearranged shit. We're talking about true creation. Preeminence to time, space, and matter. That's true creation. Everything that you see, you, me, everyone. We're not talking about rearranging some wood and turning it into a desk and you're like, oh, look, I'm a creator.
This is where I think a lot of the topics overlap. Like God had to create things, I think is just another way of saying we always existed.
Have you ever heard
That's
of the...
not what I'm saying, though. I didn't say we always existed.
Have you ever heard of the cosmological argument for the existence of God?
You mentioned it, but I forgot it.
Basically, it says that the universe had a beginning and that everything has a cause, and therefore the beginning of the universe was caused. Now, if we're talking about the beginning of the natural world, the cause itself cannot itself be natural. And so there you end up with a supernatural cause for the beginning of the world. And that's the basic idea. It doesn't say anything about what that supernatural cause is, or non-natural, if you prefer to call it that. So just the fact that the universe had a beginning implies a cause.
Yeah, I can understand that now. Okay, I remember. Yeah, I can see the logic in that, but also I think we have some limits to our logic as well. Like I think we recently discovered quantum mechanics, which is totally nonsensical. Right. I think there's potentially limits to our reasoning.
Quantum mechanics is also fake and gay.
Quantum mechanics is within the realm of the natural, and so it would also require a cause.
It's not, dude. That's not real.
Well, I mean, number of technologies that we use right now are based upon quantum mechanics.
You think because they showed you a picture of 5 blue dots that's proof of superpositioning?
They can prove superposition by showing that electrons can interact with themselves. So, I mean, that doesn't matter. We don't get into...
How does that... No. How does that prove that? Go ahead, explain yourself.
That's the whole point of double slit experiment. When they do a single electron, and they see that the single electron is interfering with itself because of superposition. I've done one with light, but that's irrelevant and actually not really that big of a purpose to interrupt me. So, but but I did want to say something to Matthew very quickly, just because I thought it was interesting. I heard you say before about the things you have against the flat Earth community, or the outcome of it, or something. And that was one thing that you said was that troubled you was being brought to the or coming to God through the flat Earth because of necessity, and that's dangerous because, or in your eyes, it's dangerous because, that not being true, then those same people will lose faith or something like that. It said something like that.
Yeah. So basically, if someone comes to belief in God because they first began to believe that the Earth is flat and the only explanation for a flat Earth is a creator, then at some time in the future, when they realize the Earth is not flat, I would be afraid for their faith that they would give up on God too. And same with current flat earthers. Like once they realize the Earth isn't flat, I hope that they don't throw out the true part of the existence of God along with the false part, which is the belief in flat Earth.
I wouldn't really worry about that, because if they're a Christian and they come to the realization that the Earth is flat, the only way that they would realize or come to some conclusion, a false conclusion at that the Earth is not flat, is they would have to listen to NASA and the government over their Bible, which clearly states there's a foundation, a firmament, the sun and moon are lesser and greater lights. You can't go there. I mean, there's those and
Yeah, is it a bit ironic, Matthew, that you're talking about coming to the realization of what the Bible says the Earth is, and then somehow saying that that's going to be a problem for someone's faith if they come to the truth about what the Bible actually says the Earth is?
Yeah, so I would say that they don't have to believe NASA to give up on the flat Earth idea. They would just have to believe like other
satanic liars.
No, other Christians, well-meaning, Bible-believing, Jesus-loving Christians who understand science a little bit better than you guys do,
who go directly against what the Bible says.
The Bible doesn't mention the shape of the Earth.
It doesn't say it's a spinning ball. It says it's firm in its foundation.
Right.
It says it's like a ball of clay pressed under a seal with a firmament over it. Yeah, there's nothing about a spinning ball.
With a greater and a lesser light, the moon being its own light.
It doesn't say its own light.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, the Bible says the Earth is spherical, and it says many different things. So it's depending on what
it does
you want.
Not say where does it say the Earth is spherical?
God sits high above the round ball of Earth.
The round ball of Earth. What translation is that? Can you give me the Hebrew word that they took it from?
I think he's talking about the circle of Earth.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the circle of Earth too. I'm gonna look up ball because I got my little dictionary here. No, there's only I'm looking in the King James version. There's only one time the word ball is used. It's Isaiah 22:18, and
it's derogatory
nothing.
too.
For the Master, God of the Archangel armies, will finish here what he started all over the globe.
What translation are you reading? What is that? When is this from? This sounds like some what's that one Bible called? The Schofield Bible. You're probably reading from the Schofield. That's some Masonic shit.
But see what's being said here, right? Depending on the translation, depending on the
100% depending on the translation. Yeah.
So it's kind of like tying into like kind of how we want to view it, how we want to frame it, like which church we want to go to fit into.
Which makes more sense? Do you see a ball? Where do you see a ball?
Well, I mean, I could tell you, but you disagree. You know what I mean?
I mean, well, let's try me.
I mean, you could see it from outer space. You could see it from satellite.
Okay. When did you go to outer space?
Well, I never said that I went to outer space.
Okay, so you saw this on a TV screen, right? This is a recording. Now, could those have been doctored? Yes or no?
Potentially, they could have been
so
doctored.
so you can't say that you know 100% that you've
No,
seen the curvature from those things that you've mentioned.
Well,
So where
those.
else have you seen the curvature?
Well, that's disconnected reasoning. We were
It's not.
talking about that a little bit earlier.
What? Wait,
Just
dude,
because a
no.
specific hold on, let me finish, please. Just because a singular image can be doctored does not mean now that all images are untrustworthy. That's disconnected reasoning there.
I didn't say that all of them are. I just said that they can be, so you can't know for sure.
That's the exact same thing as what I said.
No, it's not. It's very different. I'm saying that you cannot tell me with a certainty that the Earth has curvature simply because you saw a picture.
I didn't see a singular picture. I seen.
It doesn't matter how many pictures you
thousands.
saw. Okay.
Tens of thousands.
Can tens of thousands of pictures be doctored? Because I'm pretty sure they are every day.
Technically possible. Is it feasible for all the countries and all the people in the globe to doctor images of the Earth of different persuasions who hate each other's guts, by the way, who want to kill each other's entire family lines? They all
Yet they all go chill on the fucking space station together.
But they've all gathered around this
What do
one
you
cause.
listen to yourself, dude. Listen to yourself. They all go chill on the space station. The Russians, the fucking Chinese, the Americans, all these people that want to kill each other, all come together for peace on the space station. You don't find that at all odd?
They've gathered around this one single mission to hide the true shape of the Earth.
Yes.
Now, what about like people that work in SATCOM or aerospace?
What about them?
Like, are they all lying?
About what?
Like satellites being up there, or
Satellites are very high in the sky for sure. They're not in outer space.
well, if satellites existed, what would that then require?
They do exist. There's the satellites exist.
But
we saw a Chinese satellite fly across the United States. Remember?
But that's a satelloon, right?
Same thing. Same, but different.
But for these satellites to exist, they would need to travel at tremendous speeds, which is physically impossible for a balloon to traverse in an atmosphere.
Maybe it's maybe they don't have balloons. Maybe they've got some kind of technology we don't understand. But they're not in space. That's for sure.
So we don't understand anything about this technology, but we do know it's not in space. Good thing you know something about it.
Oh, I mean, you're talking about the same technology they used in '69 to go to the moon? That technology, the tinfoil stuff, and the I'm sorry, which technology are you talking about?
I thought you said that there's all this technology that they use that we don't know anything about.
Well, you've seen the videos of UAPs, right? You've seen the videos that the United States government has released of aircraft with no visible means of propulsion that are traveling at incredible speeds. You've seen that, right? That's been declassified, right? So it's not. Are you saying? Yeah, I don't know what they are either, but I'm thinking it's very possible that could be some of the same technology that they use for satellites that they claim are in outer space. They're just fucking whipping around on some free energy or something. I don't know.
But that's not evidence of technology.
Well, the evidence that we went to the moon is dog shit. It looks like crap. It's like fucking worse than Halo 1 graphics. And the evidence that we're on an ISS space station are full of CGI errors and obvious like harnesses attached to people. So, your side just doesn't have a lot of like really good credibility, especially because it comes from and is funded by the same entity that does all the crazy forever wars and like poisoning of its people. It's just not you don't have a very credible source.
Yeah, that's the number one. You're nailing it on the head.
Red Man, you're sleeping the microphone, bro, or breathing into it or something. Yeah, you're asleep.
Cool, I muted him.
But where are we going with this? We're talking about God.
Yeah, I was recommending belief in God because it's rational.
But don't you find it a bit odd that humans have created a God throughout time?
It's human nature to kind of like see God in our own image or make up gods and that type of thing. But that's sort of orthogonal to the question of, is there an actual God? And if so, what type of evidence could we see for that? And how would we find out?
I mean, is it necessarily orthogonal? Because I would argue that we have a nature to create gods.
Right, and the challenge is to separate out human nature and kind of like unreasonable biases, and sort of see if we can philosophically come to a conclusion of reason based on evidence, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, you could see it that way, that we created God. Or you could see it that most of us believe in a higher power because it does exist. It goes both ways. And it's beneficial to believe in a higher power because of the reasons you yourself brought up.
Yeah,
People
I
that
agree.
don't believe in a higher power tend to be more suicidal, this, that, and the third. Just depends which way you slice it.
So yeah, I mean, if you've never heard like a rational argument for the existence of God, it makes sense that you would think that most people are just sort of like trying to believe something that gives them comfort or something like that. But let me give you 5 basic reasons. I think God provides the best explanation of 1, the origin of the universe, like the cosmological argument I was saying. 2, the fine tuning of all the cosmological constants. 3, the objective moral values and duties. The idea that objective morality exists. And then 4th, the historical facts concerning Jesus of Nazareth, like talking about actual history. And then 5, I think that a God can be personally known and experienced. So the testimony of people who have personally experienced God. So I would say those are 5 basic reasons that deserve looking into, I guess.
Okay, what's the fine tuning of the constants that you mentioned?
Before evolution even happens, it turns out that the strength of gravity, the electrons mass, protons mass, like about 30 of these like constants that we can measure in the real world are so finely tuned that they're off by a tiny percentage. Then bad things happen, like the universe expands too much, or it immediately collapses, or protons and electrons never get together to form hydrogen. So there's a whole bunch of these types of things that all have to be set up exactly right. All these dials have to be tuned exactly into the right spot for even life or matter to be possible.
Yeah, okay, I see. Thank you. I feel like that's awfully similar to the argument against evolution in regards to like sheer random chance or sheer random numbers. I feel like it kind of has the same kind of groove.
It's similar, but it's before evolution happens. Like evolution at least claims, oh, if you have enough time and lots of chances to try again, eventually something will happen. But with the creation of the universe, there's one chance, and it happened to be right for life. You don't get to evolve universes, for example.
But dude,
Yeah,
okay,
and
hold
I think
on.
the
What's
argument.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was saying I think the counter argument to that is that it doesn't have a random possibility, that there's no random element, that it can essentially only take place in one way. It's only physically capable of taking place in one way.
There in modern cosmology, there's no reason anybody has discovered why gravity should be exactly what it is, or the mass of an electron should be exactly what it is. In fact, it's such a big problem that out of thin air, cosmologists say, well, it must have been there's millions or an infinite number of universes, and so that's where the idea of the multiverse comes from. That just pushes the problem back one more.
Matthew, you mentioned earlier that the universe could expand too quickly. What do you think the universe is expanding into?
It's the fabric of space-time that's expanding, and if gravity is too weak, it expands too fast and nothing ever coalesces into stars or planets. And if it's too strong, it sort of collapses back in on itself too quickly for life to form.
No, I said, what is it expanding into?
It's not expanding into anything. It's the fabric of space-time itself that is expanding and becoming bigger.
Okay, but where does that exist?
It doesn't.
The fabric of space-time doesn't exist?
They call it the Great Attractor.
The Great Attractor
I don't
is
know what that
something in the middle
means.
of
No, they
of
don't.
the Milky Way.
Yeah, the Great Attractor is just this thing outside. It's a supposed great massive object outside of our observable universe that causes some of the galaxy clusters in our observable universes to move in a specific direction. It's part of the universe. We just don't see it because it's beyond our cosmological event horizon.
Okay, I don't even want to touch whether or not, like, how fast it's expanding or anything like that. Just the fact that you're claiming it's expanding at all. What is it expanding into?
It's not expanding into anything.
It has to. 100% has to be expanding into something. And you guys
Why?
call it the Great Attractor.
No, we don't. That's not what the Great Attractor is.
Okay, if it's not the Great Attractor, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But what is it expanding into? What is it expanding into? I just don't understand. Like, something has to expand into something else. So what is that?
It doesn't have to expand into anything else.
Can you give me an example of something that expands that's not expanding into anything?
No.
Yeah, right. As far as we know.
Okay, so
As
you
far
guys,
as we
so
know,
this is
not
where your whole entire worldview falls completely
Yeah.
flat and makes zero
No.
sense.
Yeah, platypus. As far as we know, it's not expanding into anything. You know, it's very
Then how is it expanding?
Yeah, I'm telling you that it is counterintuitive, but we know it is expanding because we see the redshift of, the light from galaxies being redshifted, which tells us they are moving away from us. You know, so we do know it's expanding. We also know that looking at the CMB, that the universe used to be a hot, dense mess. You know, so from that hot, dense mess, it's expanded into what it is now. It goes against all known intuition because in everyday life we see things expand into other things. But if the universe is everything, then it shouldn't be expanding into anything else, you know, because if it's expanding into anything else, then that's other things expanding to is part of the universe.
Okay, that's tracking with me. So let me ask you this then. If it goes against all intuition, is it a belief?
No, it just means that our intuition is limited. Our ability to use logic and reasoning to understand the world is limited because we didn't create the world.
So there's no logic behind what you're saying, and I can't understand it through logic. Is that what you're saying?
You
No,
can
it
with
can
enough
be- it can be
information. You can.
Okay,
But
wait,
yeah,
so
because they are mathematical principles that help us explain and understand.
So you're
But
telling
it
me
goes
that
against everyday intuition and logic. You know, the basic logic you use to reason, you know, whether or not you should cross the road when a car is coming or not, that isn't the type of logic that would help you understand the situation.
I think it is, honestly, because I'm asking you a very simple question that is, what is it expanding into? And you're saying it's expanding into nothing. But you're also saying that you can't provide me any evidence of anything expanding into nothing ever, and that it's weird. I'm not supposed to believe you because it's not a belief, but it is going to go against all of my intuition, and I'm not going to be able to use logic and reason to understand it. So
You're not going to be able to use the everyday logic.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to use the everyday logic and reason you use to determine whether or not you should cross the road when the stop sign is red or not.
I could
It's
do
a
more than
different type
that.
of. You would need to use certain types of mathematical computations to come to this understanding, and these mathematical computations don't have a place in everyday life. It's
Okay.
only in this specific special situation with regards to the expansion of the universe.
So how mathematically does it work that something expands into nothing?
I could show it to you. I don't know if you would understand it, but I'll show it to you, and then you
But
see what you make up.
So this would be, so you would show me a series of numbers and equations, and that would be proof that something can expand
Not
into
just that.
nothing.
Not just that. I'll show you the experiments and observations behind cosmological redshift. I'll show you the experiments and
But that's not that doesn't.
observations behind
That's fine.
behind
But dude,
the
that doesn't
CMB.
show that something is expanding into nothing. You're not. But what I'm asking you basically is to prove the existence of nothing to me, and that something can exist within nothing and expand into it. And
That's been my whole argument. You need
I'm
a
not
venue.
saying that something is
You need a
expanding
venue
into
for
nothing.
it to expand within.
I'm saying
The
that if the universe is everything, it should be expanding into nothing. And if
So
we
always
want to
was,
say
never was,
that
it's nothing, and there
if
was a
we
singularity, a big bang, and this nothingness exploded into nothingness. No arena, no venue, nothing.
no,
That's
but
what you're
that
saying.
singularity was everything. It's just everything is expanding
And
away
in what
from
that singularity?
everything else.
So what is the singularity?
We don't know. We don't know what the singularity is. That's why we call it a singularity, because at that point, all
And
of
you can
our
only map it
mathematics
out
and
and
models.
the projection of
Well,
it
I'm trying to
with
answer your
maths.
question.
You
I'm trying to
cannot.
answer your question.
I'm just saying there's a difference between
Oh.
observation and mathematics. Like you're trying to give us two different
Definitely, there's a
systems.
difference between them, but you can use them together to make, credible claims and assumptions about the world we live in. You don't use them in isolation. You don't just make an observation and then leave it there. You use that observation to help build a mathematical model, which can be used to make predictions to test the model.
No,
But-
I
but if
understand
you
that,
don't-
but you're not
if you don't know
using
what it
math
is-
to cross the road to avoid a car. You're using observation.
You're using logic and reasoning, yeah. Because even blind people cross the road without being able to see, but they use their senses, their skills, their reasoning. But your everyday senses and skills and reasoning would not apply in this very specific, unique situation with regards to the formation and evolution of the universe.
The one thing that we can't test is the one area it applies to. Is what you're saying?
It's not the one thing we can't test, and it's not the one area it doesn't apply to. We can't test God,
Yeah, but
Show me an
God's not on
experiment
trial.
to
God's
falsify
not
God.
on trial here. You have to believe in God, and you told me that I don't have to believe in this nonsense. So I don't think that's
Yeah,
a very good.
Yeah, you don't have to
God,
believe
God
in
is
what I'm
a
saying. What
God
I'm
is a
saying
matter
is
of
I can
faith, though.
provide you.
What you're talking about is a matter of science. So
Well,
it's
all
not
right. It's
even
weird that
comparable on the
you guys are saying
same
God
ballpark.
is a matter of faith, because normally you guys say that it's not faith or belief. You know God exists. The evidence for God existing is creation. You guys are kind of changing
Let's just stick to the
tune
topic.
right
I know you're probably squirming a little bit because you can't explain
I'm
how
not
something.
squirming.
Well,
I'm not
then
squirming.
stick to it. If I don't have to believe, if I don't have to,
Yeah,
let
you
me
don't
finish
have to
my
believe.
let me finish my sentence. If I don't
Uh-huh.
have to believe that the universe is expanding into nothing, then it is not equatable to God, which is a belief.
If you say so, bro,
Exactly.
it's cool. As I'm saying, you don't have to believe
No.
what I'm saying, but I can
No,
provide you the
he's
evidence.
100% true. He's just using words and the definitions of words. It is a belief that you think that there is nothingness that all living life is expanding into. That's all he's saying. It's a belief.
If that's what he feels, it's fine. I'm not trying to argue with him about it. What I'm trying to say is you don't have to believe what I'm saying. You can assume that what I'm saying is a belief. That's fine. I really don't care. But I'm willing to provide you the observations and the quote unquote evidence that backs my belief. Whether or not you take it and accept it, it's up to you. I don't care. I'm not trying to convince you of something. I'm just saying that is what I can provide you if you want it.
What
Dude, we'll look at the
observation?
numbers, but we're not going to look at pictures because the pictures are Photoshop. They're paintings. I'm an artist. I know how it's done. So give us something more substantial than just pictures from outer space
Yeah,
of the
I'll give
Earth
you.
or of galaxies.
No, that's fine. I'll give you scientific papers with models and mathematics that underpin observations made. I'm not going to throw pictures of galaxies at you. I'll give you scientific papers. Would that be fine?
Fuck yeah, all day long, dude. Give us
All right.
just help. Yeah, help. Let's help
Right.
the community. Let's help the discussion.
But I'm sure you guys have seen these papers before. Or has no quote unquote globe ever shown these things to you? They must
We've
have,
basically seen
because
them
I'm
all.
sure I'm not the first
We've
person.
basically seen them all, dude. But like, yeah, drop them. Drop what your evidence is that for your
All right.
conversation of nothingness and the universe expanding out of nothingness into nothingness without a venue, without a medium, without containment.
Yeah, I've literally never had anyone try to defend this honestly. So this will be interesting because I've had a lot of people rage quit with me on this discussion, but no one's ever wanted to show me the papers. So I'm excited.
Yeah, let's see where this goes, dude.
I'm making some coffee right now, dude. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. No,
What are you guys talking about?
Let's be respectful and like see what he digs up because I'm
The
actually
whole body of science, guys. The whole body of science.
Well, while he digs up the papers, I'm curious to know what about the original photos before Photoshop? What about those?
What photos?
They had, dude. They were airbrushing photos in the 1800s. That's what Photoshop is. You don't need a computer to, like, airbrush somebody out of a picture or into a picture, or make an image.
Film. Right. We can airbrush.
I just want clarity though. Do you guys want papers on the? Because I'm going to provide papers on the expansion rate of the universe, the measurements around the CMB. I just want clarity. That's what you guys want, right? Or you guys want this?
We know all that stuff. We've heard all that stuff. Where is the universe expanding into? That's the question. Where is it going? What is it expanding into? What is that medium that it's expanding
what's
into?
the barrier?
Oh,
where's
that
the
I
edge?
cannot provide you with any evidence for. We don't make a claim on that. We don't make a claim on what the universe is expanding into. What we say is, if the universe is expanding into something, then that something is part of the universe. That's what we say.
Yeah,
That doesn't even make any sense. What is the barrier between the universe and what
We
is
don't
it?
know.
What is so
We
if
don't know.
if I walk to the edge of the universe, am I just going to fall off?
We don't know.
Just like you guys say with the flat Earth. So we don't know either, and you don't
All right, that's
know
fine.
either,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
so
we
that's
don't
why we're
know
here having
what.
a conversation. But they're like Platypus is absolutely correct. Do you have a name or at least some kind of conception of where the limit to the expansion is into the nothingness? Dividing the nothingness from the expansion, from the singularity, where we all live.
We don't have that. And
You
if
don't have that.
Listen to me. We don't have it. And if there is nothingness that exists outside of the known universe, that nothingness is part of our universe. Because the idea of behind the word universe is everything. It encompasses everything.
So if something is out of the universe, it's
Can
part
you
of the
measure
universe.
nothingness?
I'm about
Do you
to.
have
I'm
a
about to
measurement for
conclude.
nothingness?
I'm about to conclude.
Okay.
So if our observable universe does have a limit, a barrier, and there's something outside of that, that something that is outside of the observable universe is part of our universe.
Bro, but you just
we
said
don't know where that is.
you say if there's something outside of the universe, it's part of our universe. You don't see that
Something
contradiction
outside
in
of
that
our
statement?
observable universe It's like
Yeah,
you're not
but you don't see
listening.
the contradiction. You don't see the contradiction
If
in
there's
that statement.
something outside of our observable universe, it is part of the universe. Observable universe means that is the limit to which we can see or interact, create some sort of causal link with that part of the universe. Beyond that, we cannot interact with it. We don't know what's there.
And have you experienced any of this personally?
Experience what exactly? Something beyond the observable universe?
That's what you're talking about. Other
No, we
outside of
haven't.
your
We haven't
numbers. Have
experienced
you
any.
experienced this personally, or do you just walk outside of your house and nothing's moving but the wind?
Yeah, I do experience these things. It all matches up with my everyday experience. Well, let me not say everyday experiences, because I can walk down the street and not feel the effects of the expansion rate of the universe. But I'm fortunate enough to, work in a field that allows me to make these observations and these tests to satisfy myself that, it's not just crazy talk.
And you get back home, right? Every time you leave your house, you get back home?
Yes.
Circumnavigation. You don't need direction to get back to your starting point. When you
Yeah,
walk
because I know where
outside,
home is.
So are you dropping papers in the chat? I'm not looking at it, but you need to
No,
explain the
because
border
it's
of
clear now.
nothingness and expansion.
No, because it's clear now what it is you guys are asking for, and that I can't. There's no scientific paper. There's nothing for that because, as I said, we cannot interact
And yeah,
with
you
things
believe
outside.
it, right?
Bro, stop interrupting me. All right. So as I'm saying, we cannot interact with anything outside of our observable universe. But we do not say that our observable universe is a limit to the entire universe. There's universe outside of what we can see, but we just can't interact with it.
How do you know that?
Because we see the effects the things outside of our universe have on the things inside of it, such as the great attractor.
Therefore, there's something outside of the universe. Isn't
Outside of
that
the
sounds to me
That's
like
what they
made up
say. That's
shit,
what,
though?
like we're like
The
running
observable
headlong into the
universe.
great
Like,
attractor.
you're not listening to me. The observable universe is not the entire universe.
How do you know that?
Because we see things outside of our observable universe having an
So
effect.
you've seen it.
Okay,
We
we're
see the
getting
effects they have.
we're getting circular here. Can I just ask you one question? Is there anything that any flat earther has ever brought up that gave you pause to think? And what would that thing be?
Give me 2 minutes to think about it, because I've spoken to a lot of flat earthers. Can you give me 2 minutes to think about that?
Yeah, get 2 minutes. Just like one thing that just made you like stop and think. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, it's actually pretty rare that you get to drill somebody that believes in the globe and the Big Bang and all that stuff and get them to that point where they're just like, yeah, I don't know.
This dude's super cool.
No,
Like,
no.
like,
I've got mad respect for him. I've encountered him in in very toxic places, and he's a real G.
Yeah.
He's a real glober.
No, I was thinking gangster, like in term of
No,
endearment.
dude, I used to be the biggest glober of all fucking time, and I think that's like where a lot of us come from. That's why we press so hard. When we have toxic discussions is when we seem like assholes. But when we have a dude in here like this who's willing to have a conversation, that's the whole reason we all jump on here, is to have a discussion about like unlocking their like what do you think? Where are your papers? Like let's have an honest discussion like gentlemen. But that doesn't happen very often. And that's unfortunate because it's become stagnant. It kind of seems like the whole movement either way has become stagnant.
I
It's
got
just
something.
maybe
I've
okay.
thought of something. It was something Gio once said. That was a very profound, feeling on me. I think Gio and I were having a late night convo, and then we were talking about why would God, if he's all powerful, all everything, all knowing, why would he create us? And Gio posited that it might be because God's lonely, and that kind of touched me.
Because God is what?
God might be lonely. He might have created people or things that are as close to him as possible. He said he could have some sort of companionship because he, being all powerful, all alone, all knowing, it might be a lonely situation because there's nothing else like you. There's nothing that can relate to you.
That is really
and
interesting.
that kind of resonated with me.
Standard Christian theology would say that God has never been lonely, has never needed people, due to the fact that he exists in Trinity. He's always been a God of love. So it is an interesting thing to think about, but people through the centuries have answered your question that way.
Yeah, but that's a Christian-centric point of view. I'm not a Christian. I'm a God believer, but I'm not a Christian. I don't think Gio labels himself as a Christian either, but he does believe in a higher power. That's just an answer a certain group of people have. Not everyone's going to accept that answer, Matthew.
Right. So Christians have an answer to that question, but it sounds like monotheists, like Muslims, might not.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's a Discord you can go to, and you can pray to all the ancient Greek gods. They've resurrected ancient Greek religion. Not a dig on anything.
I'll be right back.
Paradolia, I think that you asked a question, a really important question, way earlier on, almost an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago, that was kind of combed over, but I thought it was significant. And you got a response, a positive response to it, which is, if you were given evidence that God wasn't real, would you accept that evidence? And 2 people said yes, effectively making them agnostic. I thought that was significant, and it was just kind of brushed over, and that's a conversation I want to hear.
Yeah, I think it's a little dangerous though too, because I think people might say yeah initially. They'll be like, yeah, I definitely obviously I want to know the truth, but I don't really think actually people do want to know the truth. I think it's
But correct me if I'm wrong. You're on the heliocentric side, right?
yeah. I'm not talking about the truth of the globe, but the truth if there's a God, because it can be pretty dramatic. I think.
But you're talking about truth, and truth basically is not popular, and nothing popular is true. But the truth is definable, and we can boil that down to anything that we want, but necessarily it is just the truth. And so you're arguing in favor of a heliocentric model. You asked a really badass question and then defended the fact that somebody's response might not be, what's you're basically invoking somebody's reaction to a question by kind of essentially playing dead. Yeah, sure, I'll accept the evidence. But would you accept the evidence for a flat Earth? Or the lack of a heliocentric model?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I would too. If it was compelling.
That's weird, right? That's weird because you can point to the water. That's clear evidence that Earth is flat, and somehow you won't take that as evidence for a flat Earth.
That's a good point.
I would accept clear evidence for flat Earth. I just say that the water being flat is not clear evidence.
Yeah, I think there's a difference in how we label evidence. You might say that is definitely evidence. I would disagree, and I'd say that it's not evidence.
So everything is evidence. Hold on.
Redefining evidence.
Mm-hmm. Everything is evidence, buddy.
Okay, I'll shut up. Somebody else has something.
No, I just want to point out that everything is evidence. Just a matter of interpretation for each person, right? The mechanics of liquid tell us the behavior of big masses of liquid, right? That's a huge evidence for flat Earth, and yet somehow you guys are, I mean, Glovers, I don't know, are unable to see this as evidence for the flat Earth. I don't know. That's because they filter it through a dogma that they have in them. So I don't know how to fix that. 8 years in this conversation,
we
and
have a couple of guys in here tonight that are open-minded and actually willing to expand their mind a little bit, and just we just want people's feet on the ground and just look outside. And I think that these two dudes, and I thought that we were going to get an answer from our friend about the one thing that a flat earther has ever brought up that made him pause, and I haven't heard back from him. But all of these dudes that we've been talking to are actually fantastic. They have open minds. They come from a heliocentric model, and we were all there. Every single one of us that's hearing my voice was always a heliocentric, like globe earther, because that's what they made. That was the whole point. And we have some open minds here, and I just want to hear what everyone else has to say.
I just joined on. That's why I don't know what excuses they have been making, but I can tell you right away when there's like Glovers that actually fight the flat Earth. Like when they start saying that horizontal, I mean level is comes from the center of the Earth, stuff like that. That kind of stuff only anti-flat earthers say. So I don't know what they've been
I'm pretty
saying.
sure that is Alphabet Agency, just controlled opposition. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Same thing with like the Flat Earth Society, like they control all of it.
So the guy that he was gonna say that water is not evidence, can you justify why it's not evidence?
Yeah, because I think the surface of water conforms to a gravitationally equipotential surface, which on a globe is curved, and so water conforms to that surface. It's not a perfectly straight line.
All right, let's pause there, right? Because so what my statement is basically based on physical behavior, right? And now you have inserted some dogma there, right? Gravity and the sphere is a dogma. Is something that you have not seen, that you've been teach from since you're little kid, right? And you're filtering the behavior of physical things that we can test through a dogma. And that's where I think you guys have the problem. You guys need to get rid of that and see the world for what it is. Get rid of dogmas and try to look the world as it is.
Yeah, so you say that the surface of water naturally conforms to a perfectly straight line. It's perfectly flat in that sense. And I say that the natural form of water is to conform to this curved surface, the equipotential surface. And as evidence, I present the idea of the sun setting over an ocean. As the sun sets, it goes behind the ocean, even though we know it's not touching the ocean. And therefore, that's good evidence that the ocean is curved.
Again, that's dogma. You think that the sun is going down, right? Below the
I'm trusting my eyes. You can see that that's exactly what it is.
That's perspective.
Perspective makes things smaller.
The very first thing they teach you in art class is perspective.
Right. Perspective makes things smaller. It's a geometric thing.
Oh no, they also make things disappear bottom up on the horizon.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
100% every single time. Yes, bottom up.
If you
always.
hang upside down from a tree and you're upside down, is it going to?
Well, when you see a street with light poles, and you see into the street, you don't see all the poles on the same size, right?
Yeah, that's a
Some
perfect
some
example.
are shorter,
Everything gets
right?
smaller and smaller.
Yeah, you're losing the bottom part first.
No, they get smaller and smaller. They don't
I'm
get.
sorry,
They don't
but
stay
if you
bottom
think
up.
this, you're just don't understand perspective at all.
And by the way, the sun stays the same size as it sets. It doesn't get smaller.
It doesn't, dude. Like in Globers, will also say it gets bigger on the horizon to the, and then there's atmospheric refraction. But you're talking about angular resolution
Wait,
and perspective and angular size. Like it's just like it's like you guys just come up with whatever argument you can fit into a conversation
Matthew,
when it's just like,
not an
hey,
argument.
no, the
We're just
sun's
watching
just
a
going away
sunset.
from us. The
We're
sun's
just
just going away from us.
That's not what it looks like. Have you ever watched the sunset over the ocean? I've been at
Yeah,
many.
dude, I'm 39 years old and I lived in LA. Yeah, yes,
Yeah. Did it ever get smaller as it was setting?
100% yes.
No.
Sometimes it got bigger, sometimes it got smaller due to the refraction
The
off
refraction.
the humidity off of the water. It changed angular size and resolution all the time. Sometimes it looked blurry, sometimes it looked sharp, sometimes it was a pinpoint, sometimes it looked like a gigantic fucking planet that was coming to kill us, and it was just going away.
Yeah, so it's better to take observations when it's clear and not when it's like foggy or something. You have all those other things going on. And when it's clear and you can actually measure the angular size, you'll see it's about half a
There,
degree the whole time.
that never you cannot make that assertion though, because there's always humidity between you and the distance of the sun. So there's never clear. I mean, you have to be in a vacuum.
Yeah, there's always
or in the Arctic or Antarctic where we can't go. And then you're going to be like, oh, you can totally go there. But no, we can't. So where is the dude that I asked the question to? Is there one question a flat earther has ever asked that gave you pause? Where is that dude? I don't know what his name was. Does anyone else know what his name was? He said 2 minutes. Let me think about it for 2 minutes. And it's been longer than that.
why do you ask?
Why do I ask what? I asked him a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering what the line of reasoning is for the question.
Are you a glober or a flat earther?
I am a glober.
Then I'll ask you. Has there ever been a question that a flat earther has asked you that gave you pause to reason out maybe they're right? Like, just gave you pause, like it stopped you in your steps, like some kind of argument that a flat earther has ever told you? Never.
Yeah, I would say no. I would say no also.
Nah, to be fair, I disagree with that. I've had a couple of pauses before.
Yeah, it depends on each person, sure.
So you've never walked away from a conversation with any of us without being like, huh,
no,
maybe.
Yeah, not even a single time. Not even a single time.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why though, because like I say, everything that they're hearing from the flat earthers, they filter through what they've been taught, right? That all this science and so-called science and astronomy and shit. So everything that they hear, they filtrate it through that, through those things. So they're incapable of seeing things for what they are.
It might be a capable thing, yeah, because we all tumbled out of the same womb, dude.
Yeah, I
we were all
was a
raised in the
glober.
same system. We were all globers. So why do you think that we're fucking retarded for doing the most embarrassing thing in the world by being like, hey, there's something wrong with this model. We're now questioning the model. And now we're questioning you, and you cannot give us one single goddamn thing a flat earther has ever said that makes sense to you.
I personally think there's differences in population. Like you can't.
Yeah, And I would say that the reason is ultimately flaws in epistemology.
Yeah.
Maybe even some sociological reasons, like being told that you weren't good at physics or math or science when you were a kid, but now you found something that you could say, "Oh, I'm smarter than everybody else because I know this one thing." So,
or being afraid of being called stupid, maybe.
yeah,
Right.
that's part of it too.
And that's why, like, people won't admit it or even think about it.
Yeah, I
Because
think
holy shit, now I'm gonna be this stupid person.
no.
Like, if you consider flat earthers stupid, then why would you ever stop and think to actually reason the arguments that people are giving to you? You already have in your head that people that have this belief are retarded, are stupid. So you will never fall into that category willingly, right? You
can
will
see
fight
how
against that.
I could see how that would be how you could think, or how that would be, the thing. That's definitely not what's happening here, though.
Maybe not with you, but I bet you a lot of people does go through that.
No, that dude's cool. Pareidolia is cool.
Oh, thank you.
To be fair, I'm quite surprised that the other 2 or 3 Globers said that they've never ever had anything that even stopped. And once, I feel like I've had a couple of times where I went, "Oh shit," for a moment, but then when I looked into it, I was like, "Oh no, this is clearly this."
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that applies for me too. So, for example, the idea that we don't feel any rotation, I'm like, oh, that's true. It feels pretty solid. But then when I look and realize, oh, it's below our threshold of senses, so of course we wouldn't feel it.
But okay, hold on. I appreciate you responding to the question, and I want to hear the other answers. Where is your threshold? Did you get that from a book, or is that personal experience where you got that threshold from?
Scientific studies show that human beings can sense about 0.15 meters per second squared acceleration. Rotation at the most, which would be at the equator, is 0.03 meters per second squared, which is less than a fifth of even the most sensitive. And that's like in an acceleration just from stopping, and the acceleration at the equator is merely added to gravity. So it's like what we feel the downward force plus a tiny little bit. So it makes sense to me that that is not going to be in the threshold of what we can actually sense.
And what are we using to measure this?
The theoretical radius of the Earth and the 24-hour rotation would be where the 0.03 meters per second squared comes from. And the fact that human beings don't sense raw speed, we only can sense rotation and acceleration.
I also think your phenotype depends on if you find, things for.
I mean, there might be some genetic predisposition, but I would say that there's no certain type of person who is smarter or not as smart. Like I don't.
No, yeah, I don't mean. I'm not saying that. I'm just like what you're inclined to be interested in, what you get dopamine from naturally.
I suppose I would say it's almost much more culturally conditioned than genetically conditioned, I would suspect.
What were the other responses that would make you stop in your tracks? Give you pause? That flat earthers, the arguments that we make. Anything else?
For me, the last one I could remember that did that was there was a reflection on one astronaut's helmet of green that very, very much should not have been there. And this is when Flat Earthers always post the green screen stuff. So I looked into it, but the guy had an Italian flag on his shoulder, and you could clearly see the flag colors come one by one.
But I mean, you've seen the wires in the ISS footage, have you not?
I've watched all of these videos, and they are not good. None of them are convincing. I've gone through the videos. I've gone through one of the major playlists of them. They're just not convincing.
Yeah, there's
Plus,
essentially an explanation for pretty much all those.
Yeah, and they're cherry picked from like hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage. It's like, oh, this one little fuzzy thing here, and then this other little fuzzy thing here, and here's 12 things that kind of look weird. I'm like, fine, but what about the 5,000 hours?
But how do astronauts in the ISS just fade into the background on wires, disappear? There's no physical objects that they're handing to each other, and then like they're like it's all stagecraft.
I think you'd have to.
I think there are reasonable explanations for all of those, including video compression. Stuff
Have
like
you ever? So you work in film. If
I
you
do.
know video compression, then you
Right.
work in film.
Right. In fact, I'm going to VidCon tomorrow, the annual YouTube conference.
Seriously, dude, do you not see an issue with this?
I do not see an issue with this.
I just don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I'm sorry.
I think
to
it'd
hear
be
you don't
beneficial. I think it'd be beneficial, honestly, to go instance by instance through videotape together, and then we could talk about each individual event together, because I think it gets kind of hazy. And
It does get hazy, and like Dave Weiss tries to do it, and like when he goes on, screen, and that's hazy because the shit's in his background, and he's talking to people who like want to believe or don't believe or like totally not like nah, and like I think that we're presenting this the wrong way. I think that we should do it philosophically, and that's the only reason why I'm here is the philosophical message.
Well, I mean, what I mean is, like, if we were to present it together in like some sort of a live stream, we could discuss the reasons for what we're seeing, right? And so we might arrive, we might have different conclusions to why what we're seeing, but like if we can explain what we're seeing, it might be more beneficial.
Talking about it, like conversational, not argumentative. Just talking about it while we're all looking at the same thing and just having a conversation about it, I think that would be really cool. I think that'd be really healthy. Is there a single glober that's listening right now that thinks the moon landings are fake, but we still went to the moon?
Yes. I do think the moon landings were fake, but it's possible we went in secret. I'm not sure because it's in secret, but it's possible.
That's what I thought my entire life. Because they're like, why would you show your enemies your technology? So like they faked it. We went. It was like, space is awesome. And then when you actually analyze all that footage, ISS footage, what we were just talking about, and it becomes a circus.
Are you a glober,
becomes
though?
No, I'm
okay. So you don't believe?
I do not like calling myself a flat earther, but
You believe
the
they
Earth is
secretly
the
landed
level
on the moon?
stationary plane. I'm sorry?
You believe they secretly landed on the moon?
No. That's what I used to think.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I've been a truther and a conspiracy theorist my entire life, but I still believed in space. And then I just, something was wrong. Something was wrong with like boats sailing around Australia. And like when I was a little kid, I asked my teachers, I was like, there's something seriously wrong with this. And they're like, oh no, it's just gravity. Just like a one-word explanation about everything. Oh yeah, it's just gravity. The moon, like the rotation of the planet, it's just gravity. I was like, something's seriously off with that. And then I just ignored it because it's like, you have to grow up and have a career. It's like, okay, I'll be a sculptor and an artist and like I'll go do my thing. Hey, if there are any aspiring sculptors or artists or musicians out there, don't do it because you're not going to earn a living. That's my 2 cents. But yeah, and then Flat Earth came out, and I was reading a lot of old books, like people making fun of Flat Earth in '02, I have a book. Well, they were like talking about all the oddities of the world and like sunken lands and the land of Mu and Hyperborea and stuff like that. They were talking all about that stuff. But when it came to Flat Earth, that chapter, they were ridiculing it, which was just kind of like an eye-opening. And then Eric Dubé came out and like Sargent came out and like it's just like holy shit! Like there's something off here. There's something seriously fucking wrong. I'll pour myself a glass of water. It's fucking level, and the Globers will say, "Oh, it's just like, you know." I don't know what the word they use.
Well, I'll tell
for
you,
it is.
that's not enough, is it? If you're trying to test all the oceans on Earth, 70% of the surface, you can't base it on a glass. That's not enough.
Okay, we'll take a bunch of glasses and fly it around the planet and see if the level changes.
Oh. What do you mean? What? Like, let's say we set up 10 little plastic champagne glasses on a plane, then you fly around. What's that going to show?
Open air, so it's like you can drink from the glasses, and you have
What do
any
you think
kind of
that's
liquid.
going to show?
It's going to show that you're flying over a level plane, dude. Every single
How would
fucking
it show
time.
that? Isn't that what is the same thing
There's
with the water?
never
we have on a globe?
there's never going to be a moment where that level changes.
Traveling
Unless,
on a globe would be the same, though, wouldn't it?
no, because you just
What,
believe in
you
gravity.
think glasses?
No, you're
glasses of
including
drink tilt as
gravity
you
into
go
the
round?
equation. You're
You think if I
including
walk,
gravity into the equation.
Spring.
if you
Spring, how would it be different?
hang on. You think if I walk around the globe, my glass tilts, like my glass of Coca-Cola tilts until it spills?
Dude, this is a presupposition that you think
Oh,
that
if
it's
a
a
globe was
globe
real, if a
and
globe
there's
was real,
gravity.
bro, if a globe was real with
If
gravity,
you
would my
if you
glass
walk
tilt
down
as
the
I walked
street,
around it?
your water's always going to be level in your champagne glass.
On
And
a
it's going to be
globe,
level everywhere because
if
it's
Earth was a
level.
globe, brother, if Earth was a globe, would it be the same, or would it tilt?
Dude, no.
I'm asking, it's a simple question. If Earth was a globe, would the surface of your glass of water tilt as you walked around the globe, or would it stay the same level?
You're presupposing gravity. So,
Bro, you can't even answer. I can't
yeah,
talk to you.
okay,
You
yes,
can't answer.
yes, okay. Yes, it would
It
if
would
you're
tilt.
presupposing gravity.
Of
No, it
course
wouldn't.
I'm presupposing gravity on the globe. Of course. I said that. A globe with gravity. The glass would be
I
the
did
same,
answer.
wouldn't it?
So, yes, on your heliocentric globe model with gravity, yes, it would stay level.
Okay, so how is your test of flying with 10 glasses of drink going to prove one or the other if it's the same on both?
Because gravity. So, are we talking Newtonian or Einsteinian on this one?
Mass attracting mass down towards the surface of
So
Earth.
Newtonian, the guy that rejected his own theory.
The best gravity. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He said anyone who believes in it is an idiot. He was just like
If you
or
cite
he
that,
said
he'll be talking
fool.
about something totally different.
No,
Anyway,
he
you're going off.
basically
You're
said,
going off
"Hey,
track.
I had an idea."
Going off track. The same gravity that makes water level. That's the one I believe. Yeah. So both models are going to be the same, aren't they? You won't be able to show anything by flying with a glass.
Wow, I thought like religious people were weird, but when you start bringing up gravity as the magical end all be all, like the band-aid for everything we can't explain,
right?
And you just keep bringing it up,
Gravity is
it's
the same
actually
on
kind of
both
fucking
models.
weird.
Don.
Gravity is the same on both models. Things fall down towards the Earth. Water stays level.
Don, you got to give him a win though. Like you obviously make a great point, right? But he's not obviously going to be like, you know what, you're right, bro, I was wrong. So he has no choice but to say something else. He's never going to like.
I can't give him a win. I can just tell him face to face, you're being well dishonest. You got to go back to the drawing board, mate.
But that's like not how human like brains work, right? Like if I propose an
Yes,
argument to you that doesn't make sense, and then
Well,
you're
it's
like, here's how it doesn't make sense.
Hang it in.
You gotta give me some good way to get out of it. Like, yeah, man, like maybe I'll reconsider it another time or whatever, right? Like the more confrontational we are with each other, I'm like, nah, fuck it.
The way out is next time don't use flying with the glass as your proof for your Earth model, because that's the same on both models.
That might have been a
Make
stupid
sure you credit
analogy.
me. Make sure you
but
credit me when you use that.
but you're throwing gravity at the wall like spaghetti. See if it sticks.
It's the same on your model, gravity. Stuff accelerates down towards Earth, everywhere on Earth. Yeah.
I do not have a
And
proposition
it keeps
of
the water
what gravity
finding
is.
its level,
You
doesn't
brought
it?
up gravity. I have not described what I think gravity
We
is.
don't, it doesn't matter what it's
So,
called. We both
so you're
believe in
putting
the
words
same
in my
thing.
fucking mouth. I'm
Doesn't matter what
standing
it's
on the
called.
ground.
Call
So
it
you're just
unicorn force. Yeah, we both believe in it. Things accelerating to the ground and the water staying at its level, finding its level. We both believe in that on both models.
water finds its level. Yes.
Yeah, same on my model.
Why are you defending this instead of having a honest discourse, like an
Can I
honest conversation?
can
What?
can I
Okay,
ask
this
what's the argument you're making to Don? Like what's the premise you're making to Don that you think he has a problem with?
you
I'm
guys
sorry, is
both
that
agreed.
directed to me?
Yeah, yeah.
Was that negator?
It is.
I don't know. He's just throwing gravity at the situation, at the conversation,
Okay.
and just saying gravity, 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 and that's what I was told my entire childhood. It was like it's all gravity. Don't question it. You can't explore. You like bottoms stick to the or ships stick to the
I didn't
bottom of
say
the
any of
ball.
that, you idiot.
Don't call me an idiot, dude.
But well,
Be a
don't say
gentleman.
stuff that I didn't say. If you're doing an impression of me, at least say what I said. Yeah.
I didn't do an accent, so that's not an impression, you fucking idiot.
Well, then it's even worse because there's no
All right.
joke element. You're just straw
You
manning me.
both of you guys agreed on level is the same in both models. For both of you, this test works in both models, so there is no disagreement here. You guys just need a different test.
Yeah, that's my point. I'm afraid champagne glasses do the same on planes on a globe. So that's not a good test.
Okay, it's not a good test.
I told Jin the same when he told me the story of taking the level phone app level on a plane with his kids. I told him the same thing. That's the same on a globe.
I apologize for calling you an idiot. I'm not taking that to bed with me. It just seems like you can't describe gravity, but you use it for an excuse for everything that you can't describe.
But I described it for you twice. Things accelerating towards the ground, water finding its level.
Okay. What is your gravity? You're using Newtonian gravity. So what is that fall rate? What are the
9.8.
mathematics? Per what squared?
Meters per second.
Okay, so you're rejecting Einsteinian gravity and
Not
utilizing.
necessarily, no, but yes, I do.
So one has presupposed the other, and you're using the latter, the former, and the inventor of that said, "Don't ascribe that shit to me. Anyone who believes mass attracts mass is a fool." Newton said that.
You'll have to cite
This
that.
isn't true. Yeah, you need to say
Yeah,
that.
you got to provide a citation.
And it doesn't matter anyway. 'Cause
What?
I don't have to.
Okay.
I don't have to understand exactly why or what's going on, but we do measure 9.8 meters per second. Things fall, mics drop.
No shit falls. No
on
one's
both
denying that.
models.
People get bumps and bruises. No one's denying that. I can't provide a citation for you right now, but I can try and find a link and drop it in the chat if that's okay.
I can give you that he denounced mass attracts mass later because he was turned on by Einstein. So mass to the mass.
Yeah, Einstein was turned on a lot, bud.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's the same on both of our models. Things fall and water finds its level.
Yeah, but why does that have? Why does that? What does that have to do with water conforming to a ball and we can't find any curvature? We
When you
can't
try and
measure it.
state that the globe would mean water tips round, the edge tips off, tilts. That's all bullshit because it doesn't. It finds its level on the globe.
I think I might be doing a disservice to our community because I'm not the numbers guy. I'm the philosophical guy, like where I just ask people questions. And I'm pissed off at myself because I called you an idiot. Like I let my emotions get the best of me. That's not who I am. And I think that I might be doing a disservice by talking to you guys and misrepresenting just the idea. Like all we want is conversation. All we want is knowledge.
It might be true. You might embarrass them, but you also could be more honest, which is an improvement.
Let me find something for you. Go ahead and talk. I'm going to find something for you.
Okay, without taking over the conversation to allow Don to continue talking, as a listener, I don't understand the argument being made against the globe because it sounds like water should do something else. But I don't know what that something else is because water falls towards Earth in both models. You know, like we can describe it as gravity or any other mechanism. Mechanism doesn't matter. What we observe is it moving towards Earth. So what Don is disputing is what you're saying, or rather that there's a problem with water on a globe. So I guess what we all want to know, what should water be doing if Earth is a globe?
Is that directed towards me?
Yeah.
Water is always level, no matter what.
Right, but what's the problem with water on a globe Earth?
It can't be level on a ball.
Okay, what would it do instead of?
Dude, you guys, have you not listened to presentations by flat earthers way more qualified than me?
That's the thing, dude. We call it level still. When it's curving round slightly over the big ball, we call that level.
You're calling curving level?
Yes, you're going to have to get used to it because that's what we call it.
Well, what should water be doing? Right? You say it can't do what we see it do on a globe. So give us your understanding of what it should be doing, since Earth isn't a globe. Or rather, if Earth is a globe, what should water be doing instead?
No. Water does what it does. It shouldn't be doing anything. Don't fuck with the water. The water's doing what it does. You have a huge torrential rainstorm. You're living on a hill. I live on a hill. All the water rushes downhill, finds its level, finds its medium, and it stays there. And that's where you get floods and shit like that. Like neighborhood floods. But you don't get that on a ball. It would just stick to the fucking streets. And we have all these oceans that are just covering the ball, and then you tell me that it's all level except it's curving?
Okay, but bizarre. The question is, imagine for a minute, just open your mind to the idea Earth is a globe. What should water what should water do instead because it's a globe now? What do we see that's different about water?
It would have to have a different viscosity. It would have to have a different tensile, like strength, viscosity. It would have to be a different medium. But that's not what it does. It's just water. It's saline. Sure,
I'm
you can
afraid,
add as much.
bro, on the globe, the water's the same on the globe, but it does curve because of gravity. That's just what the
You
model
just
says.
keep throwing gravity out there, dude.
That's the
You just keep
model.
throwing gravity out there. That's the model. That's a theory, and it's been rejected by the the guy who created it. And then it was like Einstein came in. He married his fucking cousin twice. If you want the general theory of relativity, man, that's that. Walter.
Okay, but what
It's bedtime, Booba.
viscosity would be different. But what does water actively do differently on a globe? Does it go somewhere else?
What are you talking about?
Well, you said water can't. The way water works wouldn't work on a globe. So what would be different about it? What would we observe in nature that would be different if Earth were a globe with water on it?
Sorry, my kid came out of his room. I do apologize for that. Will you repeat the question? My kid came out of his room. It's really late here.
So I know that we dispute the mechanism for things falling towards Earth. So I kind of want to remove that from the equation and ask, what do you think should happen if Earth were a globe with water on it? Where would the water go?
That's a bizarre question. It would always just find its level.
Okay. So, well, I guess what I'm getting at is your claim. What you're saying is that what we observe about water indicates Earth is flat, right?
Hold on a second. Let's back up a little bit. I'm not making a claim that the Earth is flat. I'm challenging your idea of a heliocentric model.
Oh.
Okay. So what we see...
The burden of proof is on you, and I'll answer a question, but I'm not the one that you should be talking to. You should be talking to Austin Whitsitt or something like that.
You make claims, bro. I'm going to hold you to them, whether you like it or not.
What claim did I make?
Well, what you...
Load.
So you argued with Don
The
about
claim that I
water
made
being...
was water always finds its level. That's the only claim that I fucking made, and you guys are trying to get me to prove how that works on a ball.
I
Keep
think
coming at me with the ball and
I
gravity.
think that's not fair to Spring. What you guys are asking. I think what happens with a lot of flat earthers is they hear something from someone else, and then how you're saying you should talk to Whitsitt or you should talk to these people that have done presentations. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit. It's like appropriating an idea and then repeating it, essentially, to some degree. But I mean, which I find is kind of not cool of people like Whitsitt, because he's like
what?
A liar. He's a liar.
No, he gets stuff wrong a lot, and then he corrects it. He actually makes videos of his corrections, and he does it in live chats on Glowbusters and stuff. He's like, I certainly got that wrong about magnetic declination and stuff like that.
But
when he makes...
it's always in his favor, if you'll note.
Well, dude, why can't people make money? If you got a brand,
I'm not saying you can't support your family, you can't make money, all that, but here we are with you believing that the Earth is flat.
I do not believe the Earth is flat. I never fucking said that.
Okay, well, you're arguing for a flat Earth, though, right?
You fucking do.
And it's a result of people who gave ideas to other people, such as Whitsitt.
The Bible.
I mean,
beat you to the punch.
Well, I mean, it could be said that the Bible does it, but that's ideas that have been transplanted by other people who have interpreted it that way.
That's why everything that you're talking about, everything that you're saying, your gravity has been transplanted into your mind by other people. All I'm looking at is water finds its level. It's always flat. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But that's a talking point that can't be proven, and that's this conversation is a
No,
clear
no, no. That
demonstration
literally
of that.
can be proven. I have not said anything supernatural or preternatural. Nothing I said was wrong. Water always finds its level. Water always stays level at rest. Like that. That is
You
it.
mean flat,
And-
right?
no, I'm not
Flat
talking
like the
about
flat
a flat.
earthers say?
So you're being
You're making a claim that
weirdly
water is flat,
obtuse.
like flat
You're
earthers
being
do.
weirdly obtuse right now.
You're making a flat Earth claim.
No, I'm just talking
Yes,
about water.
yes, you fucking did.
So
Dude,
I guess we're struggling to understand why this claim was made, because it comports with a globe model. So are you a globe earther?
What I just said comports with a globe model.
But yes, the water finds its
always
level.
it always finds its level, and it always is flat at rest. And I'm not saying it's a flat Earth. I'm just saying the water is level, and we
It's
can
all
measure it.
parallel.
Okay. But what do we do with this information? What are we supposed to think about it? Because it sounds like you're agreeing with us that water on a globe finds its level and looks generally flat. Okay, we agree.
Ask the Jesuits. Like at
Okay.
this point, I haven't said anything that cannot be disproven, and I haven't said anything untoward except calling that dude an idiot, which I apologized for.
Well, what do you want to talk about? Like, we sort of thought that there was a debate going on, but it doesn't seem.
No, I've been on here for like 2.5 hours, and I'm just trying to show you a video, and I can't find it because apparently it's been scrubbed from YouTube about Newton renouncing his participation in gravity, but I can't find it. And I know that sounds like an excuse, but
I'll
I
give
will
you
find
it. I'll give you that he said something to that. But I don't know if he totally denounced all of his ideas.
No, I'm not saying. So here's a really big problem in the flat Earth community. They all think Newton's an idiot. He wasn't. He was fucking brilliant. But when he came up with the concept of gravity, he was like, you know what, guys? Don't ascribe that shit to me. I think it was just an idea, and anyone who believes mass attracts mass is a fool.
To be fair, that's not it's not really. I get why you're saying that, but that's not actually what he said. I know the letter you're talking about. What he was actually saying, it's a little bit more subtle. He was saying that he was
threw
upset.
it to his editor, and the editor wanted to publish his thesis, and the editor published it anyway. And it was just like a personal fucking letter. And the dude published it anyway. And so, like, the guy that we should actually ascribe it to, damn it, I can't remember his name either, is the dude who just, like, took the fucking torch, like an Olympic torch, and just ran down the road with it. And, like, you know, Newton was like, all right, you fucking guys go do whatever you want.
I don't think that Newton renounced the idea that the law of universal gravitation was not true. I think he believed it was true. What he lamented was the fact that that he didn't have a mechanism by which this thing that connected all these objects in the universe. It basically implied this invisible string that he didn't have a way to account for, and he wished that he had a better explanation for that part because he didn't really know what to do with that part. But he didn't think that his equation wasn't correct and that these things weren't behaving in this way.
And you guys just you guys base everything on numbers and equations, but when you walk outside, there's no numbers and equations. It's just trees. It's just your neighbors. It's just life. It's just living things.
Yeah.
And you guys want white papers and numbers on everything, and you can make numbers do anything.
I didn't
You can
claim
make numbers.
Newtonian math, bro. I just said water finds its level and things fall. All my point was is you're gonna have to go more deeper than that to debunk one of the models because that happens on both models.
Hey, real quick, I don't have much time to talk, but I just wanted to ask Paradoli. You said Austin Witts a liar. What did he lie about? Just real quick. What was he lying about?
Pretty much everything.
every day.
Oh no, you can't just say everything. You have to specifically say what.
I corrected that. He says things that are wrong, and then he corrects
That's
himself,
not.
and
That's
he
different than lying.
apologizes for it.
That's different than lying. If you get something wrong. What is it that he lied about, Paradolia? Tell me. I just want to know.
Pretty much every time he debates.
That's something specific. What did you lie about?
I can't think of anything
You're gonna make
at
a
the
claim.
moment.
Dude, I thought you were cool, Paradolia. Like, you were cool, man. You can't just call somebody a fucking liar. You can't do that.
Like, if I'm being truthful, is it okay to do that?
Well, if you have evidence, yeah.
Has he renounced his claim that magnetic declination doesn't exist yet?
Yes, he did.
Oh, good.
He absolutely did. He did on Glowbusters. Just like, damn, I was wrong about that. Let's look into it further. He's just an investigator. That's all he is. He's a researcher.
If I present things as
The
facts,
problem is he makes sweeping claims before actually doing the research.
yeah,
like gravity
investigation.
Do you mean like the sweeping claim of gravity? Is that what you're fucking talking about?
I'm sorry, are we talking about Austin Witz's claims or somebody else's claims?
No, dude, you guys just cite the fucking little g and the big G, and you just throw it at us like no, like.
It's like you didn't
we should
listen
just.
to my point that I said just before a minute ago.
Sorry, I'm getting upset.
I'm not using Newtonian math. No one's citing a whole theory of why mass attracts mass. All I was saying was, you can't say the globe's not true because I don't believe in water finding its level in that shape. Because on both models, it does it. Water finds its level to be almost flat, but round on one of them, curved.
Yeah, so if I make up random stuff and then we drill down into it 2 hours later, and I've been presenting it as fact the whole time, and then I'm like, well, yeah, of course it's it's a theory I'm working on, but it hasn't been presented that way the whole time. It's been misrepresented and very picked out of context to make it fit forcefully while I'm have an agenda. What is that? Not lying? Is that I'm just kind of scuttling the truth? What would you call that? And if I do it over and over, time and time again, I tell you how forces don't work specific ways, but they actually do the work that way.
I think he says a lot of things that are just broad enough that he can get away with being wrong or get away with skirting straight up lying. We talked about this last night. For instance, he said perspective causes things to drop in the distance. Well, it's a lie, but it's also broad enough he can manipulate the conversation to make it sound real.
Yeah, and if he's ever disproven, then the conversation just miraculously changes tracks.
Yeah, I actually got pretty heated last night. We were talking about reciprocal zenith angles and why there's a divergence, and he said, well, perspective can do it, the atmosphere can do it, the optics can do it. Because we see a non-Euclidean azimuthal grid of whatever can do it.
But isn't there some saying never come between someone and motivated reasoning or money or I don't know.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah. So why are you dedicating so much time to it then?
Flat Earth?
Bingo.
I think disappearing in the distance past the horizon from the bottom up is not a total lie. It's only that the lens, the lensing effect adds to it to make it bigger. So it's not a total lie. Smaller
So
things.
you're spending hours.
Smaller
and No
things.
flat earthers are going back to the globe. Some
Smaller-
fake flat earthers go back to the globe, but like you trying to do damage control and just shit talk flat earthers. Like, I guess nobody's around, but
I mean, is that shit talking?
yeah.
Yeah, you
That's
guys
why I
were
asked
shit talking
why would you
all fucking night long.
why would you spend 4 to 8 hours a day on flat earth servers defending liars and murderers in government? It's weird.
It's a really good question. I'm glad to hear your voice. Hello.
Please answer that question,
Yo.
somebody.
Well, I don't spend that much time, and I don't defend the people that you say I defend.
Well, you're here.
My answer is I got obsessed after flat Earth was a key in my awakening and enlightenment. Then I got obsessed with talking to you guys.
Oh, I also
Yeah,
know
like there is interesting conversations for sure.
I don't understand the link between people that know how to illustrate the idea Earth as a globe and murderers.
Well, it goes to like the government taking children at 6 years old into schools, indoctrination camps, teaching them bullshit, and then trying to create worker bees and slaves and taxing them and poisoning them in different ways, manipulating them, psyops, whores for profit,
You're
lockdowns,
conflating the
bullshit.
globe
Like
eye. I know you think the globe eye is part of all that, but globe eye is the truth. So we're trying to defend that truth. But I agree with you. All the other shit you mentioned is terrible.
That's another reason why I'm here, is because my family member is falling down the conspiracy rabbit hole a little bit, and so I kind of want to understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, like an honest answer would be like, I'm interested in the psychology. Why do these people reject the government? Why do they reject the mainstream narrative? Then that would be it's a logical answer to me. But
To me, the psychology of it is the interesting part, and it's not about why do they reject the government or mainstream or anything. It's why do we reject observable reality and the different ways we can measure Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, I'm a bit into that. It's interesting.
And
yeah,
I agree with you guys that the government's bad. That's another reason I keep hanging out with you.
So like to me, your answer would be like flat earthers are stupid. They don't believe that. They don't know the math. They're just dumb. But you know that some flat earthers have degrees and they're professors, and there's all different types. So I mean, we're not stupid. We just some are. Some flat earthers are dumb. Some globers are dumb. It's a wide variety. But I mean, like,
I don't think you're stupid.
we
I think you
just
fell for a
don't
meme.
trust the government.
You fell for a meme and became dogmatic over it. That's what I think.
Yeah, I would say like for me, the Bible describes flat Earth creation, and through my research, I discovered the corruption and the war crimes of the government and what they believe. So it's an easy transition. It's an easy, seamless.
Are you happy to give up the globe, even if it's true, because it comes from the smart evil men? Because that's interesting. If you're ready to give up any idea that they come up with, even if it's true, that's quite an interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I can't really think of any government narratives that I would believe.
Right.
Well,
so everything that comes out of their mouths is bullshit. Every single thing.
I mean, when you
Mm,
described
pretty
your
much
journey
99%,
to realize this, what the steps you described didn't involve, well, I went to try to measure it, or I did practical experimentation. You skipped that part.
I've seen too far. I drive and I'm at 6 foot observer height. I can see lights that are like 10, 20, 30 miles away. I see TV towers or radio towers like 50 to 70 kilometers away. I can see the glow of like the big city from 80 kilometers away. Even though the glow is not a good one, but it's just I always wondered why I can see the glow of the big city from the country. But
Oh, I get that you've got your logic. I think you just have nothing.
yeah, it was mainly like just sports and have fun and do whatever you want to do, and then somebody drops the red pill, and then you actually have the internet and go research, and then you get to choose between atheism or God or intelligent design. So
It's all a choice between models sometimes. You've chosen Bible, flat Earth. I chose God and globe Earth.
Also, there's an interesting relationship with like Christianity and conspiracism or whatever in like the USA. I don't know how it is with other places, but for some reason those two are like really tied together for some reason. I don't know.
yeah, because like the biblical narrative is pretty much the complete opposite of all government narratives. That's why there's that correlation.
Well, except Romans 13 and some other bits.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard, but
Like my whole family is like a lot of Christian. And I found it interesting that the majority of Christians were anti poke, anti
anti Bill Gates.
Yeah. And I just found that interesting, right? Like, why does one group take on that particular stance like that? That's kind of, like, why does that take place? Not what's right, what's wrong. It's like, why does the Christians take that stance? So
I would say it's because like we can live our lives without the government and government telling us what to do. So I don't need somebody saying, poke yourself with this. It's like, dude, I can live without it and be perfectly healthy. And then the track record of the government is not good. So I mean, I would never trust anything the government would say to me health wise.
I mean,
Like the government sells you McDonald's and that's like plastic and their fries have 17 ingredients. How can the government, and they sell Pepsi and it's like 42 grams of sugar, and they promote 3 to 5 meals a day of high carbs and yeah, it's GMOs. It's but
but the hate for Bill Gates. If Christians manage to understand that, then they're smarter than you.
yeah, but is the government feeding you those foods?
no, it's your choice. But you got trained to do the 3 to 5 meals a day. And then McDonald's is the easy choice. It's like go to McDonald's, spend the $10 and not have to cook for an hour and do the dishes. But I eat plastic. Like some people make that choice, but
But I mean, it's like more of a result of like capitalism, I would argue. Like people want, like they want the high fat content, they want a high sugar content, they want a high caloric content. They don't want to pay a lot of money. They want it to be quick. If you gave them the option for like raw broccoli or McDouble, like they're gonna be
yeah.
like they're gonna say they're gonna eat the broccoli, and then that McDouble drive-through line is gonna be a mile long. Nobody's gonna be in the line for broccoli.
But the government should not be in a business to make money. It should be in the business of having a healthy population. So why would they sell them McDonald's plastic and cigarettes filled with multiple poisons
But how is
if they actually, because the government allows it to be sold.
But that's
if
not the same as the
if it
government
was an
doing it.
well, the corporations are the government. The government owns the corporations.
How do you figure?
Well, I mean, you're not going to get approval unless the government says yes, you can sell this product.
But that would be
And
like
it turns
saying
out that the world is.
that'd be like saying that all
Oh, go ahead.
places are the government. Like the health food stores are the government. The bad food stores are the government. Like the medium food, like that would be saying that everything is the government.
Well, government has their tentacles in everything, Pepsi, and every trickles down. But I mean, as you get more to the smaller towns and stuff, it's more grassroots. But like, if you're a $1 million, $1 billion business, you're pretty much the government. You've sold out. You're a Freemason. You're a Zionist. You're a Jesuit. There's no way you're a billionaire without getting into the club. But my main point was the government teaching you the American health pyramid lie, and then selling you McDonald's, selling you cigarettes, and then like telling you that they support like life and being good to people, but then they go to wars for profit and they promote abortion. So it's just really weird that they talk out of both sides of their mouth.
Like that the heliocentric model doesn't come from the governments, but it comes from the Catholic Church and the smart men inside that group. But also back in time in Egypt and all of that. But more recently, not necessarily government, it's more actually religious priests that designed the model. So you could call them.
Yeah, but there's some debate.
You could call them Satanists, but they're not the government. It's kind of different people.
Yeah, but we don't trust Jesuit Catholics. Like flat earthers don't trust Catholic Jesuits.
They should. Flat earthers should research the occult more because the smart men are the evil men, and they happen to know true things.
They do have books, and yeah, they do know all the secrets, but they're not going to tell us. But we also know some of their secrets without even them telling us, and yeah, like I know all their secrets, almost pretty much all their secrets. So.
I can tell you all the secrets. All you have to do is just give me your bank account details and just make a small donation and I will tell you all the world's secrets. Yeah, don't listen to Don. He's a Catholic.
No, he's been civil. I don't think he's Catholic, but
I accept a lot of the symbology from the Catholics.
Told you. No, I'm joking. How's it going, Don? How you doing, my brother?
All good.
so then yeah. So then, Don, why does flat Earth exist? Why are we still here? Why are like the main 100, 500, whatever it is that are like never flipping? And obviously, there's more that are not on Discord, but you can see we're stupid
because there is a truth to it. Some of space is fake. It's hard to tell what Earth is. Only the smart, rich men found out and taken photos. Pictures from space are fake. Mars landing's fake. Moon landing's fake. So,
I
and the new age
could
is
say
kicking off. So new cults happen, and people really get into them.
like I can see how people could see it's a globe in a way just by there's some magic or whatever it is, but I mean like I said, you gotta choose between government and non-government. So, but
You can believe some things the government say. Like you
can you
watch,
name some?
you can watch fake news, and that tells you a truth about what they're thinking.
Wait.
Well, I usually go with the opposite.
Well, yeah, that's not a good logic, mate.
Oh, it's perfect. When they say there's a shooting, I know it's probably a psyop. When they say 9/11, I know that it was a false flag. When they say lockdown, I know they're just trying to push agendas. So
What
I just
happens?
whatever the government.
What happens when there's a real shooting, though? What do they say that will make you realize there was a real one?
Well, like your one argument would be like, "Okay, there's a car accident, and they're reporting a car accident. Is that a hoax?" No, because I might know that person or know the family. But I mean, there's no government narrative behind this car accident other than like maybe more fines or like it's a minor government like I don't trust any government narrative about history, about the nature of Earth, about like the age of Earth. So like
This is my point. When you see a
Ooh.
fake shooting, you auto hoax it, and I agree. It's usually fake
Well, you
when they.
trust some arsehole on the internet.
And then, truth is that they're trying to change gun laws if they're doing a fake shooting. You can get truth from it.
True. Oh, I agree. I get I by them doing their psyops, I know what they're trying to push. But I still believe the opposite of whatever their psyop is.
This is the thing I love about flat earthers. They don't trust anything from the government or anything like that, but they trust some asshole on Discord who they've never met and listen to for 5 minutes. It's amazing.
Ooh, who do I trust? Tell me somebody I trust. Who did I listen to for 5 minutes and I just trust them?
What's even a less reliable source, I would argue, is people that have a monetary motivation to sell copies of books or recordings or whatever, and are able to do so through persuasive arguments.
I agree. I was accused of giving Nathan. I was accused of giving Nathan Oakley money. I would never give any flat earther any money, and I'm a hardcore flat earther. Like, why would I give them money? Truth is free. I don't care who you are.
But I think that applies to anything like there's so many charlatans and make oil salesmen out there.
Like Nathan Oakley.
But I do concede if I was rich and I had excess money and just like rolling in it, then maybe I would throw donations around and try to help the cause. But I'm not in that exact position to be donating to like flat earthers or equally whatever's.
Wait,
But
Don,
if somebody's collecting money, oh, go ahead.
I was just asked Don, so you think we went to space but it was fake? The moon landing was fake?
Smoking a joint, I guess. Yeah, so I'll just ask a fun question. Can you name one government narrative that I should actually believe in? Like, what is a government narrative that's actually it's a dumb question. You can just say it, globe or whatever, but
9/11.
so like you think 9/11 happened as though the government said it was?
I do think so.
You fucking what?
You what, mate?
How can you? How can you believe the NIST report?
I don't see fault. I don't see fault with.
Oh my god! It blew to pieces, flying up in the air. Nope.
And Operation
Building
Northwood,
7, fucking out.
where they. But
I just find all the arguments for 9/11 to be honest, like really bad.
What? How do you explain Building 7?
The fire.
The fire made it crumple into a pancake, like demolition.
Yeah, I mean they're obviously aware of the structural, destructive properties of fire on structural support beams. That's why they.
That never happens usually.
Well, I mean they cover them in fire retardant material to retain their structural integrity, which is rated.
No blocks demolish themselves through fire. That doesn't happen except on that day.
Wait, say again.
No big buildings crumple into a pancake from fire. In the past, it's only happened that day, like that.
Okay, I can't say if that's true or not. I don't know, but
well, it is. A few have melted and crumpled a bit from fire, but not pancake like that.
Basically the same thing. I've seen those videos of the ones that there's like I don't know 3 or 4 that I saw videos of back when it was a hot topic. No
but I
pun
mean
intended.
that's I would argue that's not necessarily a good argument, right? Because like if you have a one-off event ever on Earth in high rises, right, you're probably not going to see it repeat a whole lot. I would argue, right?
An anomalous building pancake isn't a good argument.
Well, I mean, just because something happens one time, there's one instance of the situation ever having occurred, you're probably not going to have a high population of that instance occurring, wouldn't you say?
Okay, why do you think Bin Laden did it then? What's it for?
I couldn't speculate. I don't know.
No idea why.
I haven't looked into that side of it.
You know. Have you heard that he was CIA?
I think I've heard that at one point.
Have you heard that the Twin Towers are like the twin pillars of Freemasonry?
I have not.
The gateway to Babylon or Solomon's Temple, the doorway, one masculine, one feminine.
No.
The two sides of the tree of life.
But I don't see how any of these things could be evidence of anything.
Half the story, bro. So you should go look into it. Watch a few BitChute documentaries.
I'm like interested in like the arguments of like it wasn't a plane or they didn't find any evidence of it being a plane or
I'll tell you, the second one might not. I mean, the first one might not have been. Fine. Could be direct energy weapons, but you can have planes. Doesn't matter. It's still planned, orchestrated theater. To change the rules of security for the world.
Hey, Paradolia, have you seen the documentary called September Clues?
No.
I would highly recommend it if you want to have a really excellent evidence-based analysis of all of that documentary is called September Clues, and it's available free still. I think, yeah. If I don't know if they took it off YouTube or not, but BitChute. I mean, I could even find a link for you. It's pretty easy to find. But dude, they go through in detail all of the footage from 9/11 in terms of all of the news footage from all the different stations, and meticulously go through and show so many different components of how it was a coordinated event with the news and the media. And there are so many errors and just dead giveaways. It's all very evidence-based as well. And there's a thorough analysis of how the planes are not authentic planes and how they appear to be some kind of CGI overlay. So just in terms of no planes, if you wanted to research that part of it, I would recommend that September Clues. I'm not saying it's the full picture for why they didn't use planes, but it certainly gives a lot of clues. No pun intended, or pun intended. Either way, no, it's just it's there's a lot of clues as to how the media was completely complicit and coordinated in terms of the entire event.
Yeah, and then the Patriot Act and the NDAA and the extra security that resulted in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan for profit. And then whatever, yeah. And Cheney being a owner of Halliburton, making himself $3 billion, and Silverstein, the insurance policy.
Yeah, that one I think is not the best because I think all buildings are insured. And didn't he recently buy it? They had
Yeah, but if you get life insurance on your wife 2 months before she dies, it's suspicious. Just like he got insurance 2 months before 9/11 or whatever it was. It's a red flag.
But
Wasn't it was like a whole new policy, and it was like a revamp of everything, and it was like a more complete policy as well that covered I believe there was even a clause in it, specifically if the buildings were taken down. I forget the details now, but there was it was like a much more full plan too. It wasn't just a new policy. It was a policy that covered more extreme events.
Yep.
I was under the
Well, it
impression
covered
that
all the bases.
you have to get a new insurance policy when you buy if you buy a car, you got to get an insurance or you have to they have to make sure you have a full coverage, or if you buy a house with a loan on it, you have to make sure you have full coverage.
Yeah, but if you had a certain level of coverage on your car, and then a month or two before your car explodes or whatever it might be, you did a whole revamp on your whole insurance. I mean, yeah, it could just be a coincidence. It's not saying it's any absolute proof, but it's just another one of those clues, if you will, in terms of just the shadiness. There's also there were huge shorts that were put on the major airlines, like the American Airlines, that were involved. There was huge shorts in the stock market put on American Airlines, right before the event as well. It's just another bizarre thing. Somebody made a lot of money on that.
Yeah, but I would argue you have to look at the puts as well, right? Or the the opposite of a short. The longs, right? What quantity or frequency.
But also maybe that somebody was Bin Laden or people like Bin Laden.
How many coincidences before it's an organized event?
Oh, you're saying someone on the kind of it's this idea that Bin Laden was actually involved or whatever. You're saying that one of his crew would have done that because they knew that they were gonna do it.
I mean, that's a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, how many coincidences before you know or think that it's an organized event? 5, 10, 15?
I don't think there's an answer for that. I don't think it's a matter of just a number of coincidences.
Well, I think you have to define them first, because I think there's a tendency within the human psyche to find supporting evidence for one's own, viewpoint, and ignoring like the counter evidence. So you'll discount anything that counters
Well,
it, and then you know what I mean. I'm not trying to give a dig, right? That's just
yeah,
how everyone operates. So
yeah. Everyone has a confirmation bias. Every human, including Globers.
Globers have a bigger one than most, I would say.
Yeah, no, it's an honest answer. Because I've debated with people where they said they didn't have a confirmation bias, and then we argued for 20 minutes, and it was just like, dude, everybody has a confirmation bias. I can admit it, but this person can't.
Yep.
Like even for the first year of Flat Earth, I was like, could it be globe? Could it be flat? I was like, oh, maybe, but after a while, you're just like, wow, it's just the evidence piles up, and like I don't sway ever anymore. I know,
Totally sure now.
so that's
Like,
just me personally, but
you're
I can see how
100%.
people would sway.
Are you 100% sure?
100%, 1,000%.
That's why I think you don't need to share any memes or type level isn't curved. You don't need to do that because you're sure. You've got your belief. You won.
No, it's about spreading the information in public servers, public places, so that just like my somebody told me to watch a Zeitgeist, and then he started me down the rabbit hole, even though I already knew something was wrong my whole life, but I got internet access and the right videos, and it was just started the ball rolling.
When you type level isn't curved here, you're really only typing it to yourself. There's no one new that thinks, oh my god, it's not. We've all seen this. It just gets lost in the
How many
spam.
people in the server?
It's you
There's
talking to
900 people in
yourself,
the
bro.
server.
It's a mantra.
And there's people on YouTube. There's 26 to 30 people watching on YouTube, and it's recorded. So somebody might click on it years later and be like, "What? Holy shit! This guy's talking flat Earth."
You don't see me typing Earth is a globe, Earth is a globe, do it every day. Do talk about it here when people bring it up, but I don't have to say it like as a meme.
But you know this is an information war.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're stronger than the flat Earth mantra to yourself. You need to share real info.
yeah, I think there's some truth.
There's 30 people watching on YouTube, and YouTube is saved forever. So somebody could go back 2 years later and watch it and see what I post, and maybe it'll get them to discover flat Earth. So you can say it's worthless, but I'll still waste my time.
Okay.
Thing is too, Don, I mean, information that's shared, it's in a sense, it's like planting seeds. So, somebody may see one thing or one piece of information. I'm not saying on any one side of any discussion. I'm just saying in general, it's just the way it works. Like if you may hear one thing, you may think about it, and then maybe a week later you mention it to a friend. He mentions it to 3 of his family members. Those family members mention it to 5 of their friends. So I'm just saying, like, information, spreads like that. And
you're right.
If it's true information, then there could be a potency to that, beyond just the 60 or 80 people in VC plus YouTube that may be listening, and whoever in the future. I mean, these are all also everything's backed up and saved on hard drive as well. So this is all like historically documented as well.
I understand your theory on that, and I partly agree. But to me, I've found that when I type stuff I think's true, it ends up as a waste of time. No one cares. No one reads it. I could promote all my ideas by spamming them, but it doesn't work.
Yeah. It's just a different mindset, because I'm just killing time, having fun, enjoying life, trying to survive. while spreading truth and being good and not hurting people. So I mean, there's a no lose unless I'm lying, and then I deserve to be punished.
I don't think you're lying.
I have thrown away the doubt about flatness of the Earth, but I'm trying to put my doubt in certain areas to break down the arguments. I know I'm not very active in the debate, and that's for my reason. But I think when you talk, Dawn, I like and love you. But if you keep your arguments in a service that has kind of a meaning to keep yourself afloat, and it's totally fine. But I see a lot of both sides arguing for the debate and to be a kind of a warrior, and I hope there will be more and more people putting their doubt in a certain area and breaking it down, and then in a way not to convince others but to convince themselves and share that.
Yeah.
And you know, Don, there's people that do that for the globe too. There's specific
Yeah.
individuals that I don't need to name, but some of them just are spamming in the text all day. Like they have a real need to, for whatever reason, assert that, you know, in terms of, and it happens on all quote unquote sides, but I'm just saying there's some guys that are really, really, and you could say the other thing, you could say for them, like if they're so sure the Earth's a globe, 100% solid, knocked out of the park, whatever, why are they here with people they know don't agree with them and have a totally different cosmological viewpoint, yet they're just spam blasting that's, you know, all day, you know, so.
It applies to me a lot, even if I use the excuse someone else brought it up. For me to jump in and defend it, I'm obviously stuck and I need to tell myself the mantra in some type of context as well. Not stuck, but like what I just said, figuring stuff out for myself and sharing it.
Yeah. Well, I also think there's multiple sides to it. Like, for example, on a personal level, we all have our viewpoints on life, all kinds of things, whether it's cosmology, the like foods we like to eat, sexual preference. Everybody has their unique positions on things. And, you know, at the end of the day, we all come to our own conclusions. Even if somebody seems like they're convinced by someone, I would say at the end of the day, they are actually still choosing to believe that thing, whatever it is. So, so there's that part of it. But then there's like the kind of more, I don't know if the word collective side of it, where you have this larger situation of obviously in my viewpoint and many of us, you know, that we are being lied to about what the Earth is by controlling entities, etc., to the point to where, you know, you could call it like an information war or spiritual war, to where there's this massive deception. And you feel called to that. I know you do when it comes to the, you know, the juice, the jab juices, to other truths that you and I have talked about, that, you know, there's part of you that wants to get the truth out and share that information. So, and then you could flip it the other side and you could say, well, let's say, you know, the big kind of if, just to be neutral, if the Earth's a globe, you know, then I guess you could say that the people in here spam blasting globe stuff, I guess you could say maybe they're trying to stop what they think is disinformation. Although if it's only 60 or 80 people listening, plus the couple thousand on the server, whatever it may be, you know, what are they really doing when you think about the millions out there who generally believe it's a globe? So are they trying to stop that kind of effect I said, where, you know, one person shares it with their family, with their friends, all of a sudden thousands of people are, you know, have this information? Are they trying to do that? You know, because you could say, well, like they've already kind of won, quote unquote, meaning the mainstream already believes it. It's already all over the TV and it's everywhere. So why would they spend their time? Whereas you could, you know, but I guess if you want to say that they're trying to stop us in some way or stop talking about it, you know, and then Well, I'll stop there. There's more I was going to say, but I'm trying not to link too many things together in one statement.
Depending on what the objective capital T truth is, some people get absolved of their obsessions, maybe a little bit.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, like, you could also see, okay, certain truths that you're aware of that you and I have talked about and stuff, like the idea that we're the thing that we're being lied to and that people are suffering because of it does, you know, there's I think there could be like a spiritual calling to assist in some way. It doesn't mean that, you know, being like evangelical or forcing it on people or being like that, to me, is not necessarily the highest vibration to do it in a way that's, you know, toxic or really pushy. But, you know, sharing information that is true, you know, there's value to that in terms of all of those components. So, I mean, you can understand from the position, because I know that you and I agree on certain truths, and I'm sure you would agree that it's good to get the truth out and to, you know, get people thinking in those ways. And from the perspective of the Earth, you know, using the big if just to be neutral, you know, if the Earth isn't a globe, you would agree that the importance is of the highest level of importance to not only maintain this discussion, you know, in a fair way and all of the research and all of that, but also as much as we're able to, you know, have information be out there for others to consider, especially when, you know, even from the most extreme perspective that these entities or these controllers are ruling the world, and part of it is through the globe. So the world wars and the suffering and all these different things going on are kind of fueled by and encompassed by the globalists, you know, in a sense, whoever they are at that high level. And humanity is suffering, you know, in extreme ways, you know, through taxes and just all these different components, you know, deceiving our children. It's a huge thing. And then you could flip it the other way. If we're wrong, just if we're wrong, you know, just using if to be neutral. I'm not really on the fence. I'm not saying if from my perspective, but if we're wrong, then why would anyone care about 60 or 80 people on a live stream, or even a couple thousand in total, whatever it may be? You know, like it would just be like, so what, you know?
Yeah. Well, we all like to correct people, and this has become like special correction, which we like to do to each other.
Well, I mean, that's a subtlety.
One thing would be like, the Globers can't claim they're trying to save our lives or help us, because the same Globers are going to be promoting wars and abortions and other lies. So I mean, like, how are you claiming like you're trying to help us back to the globe to what? To hurt these innocent people? That doesn't make sense.
For me, I'm not trying to get you back to the globe. Although it's part of the semantic game, I don't really care. I don't think you're harmful just because you don't believe in the globe.
You can't claim that you're here spreading globe truth to help people and save lives, because you probably support abortion and you probably support wars and you probably support Bill Gates. So I mean, you cannot claim that you're trying to help people when you promote these things.
Someone like Paradolia, he will support Bill Gates. So you're talking about him, not me.
No, that could be the case. I'm just saying, like the Globers in general, you can't claim to be here to try to help us and save us and bring us back to the globe to save lives when you are actually anti-life.
Yeah,
so it's just a weird,
well, that's some broad claim.
Dichotomy or confusion.
Very over the top, but I take your point.
Well, the other thing is like, what, like, I mean, I hear you. I think that is a whole factor too. Yeah, if the individuals are also in support of other things that are harming others in some way, but even on another level, if just again using the if Earth was a globe, like from your perspective, you know, in that way, Don, like if there's those of us that don't think it's a globe, if a globe person were to convince all of us that it's a globe, who does that help and what does it do? You know what I mean? Because people mostly generally already believe it is. The people in power who are saying it is already are in the power. NASA, the government, they're already doing that. So if you were to convince however many people, what does that change? Like, is it the fear that, quote unquote, that this misinformation of flat Earth, as it were, if someone is going to label it that, is going to somehow spread and then the whole world's going to go into some tailspin of insanity just because nobody can discern the truth? Or like what?
No.
Who would you be saving? Because it's already established. The world's messed up and it already is under the globe paradigm.
Let me speak for the globers. No, we don't think it's going to spread all around the world, but we use as an excuse the fact that some children will be wrong.
Well, it already is spreading all over the world.
Some children in the next generation will be wrong because of you guys about cosmology. And I don't think they're going to harm anyone. I just think they'll be wrong.
All right. Well, from my perspective, they're already wrong in teaching with the globe, teaching everybody. And then, by the way, I mean, a stationary planar Earth knowledge is already spreading like wildfire. So there's no stopping
for you.
that.
The
Yeah,
war
it'll
is
definitely
being
spread.
lost. That war is being lost for you, right? For me, it's a fake war that I care about some hypothetical children in the future, which I don't really.
Yeah. It is a forbidden topic, but globers do think we are a threat to them because if we do not take the Bill Gates, then we are a threat to them. So
that is what a lot of globers think.
Yep, I know exactly.
Like a
You're
health
just calling it. You're just calling it the Bill Gates. That's the best code word ever. The Bill Gates. That's all it is. It's just. That's a funny code word. We've used a lot of code words. Juice. All these different words. You're just going straight with the Bill Gates.
Gotta be subtle.
Fauci's potion.
Yeah, for some people it's not an issue, but a lot of people,
what
like we are a threat to their health, and we're a threat to their children, or whatever it is. Like,
yeah, some globers believe that.
Question though, do you guys think that other potions are warranted?
Not for me now. No, none of them are warranted for me now.
You talk about ones that are.
Bill Gates has put me off all of them.
I mean, you can't honestly say that they're all bad, right? Because they've stopped so much death.
No, I can't give you that.
How
They
come I
stop
haven't
death,
taken?
but they also stop the birth chain of other races. So that's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, smallpox.
A lot of us haven't taken
eugenics
for 30 years.
Eugenics, full eugenics.
Yeah, Don's
So
gonna.
a lot of us haven't taken anything since school when we were 8 years old. We haven't taken anything since we were 8 years old, and we're perfectly healthy, and our immune system is immaculate. So we don't need, as adults, we don't need. I mean, they'll trick you into going on a trip, and you need this and this.
No,
and this
but
and
that's
this,
that's what I'm saying. As an 8-year-old, are those warranted?
No.
Well, I had no choice. I was in school, and I was 8 years old, and I was forced.
They make you disabled mentally and physically in different ways.
Now, let's say that 1 in 4 of us were to die of smallpox, or we needed to be on the iron lung for the rest of our life because we couldn't breathe on our own. Then would our viewpoints change? Or are we living in such a situation of luxury right now where we don't see those things on a daily basis?
Technically, they could work, but they're under the control of psychopaths, so they don't work. But if we made them to stop smallpox, that would be fine, yeah. But we don't, do we?
Yeah,
Psychopath philanthropists make them.
In my view, Jesus healed lepers, and he wasn't afraid of any of those issues, and he didn't take any concoctions. And so, I mean, why would I trust the government with any health advice? It's insane.
There's also just the idea,
As a child,
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, as a child, I had no choice.
I know, we didn't even consent to it. But I was just gonna say, there's also just the spiritual component of putting a needle in your bloodstream. I don't say this to be in any way critical of anyone else who chooses that. And I understand it's a complex topic, and people's health is their own choice at the end. Well, it should be their own choice. For children, you're right, it's not. Especially a baby never chose to do that either. So that's a whole question. But for a grown adult, or I guess with their own kids, even though that's a whole karmic thing with that, whether you do it to your own children, but nonetheless, they are your children. And I guess that's debatable whether it's okay to do that to them, but legally it is. But I'm just saying this from my perspective, and like I said, I'm not saying it to criticize anyone. It's just my personal viewpoint. I think it's a demented thing to do, to take a needle and inject anything into your bloodstream. I think it's absolutely demented on multiple levels to even do that.
I agree in the current state of humanity, but I think technically, if good people made medicine as precautionary measures, that would be fine. But that's not what's happening.
It's just not how the body is designed to function. Like there's an immune system, there's a lot of natural like plants and different medicines that can assist your immune system. But
giving the Globers a special occasion. If we had a Black Plague that was real and we had good people in control of medicine, of course you could make precautionary measures.
Well, I mean, nature provides everything we need. Like there's I bring it up, but I mean, I don't have to go completely into it, but there's a medicine that comes from a tree frog in the Amazon in South America. And the natives, there's a term they refer to it as the vaccine of the forest. And so it is, the reason it's called that is because it actually functions. I mean, that term vaccine does have a word to it. I guess I'm saying the word now, but anyways, it should be fine. But so in terms of, they call it that because it actually functions in a way that protects your immune system and like purges toxins. And it's actually like a real vaccine, essentially. Like it actually works, in a way that actually supports the immune system instead of using, chemicals to do it. And I mean, that medicine, like if you get bitten by a snake and you're going to die, that medicine will save your life. People have cleansed and cured so many different conditions, even very serious, like lifelong allergies, women that can't get pregnant. It can rejuvenate their entire system, rebuilding the immune system. I mean, cancers, autoimmune diseases, parasitic infections. I mean, the list is very long, and that's in nature. So there's compounds in nature that are way more potent than any synthetic injection.
I agree that would be better if we could find that shit.
Oh well, I mean, yeah. It's not it's not illegal, and it is actually not very difficult to get. But you need to know what you're doing and so on. Yeah, it's not something that I'm outwardly recommending that someone just to go, buy online, and if they don't know what they're doing, so.
Well, if you subscribe to the whole evolution thing, like we're kind of the beneficiaries of a whole bunch of dead people, and medicine is kind of like we're artificially keeping alive people that ordinarily would have died. And so the argument could kind of be made that we're kind of weakening future generations through the use of medicine by preventing a lot of death.
Yes. I don't think medicine does stop you dying that much. It will.
Well, I mean, it
live well old.
I think it helps you die.
It increases the average age. I think we're like 77 now.
No, that's what they convinced you of, but that's not true. People used to live past 100 sometimes.
No, I'm talking about the average age, not like what someone could live to.
It's not true.
The average age is dropping. I see like 45-year-olds getting heart attacks, 56-year-olds like.
No, but like this,
it's dropping. They're going to lie and say it's 72.8, but they're lying.
Like all the countries in the world are lying?
I would say like North America is lying for sure about the age expectancy.
Well, based on what?
Based on my experience of people around me.
But isn't it kind of obvious that your personal experiences don't hold up against an average?
Oh yeah, it's my observations versus the government story, and it's anecdotal or whatever you want to call it. Like I just don't believe the government story.
Because like what was it? 1 in 8 women would die in childbirth historically, and then like 50% of the entire population that's ever lived didn't make it to the age of 5.
Yes,
and only the strong survive.
So the government says the average man lives to 72.5. How do we verify this? We trust the government numbers, the government surveys, the government census, and like blind faith.
Well, when I think about medical intervention, I think about things like doesn't something like antibiotics. Before antibiotics, obviously people were dying like crazy from infection, and now it doesn't happen so much. Isn't that obviously going to increase the average age because we have this thing that does such a good job of saving lives that used to die?
It's a deep topic because back in the day we were cutting firewood for 5 hours a day just to make sure we could have heat, and then it would take us 3 hours to cook a meal because all we had was a wood stove and a pot, and then we had to cook it separately. So like everything's different now.
I also think there's natural components in nature that can work actually better than antibiotics. But a lot of those knowledge and that information has been sort of lost and replaced by this kind of Rockefeller petroleum-based synthetic medicine paradigm.
Yeah, it'd be like Turtle Island, which aka North America, inhabited by the native Aboriginals. Did they have pharmakia and all these chemicals and potions and stuff? No, they lived off the land. They had natural tobacco, natural remedies, and they lived perfectly fine until somebody came over and took over and raped and pillaged.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to remove like the plants and the medicines in nature that are very, very potent, and also the medicine men that know how to apply them and know how to procure them and support the tribe and so on, if you're going to like remove all of those, kill those people off their land and then replace it with this kind of current paradigm, then you're going to need something to help people, because now you've removed the nature's medicine, and there are certain bacterial infections and things that can be problematic and can even kill people for sure. So you're going to have something. So in that case, like maybe the synthetic antibiotics are, I don't know though. The thing is, they blow out your gut microbiome and they cause like lifelong chronic issues. Because once you blow out like antibiotics, like even one dose of an antibiotic will destroy so much beneficial bacteria that you'll never get back. So, and then that causes chronic autoimmune diseases and inflammation and digestive issues and allergies and food sensitivities and just a whole host of other problems. So, I mean, is it worth it? Like, yeah, I guess if someone's, 12 years old and they're about to die and you give them an antibiotic and save their entire life, I mean, I'm not arguing that that's necessarily bad, but you're also like destroying their body. Not necessarily destroying, but I mean, you're causing another chronic condition. But I mean, there are ways to try to repopulate, but with probiotics. But I'm not convinced that even that it's even possible that there's certain bacteria that are permanently killed off. But there may be some unique ways, like fermented meat, for example, and raw milk, fermented milk, raw milk, some things like this that could repopulate. But it's a tough situation.
It's always advisable after antibiotics to visit a homeopath to restore some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, the one thing I would concede is like if I'm in pain, which hasn't happened luckily for a while, but I may try anything to stop the pain. It could be pharmaceutical, it could be anything, because sometimes if you have a pain, depending on your life situation, you might take anything just to like eliminate that pain for 5 minutes or an hour. So luckily it hasn't happened recently, but like, yeah, it's all natural. Or
yeah, pick a username. Just mentioned antibiotic resistant bacteria. That's the other thing. When you start using these synthetic antibiotics, and you get all these antibiotic resistant bacteria and things that make it even worse.
To be fair, that's mostly from misuse, though.
Well, there's certain bacteria that are resistant to antibiotics and can cause a lot of issues.
Yeah, but that's mostly, from just misuse of antibiotics.
You mean they're just one person misusing them, or you're saying it like at large the medical world's misusing them?
It's just when you don't like finish a course of antibiotics properly, you create antibiotic resistant germs. It's in general just like humans splitting, like random humans just not using antibiotics well enough, and it creates these antibiotic resistant strains.
And the one thing I will applaud mainstream medicine for is the like emergency accident type treatments. It's like if you get in a car accident or you fall off a cliff or something really bad, mainstream medicine's pretty good. I mean, there's still problems. Like I think the painkillers are not ideal. They get people addicted. The opiates still got their dark components to it, but in general, they'll put you back together in the best way possible. I mean, you know, if your whole leg gets smashed up and they can put metal rods in there so you can walk again, whatever, you know, that like emergency care is pretty impressive what they can do, you know. So like I said, still some issues I think with the painkillers and some of those components, but
I do agree, but that is their job, and that is the least they could do, is like use the technology to help people.
the least you could do if you get in a car accident, at least put me back together. Yeah.
Because in some states, they're like, "Oh, you don't have insurance? Okay, you just sit outside for," or like sometimes here they have emergency waits for like 3 hours, and it's like, "What? You're going to war? You gave Ukraine 56 million, yet I have to wait 3 hours in the emergency?" But we all know it's all messed up, or flat earthers know at least. It's a hypocritical government lie factory.
Wonder how much medicine would change if the in my viewpoint, the truth that the earth isn't a globe becomes more fully aware in people's minds. I wonder how that would affect medicine.
Yeah, it's connected because once you know Earth is flat, and then you see the government health narrative doesn't actually correlate with good health, then you put the pieces together, and then obviously you don't take the medicine that they promote. So, and the medicine makes them money. You come back every month, and you need this. Like there's no money if you're cured. They don't make money, and they don't siphon your money. They don't steal your money through the taxes and through your health. So, like if you're healthy, you're not paying them. If it's sunny, you don't need your lights on, and you don't need the electricity. So they're going to chemtrail. So everything they do is to like siphon your money out, make you unhealthy, make you pay for the pills.
Privatized healthcare system sucks.
Like it is a choice. We choose what we put in. It's as simple as like your body's your temple, and whatever you put in it, you're going to get out. If you put in McDonald's, like some people, some athletes eat McDonald's before their game. But I mean, like in general, if you eat McDonald's every day, like you're going to be killing yourself. So you put in one ingredient foods, eat less, don't eat 5 meals a day.
Most of the problems that you guys have described with the healthcare system, though, is just America.
Yeah, I haven't checked the weight average of all countries, but I know America and Canada are definitely it's an epidemic.
But like the whole treating the system rather than treating the symptoms rather than actually curing you. That's just so that you keep coming back for more pills. And the only reason they can do that is because they can charge you for pills.
Yeah, I don't know, I can't remember who said it, but there's no money in healthy people. There's money in sick people.
Yeah, and all the American health studies, all of them have to be scrutinized more than any other country because they just lie and misrepresent.
Yeah, I don't believe any government story. So to me, it's easy to tell what's true and what's fake because, like, anything that's promoted on mainstream is easily discarded. There's, like, I don't know.
Well, like a thing that happened recently was there was a new antidepressant that was made that was meant to help with both depression and eating disorders, and it was made by an American pharmaceutical company. The problem is the American pharmaceutical company did 6 different tests on this drug. 5 of them found that it was negative or like no correlation, and only one of them found that there was correlation. And they only posted that single one. This is just kind of a problem with, capitalism rather than the healthcare system.
Yeah, capitalism's pretty bad because capitalism equals greed. And you're going to overcharge people and charge them more for the product. And then you're not going to share and you're not going to donate because you want a second boat. So because I want 2 boats, I'm not going to donate. I'm not going to help other people. Capitalism is hoarding. That's what the US is, and that's what the bankers do is they hoard resources, charge you exorbitant amounts for natural resources that they stole from us and keep us as slaves and charge us monthly bills.
Don't worry, it will eventually trickle down. You just need to wait 5 more years and then it will trickle down. Trust me.
Yeah, in 5 more years, the government boot is going to be have more pressure on my neck. It's like the boiling frog. It's gonna get worse and worse and worse. More restrictions, more surveillance, everything mandatory. So it's just time is ticking. Who's that talking balanced? I don't recognize your voice. Guess. Who is that? Stop. So